Chapter 190 Teaching Father Alchemy. Chapter 190 Teaching Father Alchemy at the Yi family courtyard. Yi Hang and Yi Yuan sat facing each other. Yuan, it's only been 1 month of not seeing you. To think that you broke through to the second-level spirit condensation realm. Yi Hang looked at Yi Yuan full of pride. Seeing his son improve at speed made him even happier than his own breakthrough. Haha, Father's second-level crystal formation realm also stabilized, and you also successfully broke through to middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. This time the pill-grading AS Semli that Wan Donghai cooked up is probably lifting a stone to smash his own feet, Yuan said with a laugh. Haha, this is all thanks to you. If you didn't impart me those 2 cultivation methods, our fragrant medicine pavilion could only avoid the edge. Humph! Avoid the edge? I will definitely pull out the Wan family and the Su family by the roots this time. If not for my life being tenacious, I would have long been murdered by those 2 families' people multiple times. Speaking of the Wan family and the Su family, Yi Yuan was full of grievance. Counting that time from his predecessor, it had already been more than 3 or 4 times that the Wan and Su family plotted to harm him, especially that time by Su Yubai. If not for Huyan Yong stepping out bravely at the crucial time, he would have long been a ghost under the palm. But Yi Hang shook his head and sighed. Even if my strength had some breakthrough, to want to pull these 2 families up by the roots, I'm afraid that it's still beyond my means. Relax, Father. You just focus on working together with the Imperial family to deal with the enemy. At the crucial moment, I will give them a huge surprise. Oh, how will that work? Yi Hang asked in slight shock. In the state of Qin, the Su family was extremely powerful. Even the Imperial family was very wary of them. More importantly, the Su family had a backer in the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Nanfeng family did not dare to make a move recklessly the whole time. The power of a sect was not something that a secular imperial family could withstand. Just the Ouyang family alone could sweep across the imperial family by casually sending over 7th or 8th level crystal formation realm. Not to mention that crystal formation realm was only among the weakest within the sect's powerhouses. Follow me, Father. Yi Yuan got up and headed over to Yi Hang's private refinement room. Yi Hang looked at Yi Yuan's secretive appearance and could not help following in puzzlement. Arriving at the refinement room, Yi Yuan set down restrictions in the refinement room before saying to Yi Hang, "Look, Father!" As he spoke, Yi Yuan casually gestured. A white-colored ape appeared out of thin air. It was precisely Yuan Fei. However, Yuan Fei's condition did not appear to be too good. He was severely wounded by Black Crow Old Man and still had not recovered until now. Although his injuries were not life-threatening, he required at least a month if he wants to fully recover. And Yi Yuan was still unable to refine Tier 3 medicinal pills right now, so he had no way of helping Yuan Fei recover from his injuries. However, Yuan Fei's appearance gave Yi Hang a huge shock. If not for his son telling him to pay attention just now, he might have already rushed to attack Yuan Fei right now. SSS. Tier 3 demonic beast. Just now, could that be a spatial artifact? Yi Hang's eyes were filled with intense shock. The gaze he looked at Yi Yuan with was full of incredulity. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right, it's precisely a Tier 3 demonic beast long-arm stone ape and spatial artifact. He's called Yuan Fei, a servant I took in during this trip to the Endless Forest. This spatial artifact is also owned by Yuan Fei, except in order to protect me, he was wounded by a powerhouse and has not recovered until now." This time Yi Hang was shocked until he remained dazed for a long time before saying, "What kind of expert could actually hurt a Tier 3 demonic beast?" "You actually got into trouble with such a terrifying expert when you went to Partik. 1P8 in this endless trials?" If Yi Yuan were not his son, he would definitely think that the other party was talking bulls. HI plus T. Also, Yi Yuan had only broken through to the spirit condensation realm not long ago. How did he subdue a Tier 3 demonic beast? This was simply incomprehensible. Towards his father, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of concealing. He recounted the events of this trip of the endless forest modestly, leaving Yi Hang speechless for a long time. Nevertheless, Yi Yuan did not say that who he encountered was a sea transformation realm powerhouse. He only said that he met a middle-stage crystal formation realm expert. Both sides fought a great battle, which was why Yuan Fei suffered heavy injuries. Even though he fabricated a master to use as a pretense, it was still too ludicrous for a second-level spirit condensation realm to kill a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Yi Hang had always been very gratified by his son's rise, but he had never noticed that Yi Yuan had already grown to such an extent unwittingly. After the shock, Yi Hang felt a sense of relief. His son no longer needed to grow up under his wings. Yi Yuan had already become a towering tree. I really did not expect that you actually had such experiences in the endless forest. Just relying on this long-armed stone ape clan, you can sweep across the state of Qin. Yi Hang sighed emotionally. Thousands and thousands upon of long-armed stone apes. This force, when placed in the secular world, was too overwhelming. Father, Yuan Fei's injuries are very severe, but my current strength is too weak, so I can't refine Tier 3 healing medicinal pills. I brought you here to ask you to help him refine medicinal pills. Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan had long refined medicinal pills for those injured Tier 2 long-armed stone apes to treat them. Only Yuan Fei's wounds left him helpless, so it kept delaying until now. Yi Hang was stunned when he heard that. He had never learned the refining method for demonic beast medicinal pills. But I don't know how to refine medicinal pills for demonic beasts' use. Don't worry. Master once imparted me the pill formula and refinement method. I'll pass them all to you, then assist you in the refinement from the side. It should be able to work, Yi Yuan said. This healing medicinal pill was not something too complicated. Yi Hang had already broken through to middle-rank alchemy grandmaster realm and also had Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, guiding from the side. Refining it did not pose a problem. Your master is really an expert. He actually even knows the refining methods for demonic beast medicinal pills. All right, Father will learn a little about this demonic beast medicinal pills refinement method. Yi Hang was also an alchemy fanatic. Once he heard that he could learn the refining method for new medicinal pills, he immediately behaved like he was on stimulants. Okay, this medicinal pill is called bone-growing pill. I've already prepared the ingredients. Now, I will pass the refining method to Father. Finus. H.I. Plussing. Yi Yuan threw a jade slip to Yi Hang. Yi Hang sunk his divine sense inside and started to study the refining method for the bone-growing pill. Yi Yuan had long prepared to let Yi Hang help to refine medicinal pills. Therefore, back in the Imperial Palace, he already let Nanfeng Ruoqing prepare the relevant ingredients. While Tier 3 herbs were very precious, it could not stump the Imperial family. The herbs required for the bone-growing pill was very common, so Nanfeng Ruoqing prepared them very swiftly. While Yi Hang was studying the refining method for the bone-growing pill, Yi Yuan already finished pairing up all the ingredients and refined the medicinal embryo. Yi Hang was only responsible for the final refinement. This way, it could ensure the maximum success rate. After 4 hours, Yi Hang roused from his rumination. When he saw that Yi Yuan already finished refining the medicinal embryo, he could not help being secretly amazed. Done, let's start refining. Yi Hang said, Okay, I prepared a total of 5 sets of herbs. It should be enough for Father to refine out the bone-growing pill. Start refining then, Father. I'll remind Father on what to do at the critical moment, Yi Yuan said. Yi Hang nodded, gesturing with one hand. A portion of the medicinal embryo landed in his hands. Chapter 191. White Light Evolves. Chapter 191. White Light Evolves. Father, the medicinal pill isn't the most stable right now. Do your best to use soul strength to stabilize the structure of the medicinal pill. Almost ready to condense the pill. Father, quickly reduce the flames. When condensing the bone-growing pill, one mustn't temper it with a large flame. This was already the third set of ingredients. Yi Hang's prior two refinements ended in failure. Yi Yuan had been observing the process of the refinement by the side this whole time and guided from the side. But Yi Hang at the end still failed. Although Yi Hang's refinement was full of flaws in Yi Yuan's eyes, he was currently lacking in strength even though he had the will, so he could only rely on Yi Hang. Luckily, Yi Hang's alchemy standards were not bad. Having been through 2 failed attempts and with Yi Yuan's guidance by the side, Yi Hang's improvement was still very significant. This third refinement was clearly much smoother. Some of the rocky areas previously were much mellower now. Of course, this was due to Yi Yuan's detailed guidance from the side. Otherwise, even if one gave Yi Hang 10 sets or even 20 sets of ingredients, he would probably ruin them all. After all, this was his first time refining demonic beast medicinal pills. And the essential points to take note of when refining demonic beast medicinal pills were entirely different from human ones. With Yi Yuan's vision to guide Yi Hang, many aspects were targeted heavily, giving Yi Hang a feeling of being enlightened all at once. Hence, he only refined twice and already knew the areas he made mistakes in like the back of his hands. Bone-growing pill, condense. Following Yi Hang's low cry, the bone-growing pill was finally refined by him. Yi Hang took out the bone-growing pill from the medicinal cauldron, but let out a sigh. Pity it's a low grade. No matter. Father is already very impressive. We still have 2 sets of ingredients left. We should be able to refine middle grade, or even high grade pills. Yi Hang nodded. And I'll try again. With the 4th set of medicinal embryo, Yi Hang refined a middle-grade pill. All the way until the final portion of medicinal embryo, Yi Hang really refined out a high-grade bone-growing pill. Yi Yuan saw the pill form, and his eyes involuntarily lit up. Father's alchemic talent was truly extraordinarily high. Such comprehension ability was not something the average alchemy grandmasters could compare to. Even though he was guiding by the side, it still greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations for his father to refine out a high-grade bone-growing pill by just using 5 sets of medicinal embryo. His original estimation was that his father could only refine middle grade, maybe even low grade. He did not imagine that Yi Hang Serpa S said that and completed the task. Before this, Yi Yuan had never seen Yi Hang refine pills before and did not have a direct understanding of Yi Hang's alchemy skills. He only knew now that Yi Hang's skill was merely limited by soul strength. That was why he kept getting suppressed by Wan Donghai. If he matched up against Wan Donghai again now, Wan Donghai would absolutely not be Yi Hang's match anymore. Having refined a high-grade bone-growing pill, Yi Yuan's tightly wound nerves also loosened up. Ultimately, Tier 3 herbs were not white cabbages. They could not be squandered limitlessly like Tier 1 and Tier 2 herbs. Yi Yuan brought the bone-growing pill over for Yuan Fei to consume. "Many thanks, young master," Yuan Fei said weakly. These few days he had been suffering the torment of injuries, but he did not grumble to Yi Yuan at all, because he knew that Yi Yuan was even more severely wounded than him. If not for the fact that Yi Yuan prepared healing medicinal pills beforehand, he would most likely already be dead now. Yi Yuan beamed. "Why are you being courteous to me for? This time, if not for you, I would probably have never come out alive. It's just that my current strength is insufficient, which made you suffer hards. H.I. plus P.S. This bit of injuries is nothing. Rather, it made me reminisce those memorable days of the past. These few years, I have always been living comfortably in the Crimson, Summit Ridge. Most likely, this was also the reason why I kept being unable to break through, right? However, having witnessed young master's alchemy skills, I'm very glad to be able to follow young master now. Yuan Fei said emotionally. An alchemy master actually guided an alchemy grandmaster to refine medicinal pills. This was seriously overly subverting. Although Yuan Fei did not know alchemy, he could see that Yi Yuan's alchemy standards were much higher than his father's, on completely different levels. As long as Yi Yuan broke through to the crystal formation realm and became an alchemy grandmaster, refining the demon crystal pill would surely follow effortlessly. While he did not know why Yi Yuan's alchemy standards were much higher than his father's, this was unimportant. What was important was that Yi Yuan could bring him powerful might. Perhaps he, Yuan Fei, was not without hope of impacting the bottleneck to become a Tier 4 demonic beast in his remaining years. Yi Yuan knew what Yuan Fei was thinking of and said with a smile, "Haha, relax. Perhaps I don't even need a year, and I'll be able to refine the demon crystal pill. Now, properly absorb the medicinal effects and recover your strength. I still have areas in need of your strength in a few days." Yuan Fei nodded and did not say anything. He started to revolve essence energy to refine the medicinal effects. Yi Yuan no longer bothered with Yuan Fei. He gestured with one hand again, and a little kitty appeared out of nowhere. It was white light. It was just that white light was currently sleeping. No matter how he called, he would not wake up. This situation had already persisted for 2 days. Yi Yuan also felt somewhat bewildered. These 2 days, Yi Yuan refined many medicinal pills. He obviously would not forget to refine medicinal pills for white light. White light was only a Tier 1 demonic beast. This was naturally not an issue to Yi Yuan. Furthermore, Tier 1 herbs were plenty. Yi Yuan refined thousands of medicinal pills in one go, planning for white light to slowly use. Who knew that when Yi Yuan let white light out, this little fellow's eyes instantly shone when he saw those medicinal pills, and swallowed up the thousands of medicinal pills in one breath, leaving Yi Yuan dumbfounded. Even if it were him, he also would not dare to swallow medicinal pills like that. Was this little thing seeking death? Yi Yuan was taken aback and was about to make white light spit out all those medicinal pills. Who knew that this little fellow gave a burp, slanted his body, and fell asleep. Initially, Yi Yuan thought that white light was stuffed to death, so he quickly went forward to examine. This check made Yi Yuan involuntarily click his tongue in amazement. This little fellow's breathing was calm. He was merely sleeping. Only then did he feel at ease. However, this snooze lasted 2 days. White light did not show the slightest sign of waking. Although Yi Yuan had researched in depth into demonic beasts, he had truly never seen before this sort of situation. He could only check on white light's state at all times. Yi Yuan gave white light another round of examination and discovered that white light still did not show signs of waking. He was still dead asleep and would not wake up no matter how he called him. However, Yi Yuan noticed that white light's aura grew much stronger. He actually broke through already. Originally, white light was only at the early stage Tier 1. After sleeping for 2 days, he actually already broke through to middle stage Tier 1 quietly. Could it be that this little fellow automatically refined the medicinal pills to break through in his sleep? This was too effortless, right? Yi Yuan became increasingly curious about white light's history. Now, it seemed like white light was probably not an ordinary flowing light white tiger. Yi Yuan had never heard of flowing light white tigers having a treasure-seeking, innate divine ability, nor them being able to evolve like this. However, the characteristics on white light's body was clearly flowing light white tiger. Yi Yuan could not figure it just why this was the case, even after pondering over it. It looked like he could only wait until he awakened his inherited memories to make sense of just what in the world happened to white light's body. Since he could not figure it out, Yi Yuan might as just not think about it. Keeping away white light, Yi Yuan simply mediated to cultivate together with Yi Hang while quietly waiting for Yuan Fei to recover. In a blink, one night Pa said, Yuan Fei suddenly snapped open his eyes and stood up. Young master, I've recovered. Chapter 192. Such a fine dog. Chapter 192. Such a fine dog. Song family's family head. Song Tian Ing arrives. Pill condensing manners manor lord. Jiang Xian arrives. W.A.N.G. family's family head. W.A.N.G. Jia arrives. In front of the Drunken Star Manor's gates, a steward repeatedly reported names in a loud voice. Large families' patriarchs, peers of the alchemy world, martial artists currently in the limelight, and notable figures in the capital, virtually all converged at the Drunken Star Manor. Ha! For Song family head to grace us with your presence. You're really showering glory on our humble abode. Quickly come inside and sit. Io, isn't this Jiang Manor Lord? Long time no see, long time no see. Please come in, please come in. Wan Dongyang welcomed guests at the entrance and was awfully busy. Anyone could tell the delight on Wan Dongyang's face. Even though Wan Dongyang was verbally courteous, that haughty air made these distinguished aristocrats feel somewhat displeased. However, no matter how unhappy they were, they had no choice. Because from today onwards, the Drunken Star Manor would be the indisputable king of the state of Qin's alchemy world. Even the imperial family would likely have to be dependent on the Drunken Star Manor, because the imperial family had to nurture talents, so they had no choice but to purchase the Drunken Star Manor's medicinal pills. If not, their young generation would fall behind the other families. Most importantly, it was to fall behind the Su family. Everybody already deemed that the fragrant medicine pavilion would vanish from the capital from now on. This force that was propped up by the imperial family to impede the Drunken Star Manor would completely dissolve. But they had no choice. To launch 3 new types of medicinal pills in one move, the impact it had toward the fragrant medicine pavilion was seriously too great. Therefore, Wan Dongyang had the right to be high and mighty. Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's Pavilion Lord Yi Heng arrives. Imperial Uncle Nanfeng Lu. Eldest Princess Nanfeng Ruoqing arrives. The steward called out loudly once again. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence that Yi Heng actually arrived at virtually the same time with the Nanfeng family representatives. When organizing such a glorious event, whoever arrived first or later was not on a whim. Although those who entered prior to this were prominent figures in the capital, when compared to the characters who appeared now, they were insignificant. It should be said that the earlier one arrived, the smaller the force. The later one came, the heavier the weight they carried. Logically speaking, the imperial family's representatives should be the last to arrive. But now, Nanfeng Lu was not the last to reach, because the Su family's representative had yet to come. Wan Dongyang saw Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing, and hastily went up to pay respects. Wan Dongyang pays respects to imperial uncle, pays respects to eldest princess. Nanfeng Lu furrowed his brows and said unhappily, "Where's Wan Donghai? I represent the arrival of the imperial family. Doesn't he, the owner, know how to come out to welcome people?" Towards Nanfeng Lu's displeasure, Wan Dongyang behaved like he did not see it. He just flashed an apologetic smile and said, "Calm your anger, imperial uncle. There are too many guests today. Elder brother has his hands completely full and truly cannot free himself. Hence, he arranged for me to be here to welcome imperial uncle and eldest princess." Such impudence! This state of Qin is still under the regime of the Nanfeng family, and your Wan family already dares to be so unbridled? Nanfeng Lu was enraged when he heard that. Haha, imperial uncle can also see it. There are seriously too many people at this pill-grading assembly. This is also the first time our Drunken Star Manor organized such a major event, so we really don't have any experience. If there are any areas where we did not receive you well, please be magnanimous enough to forgive us, imperial uncle. Although I, Wan Dongyang, am not the owner of the Drunken Star Manor, I'm still born from the same mother as my elder brother, the second owner of the Drunken Star Manor. Being here to receive Imperial Uncle is also justifiable, right? Wan Dongyang smirking look made Nanfeng Lu so incensed that smoke was coming out of his orifices. Within the secular world, the imperial power was supreme. Nanfeng Lu was the emperor, Nanfeng Yi's blood uncle. He represented the entire imperial family. No matter how busy Wan Donghai was, he should also be here to welcome Nanfeng Lu right now. However, Wan Donghai avoided meeting him. This was clearly showing one up on the imperial family. This pill grading A.S. assembly today had other motives. Humph. Looks like the Drunken Star Manor really makes light of the imperial family. Since that's the case, Chinger, let's go. Finus. H.I. Plussing. Nanfeng Lu really flicked his sleeves and left. But Wan Dongyang did not have the slightest intention of stopping. He just smiled and watched Nanfeng Lu leave. Hang on, Imperial Uncle. Right then, a slightly tender voice sounded out. It was Yi Yuan who tagged along with Yi Hang. When Nanfeng Lu heard this, he paused his footsteps. Nanfeng Lu was clearly also an alchemy fanatic. He basically had no experience on how to handle such situations. This situation was directed against the fragrant medicine pavilion on the surface, but in reality, it was pointing straight at the imperial family. This fact was clear at a glance for those with discerning eyes. If there was an body present from the imperial family today, that would be equivalent to stepping back without even fighting. Those people inside might not be loyal to the imperial family, but in the human world, it had always been the word benefits that reigned above. There was not much difference to them who became the emperor. Therefore, even if the Wan family continued putting them down, Nanfeng Lu must not leave. The imperial family must have somebody present in this pill-grading assembly, or else those fence-sitters who were kept in the dark would really lean towards the Su family. When Nanfeng Ruoqing saw that it was Yi Yuan, she also could not help being slightly surprised. She was also caught off guard by this situation happening under her eyes and did not know what to do. Just as she was wavering on whether to leave or not, Yi Yuan called out timely, "What you do want to say, little child?" Nanfeng Lu asked with a frown. Yi Yuan ignored Nanfeng Lu. Instead, he copied the steward's voice and called out loudly, "Su family's family head, Su Yulin arrives!" Wan Dongyang's face changed, while others were a little unsure, only to see Wan Donghai walking out in quick strides with a wide beam on his face. Except when he just came out, the grin on his face froze right there. Seeing Nanfeng Lu and Yi Hang, Wan Donghai immediately knew that he fell for it. Sweeping a glance over everyone's face, only to see Yi Yuan looking at him merrily, Wan Donghai's face fell. It was this brat's doing again. He already came out, so it was naturally not nice to go back in. He could only toughen his scalp to come forth to pay respects. Wan Donghai pays respects to Imperial Uncle. Pays respects to eldest princess. Dongyang, seriously, you Imperial Uncle and eldest princess arrived. Why didn't you call me? Wan Donghai did not give other people a chance to speak and lectured Wan Dongyang straight away. Wan Dongyang instantly understood and condemned himself as he said, "It's all my fault, owner. I saw that you were too busy back there and had no time to receive guests, so—" "Shut up. Our Imperial Uncle and eldest princess ordinary people?" Wan Donghai reprimanded as he turned to Nanfeng Lu and said, "My younger brother does not know any better. Imperial Uncle, please don't find fault." Nanfeng Lu was about to speak when Yi Yuan started laughing loudly. "Manor Lord Wan, it's truly a waste for you to not become an actor. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Ha ha ha. The two of you singing and chiming along together really cracks me up." Wan Donghai's face darkened. He was well aware that this brat had a sharp tongue. The more he spoke, the more he will be dragged into the gutter, so he might as well just ignore him. However, Yi Yuan clearly did not have the intention of letting him off. He continued laughing and said, "Manor Lord Wan, you're such a fine dog. The moment you hear your owner arrived, you immediately ran out obediently. Just now, inside there, were you perking up your ears just to listen?" Yi Yuan, imperial uncle, and eldest princess are present. How can your insolence be tolerated? Just a few sentences, and Wan Donghai was on the verge of exploding again. Chapter 193. Don't interfere with my posturing. Chapter 193. Don't interfere with my posturing. Haha, Wan Donghai, you're really ALLSY. You actually dare to talk this way to a tranquil Cloud sect core disciple. Yi Yuan suddenly kept away his smile and said, icily. Wan Donghai's expression changed when he heard that. He really forgot that Yi Yuan had already obtained the status of a tranquil Cloud sect core disciple. A tranquil Cloud sect core disciple was even more exalted than a secular world emperor. If there were no accidents, many of those among the core disciples would end up taking on important sect positions in the future. In front of Yi Yuan, what did he, Wan Donghai, even count as? What? Could it be that, in manner Lord Wan's eyes, that master of yours is even more exalted than me, the high sect's core disciple? I've already stood here for a long time, and you don't even know how to come out to greet me. Yi Yuan became fiercer as he spoke. Wan Donghai's old face became like a chameleon, changing multiple colors already. He loathed in his heart, even though he knew that this was Yi Yuan A.S. Summing the majesty of the tiger, there wasn't the slightest bit he could do to him. Yi Yuan's present ident. 1. Tai was overly sensitive. In front of so many people, how could Wan Donghai dare be disrespectful to the high sect's core disciple? If he really did that, then even if he got rid of Yi Yuan, if the matter reached the Tranquil Cloud sect, he, Wan Donghai, would die 1,000 times over. The power of a sect was simply unimaginable to the secular world. As an alchemy grandmaster, Wan Donghai was naturally even more deeply aware of this point. And could it be that I, the high sect's core disciple, is still lacking the status for you to pay respects? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Wan Donghai gritted his teeth and was about to pay obeisance when a voice sounded out. You haven't even entered the sect yet. Junior apprentice brother, Yi is really overbearing. Which rule in the sect allows disciples to abuse power and bully others? Everyone turned around when they heard that, only to see 3 people arriving jointly, 2 elderly and 1 young. The 2 elderly were not others, but precisely Su Yulin and Su Yubai, and that young one walking in the center could also be considered an old acquaintance of Yi Yuan's. Who could it be other than Yang Hao? That voice just now was precisely uttered by Yang Hao. When Wan Donghai saw Yang Hao, it was like he was granted amnesty. He hastily went forward to pay respects. Wan Donghai pays respect to Mr. Yang. Yang Hao casually waved his hands to motion Wan Donghai to rise. He then said to Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice brother Yi, you're the one in the wrong here. When we, sect disciples, go outside, we have to win people over by virtue. How can we force others to pay obeisance? The current Yang Hao had recovered that sort of high and above ATT. 1. 2. Compared to what happened during their previous encounter. Yi Yuan did not say anything. He just looked towards Yang Hao's back as if he was looking for something. Yang Hao could not help being puzzled. He followed Yi Yuan's sight to the back, but did not see anything. However, he quickly realized what Yi Yuan's meaning was, and his old face involuntarily turned red as he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. This was a threat, a blatant threat. If Yi Yuan were to tell the events of the fire battle in front of so many people, what face did he have left to stay on? Forget about staying here. He could not even stay on in the state of Qin. A high-rank alchemy master battling fire with a low-rank alchemy master, and the result was being burned by him until his behind was exposed. The majesty of him, this tranquil cloud sect's core disciple, would become non-existent. Furthermore, a veteran core disciple who actually could not even win a newbie who had yet to be initiated. What kind of gaze would others look at him with? The crowd was uncertain, so they also followed Yi Yuan's eyes to look over, but did not discover anything. They did not know what Yi Yuan was trying to mystify. However, they saw Yang Hao's expression and knew that there was definitely something that happened between the two of them. It was just that Yi Yuan kept smiling like this without saying anything. They also did not know what medicine he was selling in his gourd, doing nothing but just looking. Yi Yuan, if you dare to speak of that matter, I guarantee that you will die a horrible death. Yang Hao transmitted his voice to threaten. I'm timid. Don't scare me, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang. I have a problem. Once I'm intimidated by someone, I can't control my mouth. If I were to spill the beans, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang mustn't blame me. Yi Yuan replied through transmission. You. Truly despicable. Fine. What do you want so that you won't say a single thing? Yang Hao had no choice but to give in. I haven't thought of it yet. For now, don't interfere with my posturing, and that will do. I had a hard time before I made it through the 9 Heavens Road and obtained core disciple status. You got to at least let me posture here in the secular world. Otherwise, when I arrive at the sect, I'll be at the bottom of the barrel. Even if I want to posture then, I wouldn't be able to, Yi Yuan said. Fine, I won't talk. Yang Hao finally chose to compromise, so he could only come to terms. The crowd also saw that these two people were transmitting their voices, but Body knew what on earth the pair were talking about. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face turned frosty again, and he said to Wan Donghai, Wan Donghai, you haven't come to pay respects. Do you really want to slight the high sect? Another large charge clamped down on him. But this time, Wan Donghai did not lose his head like before, because there was still another core disciple around. Wan Donghai looked at Yang Hao with eager eyes, but Yang Hao had an icy face as he said, What are you staring blankly for? Go and pay respects. Could it be that this Yang Hao's junior apprentice brother is not worthy for you to pay respect to? Gah! What sort of situation was this? Everyone was stunned. Yi Hang, Nanfeng Liu, Nanfeng Ruoqing, Su Yulin, and his brother were all collectively stunned. What the H.E.L.I. was this? Wasn't the change in ATTI too quick? Wasn't he still prepared to exchange blows with Yi Yuan just now? Why did the wind direction change in a blink of an eye, and he became apprentice brothers with Yi Yuan? Of course, the one who was the most stunned was still Wan Donghai. He had just prepared to straighten his waist. Now he had to bend back down. Oh, this old waist. Seeing no action taken by Wan Donghai for some time, Yang Hao said impatiently, What? Didn't you hear what I say, Manor Lord Wan? Wan Donghai was so stifled. He fought with Yi Hang for so many years without even paying obeisance to each other. But now he had to show deference to his son. You, hurry up. Are you still planning on holding this pill-grading assembly or not? Yang Hao said with a frown. Wan Donghai knew that he could not avoid this, so he gritted his teeth and gave Yi Yuan a deep bow. Wan Donghai pays respect to the high sect's core disciple, Mr. Yi. Yi Yuan chortled and said, Quickly rise, Manor Lord Wan. This bow of yours really humbles me greatly. Finus, H.I. plussing. Yi Yuan suddenly turned to Su Yulin and said with a smile, Su family head, isn't it your turn? Su Yulin was stupefied. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually point the gun barrel at him. When he reacted, he could not help bursting into a rage. As a matter of fact, his Su family's position in the state of Qin was indeed much higher than the Wan family's. But in front of a colossal behemoth like the Tranquil Cloud sect, the Su family and Wan family were no different. Yi Yuan was using his status as the high sect's core disciple to pay respects now. If he were to not show deference, wouldn't that be willful disobedience? But the problem was that Yi Yuan could very well be the murderer who killed Su Yishan. Asking him to pay respect to the enemy who killed his son? That was impossible. Don't go too overboard, Yi Yuan. I haven't even settled the scores with you about Yishan's matters. Su Yulin roared angrily. Yi Yuan ignored him, his gaze floating over to Yang Hao's behind again. Yang Hao was about to crumble. He said in a low voice, Su family head, it's just paying respect. You also won't lose a piece of fleas. Plus, by right, you should pay respect to junior apprentice brother Yi. Chapter 194. Inciting Public Sentiment. Chapter 194. Inciting public sentiment. Su Yulin's face turned green. He looked towards Yi Yuan with eyes briming with killing intent, as if he was looking at a dead man. With Su Yulin's relations, he could, in fact, ignore Yang Hao. But what Yang Hao represented was not himself, but Yao Qian behind him. Today's matter was excessively important. To the Su family, it could not afford any slightest room for error. If he were to lose the entire game due to offending Yao Qian, then he, Su Yulin, would be the sinner of the Su family. Thinking up to this point, Su Yulin simply shut his eyes and gave Yi Yuan a bow. Su Yulin pays respect to the high-sex core disciple, Mr. Yi. Su Yulin deliberately dragged out the Yi to express his displeasure, but Yi Yuan did not mind. He chuckled and said, "Looks like the Su family is still very respectful towards my Tranquil Cloud sect. Not bad, not bad. Hey, it's getting late. What's everyone still standing here for?" "Standing until my legs are already aching. Manor Lord Wan, is this your way of treating guests?" Wan Donghai was so furious in his heart. Just who was the one making a displaying of might and delaying everyone from going in? Now that you've finished posturing, you even say that your legs are aching. I've never heard of any spirit condensation realm martial artist whose legs ache after standing a while. "Mr. Yang, Brother Yulin, please." Wan Donghai shot a fierce glare at Yi Yuan and then said to Yang Hao and Su Yulin. The group of people headed for the inner hall. Nan Feng'er and Yi Yuan's eyes met as they smiled and also went in. The Drunken Star Manor specially opened up an enormous hall just for today's grand event. It was enough to house all the big and small families in the capital. This spectacle was even grander than the imperial family's state banquet. It clearly already Serpa S said that, but at this time, body was paying heed to these anymore. After today's exchange, there would surely be one side who must withdraw from the stage of history. After Su Yulin and the rest sat down, Wan Donghai went to the center of the great hall. He spoke in a clear voice. "Everyone, today the aim of our Drunken Star Manor organizing this pill grading assembly is to promote our state of Qin's medicinal pill business. Next, I would like to introduce a distinguished guest to everyone first." Speaking up to this point, Wan Donghai paused to create suspense. Indeed, those aristocrats looked towards Yang Hao because he was seated in the most prominent position. Everybody was speculating just who this young man was to actually seat in the seat of honor above Nan Fenglu and Su Yulin. And those two persons' faces were calm, as if they were not at all unhappy. This person hails from the high sect, core disciple Mr. Yang. He represents the high sect this trip to cheer on this pill grading assembly of ours. Wan Donghai introduced loudly. With Wan Donghai's introduction, the audience burst into an uproar. Tranquil Cloud, sect core disciple. This ident. One, Tai was too ill. U.S. Trias. No wonder he could seat above the imperial family and Su family. Don't look at how these people could summon wind and rain in the state of Qin. In all of their years, they might not have really met anyone who came from the Tranquil Cloud sect. No way. The Wan family can actually call down a core disciple from the high sect? There's probably going to be a good show to watch today. Hee, a high sect core disciple coming to pay tribute to the Wan family. There's much food for thought involved in this. Could it be that the high sect is already displeased with the imperial family? Originally, today was only to come and view the new medicinal pills. To think that something like this actually happened. I wonder how the Nanfeng family is going to handle this big introduction from the Su family. Who cares? We're all merchants. What we pursue is benefits. As long as there's money to be made, who cares whom the emperor is? My goal of coming here today is to seize the power of agency for the new medicinal pills. Humph. I'm definitely getting these new medicinal pills distribution right? Ha ha, then to each his own. I've already put down an arm and leg for today's pill grading assembly. How can I possibly lose to you? For some time, there were clamors among the oh bless. When Su Yulin saw this scene, he involuntarily felt great satisfaction. He planned for so many years. Finally, he could realize his ambition. Once Yang Hao, this big move was executed, it was equal to him winning half the battle. What Yang Hao represented was the Tranquil Cloud Sect. If even the Tranquil Cloud Sect supported him, there should not be a need for him to waste his breath on which side these people should stand on, right? Su Yulin's gaze swept around but finally landed on Yi Yuan, his complexion turning icy involuntarily. Yi Yuan seemed to have sensed something and looked towards him, even Flass. Plussing him a grin. Not knowing why, being looked at like that by Yi Yuan made Su Yulin feel uneasy. Su Yulin had a feeling that the greatest variable today would lie with Yi Yuan. Su Yulin also could not verbalize why he had this sort of feeling, but he just felt that the threat from Yi Yuan was even greater than Yi Hang's. This sort of feeling was very unusual. Yi Yuan clearly only had spirit condensation, realm cultivation. He simply could not join in the conflict between crystal formation realm martial artists. But why was this sort of feeling still so intense? Was it because of Yi Yuan's performance outside? Although Yi Yuan also had core disciple status now, he was simply incomparable to Yang Hao. Even if Yi Yuan flashed his ident. Su Yulin also had ways to make a comeback. Cough, cough, everyone. Quiet down. Wan Donghai made a silence gesture with his hands. After the great hall quieted down, he said in a loud voice again, Mr. Yang is the high-sex Pill Hall elders, Yao Qian's disciple. Elder Yao and Elder Ouyang are bosom friends. Today, for Mr. Yang to come for the pill grading assembly, this one expresses my heartfelt grat. One tood. Another huge commotion. Even though everyone had some speculations, with Wan Donghai saying it out, it still made everybody draw in a cold breath. In many people's hearts, the scales had already completely tipped over to the Su family side. This was likely the greatest calamity faced by the Nanfeng family since the establishment of the state of Qin. Countless people's gaze looked over to Nanfeng Lu, their eyes filled with sympathy. They were aware that the Nanfeng family also had ties to the Tranquil Cloud Sect, but they were totally negligible compared to the entire Pill Hall. No way? What does Wan Donghai mean? Could this be the high-sex Pill Hall showing their ATTI, tood in wanting to dispose of the Nanfeng family? Unlikely. Without extenuating circumstances, the high sect won't intervene in the secular world's replacement of the imperial authority. If the Su family had the support of the entire Pill Hall, then it probably wouldn't be just one core disciple who came. They would also have no need to host this pill grading assembly. And what you said is right. But even so, this influence borrowed by the Su family is also too strong. Yeah, the Nanfeng family is in danger this time. Just 2 sentences from Wan Donghai already smashed apart all the hopes of the Nanfeng family. Nanfeng Lu sat in the position beneath Yang Hao, his expression looking very ugly. Even Nanfeng Ruoqing beside him also did not look too good. This move from the Su family was too ruthless. Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing were seized with a sudden impulse to look at Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan flashed his ident, would it be of aid to this situation? The pair exchanged glances, but Nanfeng Ruoqing shook her head slightly. It was true that Yi Yuan obtained core disciple status, but he had not even entered the sect yet. Even if he revealed his ident, it would not help things at all. The terror of Yang Hao's ident. Did not lie in him being a core disciple, but in the pill hall behind him. Under this sort of circumstances, what should be done? Nanfeng Ruoqing could not but to panic secretly. Chapter 195. 3 new types of medicinal pills. Chapter 195. 3 New Types of Medicinal Pills. Yang Hao sat at the seat of honor in a lofty manner. In his eyes, these secular world people were just a bunch of ants. As his gaze swept through the faces of those bless, there were either nervousness or at a loss or excitement, all the facets of humanity, so on and so forth. It made him feel like he was overlooking all life. Finally, his gaze swept over to Yi Yuan, who was opposite him, and his face involuntarily froze up. The mood, which just got a little better, instantly vanished with a puff. This fellow was really hateful. However, he most likely would not survive today either way. Thinking up to here, Yang Hao could not help feeling secretly pleased. A core disciple who had yet to enter the sect was killed in a secular world conflict. With the addition of his master and Elder Ouyang covering up in the middle, the outcome would just be left inconclusive. Right then, Wan Donghai continued. I think that before everyone came today, you've already heard about the contents of today's pill grading assembly. That's right. Today, our Drunken Star Manor will be launching 3 new types of medicinal pills never before seen on the market. The launch of these 3 new kinds of medicinal pills will be the beginning of a new era for our state of Qin's alchemy world. Now, we will be uncovering the mysterious veil of these 3 new kinds of medicinal pills. One had to admit, apart from alchemy, Wan Donghai's ability to inciting public sentiment was not something that Yi Hang could compare to. In contrast to Wan Donghai, Yi Hang lacked a portion of worldly sophistication and had more personal charisma. Yes, the reason why the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion could still hang on until now under the Drunken Star Manor powerful attacks was due to Yi Hang's personal charisma. From the day Yi Hang took a step back until today, not a single Fragrant Medicine Pavilion employee left the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. If both parties were to swap positions, the Drunken Star Manor would have probably collapsed long ago. However, as the saying went, as virtue rise 1 foot, vice rises 10. Wan Donghai's operating methods were inexhaustible. This was also the reason why the Drunken Star Manor could steadily suppress the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. But today, the stirring by Wan Donghai's words was no doubt lethal. Wan Donghai went to the table arranged in the center of the great hall. On the table, 3 exquisite jade trays were laid out. The jade trays were covered using a red cloth, so the objects on them could not be seen clearly. But everybody knew that what was placed on these 3 jade trays were those 3 new types of medicinal pills. These 3 kinds of medicinal pills captured everyone's hearts. Wan Donghai held the jade tray on the left-hand side in his hands and gently removed the red cloth covering on top of it, revealing 3 gray-colored medicinal pills. I believe that everyone isn't a stranger to the Qi returning pill. To martial artists, Qi returning pills are a necessity. These few medicinal pills in my hands are the new and improved Qi returning pills. Its name is True Qi Returning Pill. The True Qi Returning Pill's essence energy recovery speed is 50% greater than the Qi Returning Pill. When Wan Donghai's words fell, the scene immediately exploded. Oh my God, 50%. If this True Qi Returning Pill was launched, wouldn't all the Qi Returning Pills in my shop be unsellable? Sigh, after today, we're all going to become the Drunken Star Manor's Virginia S. Sal's. Just 1 True Qi Returning Pill already have such effects. I really don't know what the other 2 types of medicinal pills are. Unequivocally, improving medicinal pills was exceedingly challenging. To raise the effects of the Qi Returning Pill by 50%, as long as the price was not overly absurd, once the True Qi Returning Pill was launched, it would surely monopolize the market. Coupled with the Essence Gathering Pill, the Drunken Star Manor could just wait to open their doors and count money in the future. The other forces were basically screwed already. Hence, for these merchants to survive, they could only be reduced to the Drunken Star Manor's Virginia S. cells, becoming their agents. This way, their stalls would basically become the Drunken Star Manor's branch. Wan Donghai smiled faintly and placed the true qi returning pill in his hand down. He lifted up the middle jade tray to give another introduction. The medicinal pill placed on this jade tray is not an improved version, but a newly invented type of medicinal pill. Its name is Essence Converting Pill. Speaking up to here, Wan Donghai purposely slowed his words and came to a halt. Indeed, once people heard that it was a newly invented type of medicinal pill, they immediately could not resist. Stop beating around the bush, Manor Lord Wan. Quickly tell us what the medicinal effects of this essence converting pill are already. Yeah, Manor Lord Wan. Just what on earth is the use of this essence converting pill? Wan Donghai saw that the time was almost right before saying with a smile, the medicinal effects of this essence converting pill is to raise the cultivation of essence qi realm martial artists by one realm unconditionally. However, a martial artist can only use it once in their lifetime. Consuming it again will not have any effects at all. No way, right? Unconditionally raising an essence qi realm martial artist's cultivation by one realm? This is too exaggerated, right? You aren't lying to us, Manor Lord Wan. Are you kidding? When martial artists begin cultivation, it has always been about ACCU, mulating essence energy. I've never even heard that there are such medicinal pills. This is too preposterous. And, Body believed Wan Donghai's words. People were like this. Once something Serpa said their boundary of understanding, they would instinctively choose to not believe. Wan Donghai smiled and said, I know that everyone has doubts about the effects of the essence converting pill. Hence, I'll test this medicinal pill right now in front of all of you. Right at this time, a 7th level essence, qi realm martial artist, walked out. He took an essence converting pill from Wan Donghai's hands and directly consumed it. At this moment, the entire hall was abnormally silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on that martial artist. Only Yi Yuan yawned lazily and was unconcerned over this. Yuaner, why do I feel like you aren't worried at all? If this essence converting pill really has such an effect, it's greatly detrimental to us. Yi Hang transmitted. Although Yi Hang was very confident in his son, after hearing Wan Donghai's introduction, his heart was still somewhat drumming right now. This was only the 2nd type of medicinal pill. There's still the 3rd type of medicinal pill which had not been released, and it had already spell-bounded virtually all of the influences in the state of Qin. This sort of situation was not something he hoped to see. Even though he had the explosive Yuan pill in his hands, Wan Donghai had 4 types of medicinal pills over here. Even if he could monopolize the explosive Yuan pill market in the future, he would also hold an absolute inferior position in the aspect of true qi returning pill and essence converting pill. Yi Yuan said smilingly, don't need to worry, father. Only these fellows who can't tell good from bad will take this sort of defect good to be a treasure. Defect good? Yi Heng asked in surprise. And this essence converting pill indeed has the effects of raising cultivation realm, but its side effect isn't small either. Wan Donghai taking this stuff out is seriously just scamming people, Yi Yuan said. This essence converting pill has side effects? This time, Yi Hang was even more surprised. That's right. After taking this essence converting pill, the martial artist's meridians will suffer a certain degree of damage which will affect future cultivation speed. However, this sort of damage isn't obvious. Ordinary people can't detect it. But when it's time to impact the spirit condensation realm, their success rate will lower tremendously. Instead, it would be much lower than martial artists who cultivate up normally. Yi Yuan explained. Yi Yuan once spent his lifetime to research tier 3 and below medicinal pills, and among medicinal pills, those with the greatest number of varieties and most widely used was naturally first-order medicinal pills. This essence-converting pill was basically something Yi Yuan left behind. He was naturally crystal clear on the medicinal effects of the essence-converting pill. Chapter 196. Unfurling the map to reveal the dagger. Chapter 196. Unfurling the map to reveal the dagger. If that's the case, then isn't Wan Donghai cheating people? Also, this sort of side effect, it will be discovered sooner or later, right? Yi Hang asked with a frown. Actually, this sort of side effect isn't much to those Blee family disciples. As long as they take some meridian recovery medicinal pills, it can completely be repaired. Or taking medicinal pills which increases the success rate when impacting the spirit condensation realm also works. As long as they break through to the spirit condensation realm, the martial artist's body functions will have a huge improvement. These hidden dangers will naturally also be cleared up then. After all, it's only a Tier 1 medicinal pill. A little side effect isn't insurmountable. Yi Yuan explained. When Yi Hang heard that, he said helplessly, "You said so easily. External injuries are easy to treat, but internal injuries are hard to get rid of. It's not that there are no meridians recovering medicinal pills, but each one of them is worth a fortune. It's likely even above this essence converting pill. Calculating this way, the loss outweighs the gain. As for medicinal pills, which increases the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm, although I know many alchemists wish to refine them, but up till now, I've never seen them before." Yi Yuan gave a mysterious smile and said, "If I guess correctly, this third type of medicinal pill is probably something that increases the success rate of spirit condensation realm. Ha, this pill haul planned really well." Yi Hang's face changed, and his gaze could not help plusing over to that not yet unveiled jade tray. If what Yi Yuan said was true, then this third kind of medicinal pill was going to be amazing. Such a medicinal pill was sufficient to shake the foundation of the imperial family. Putting aside all the martial artists under the heavens, just in the state of Qin, how many martial artists were stuck at the threshold of peak 9th level essence Qi realm, unable to break through? One could imagine just what kind of demand it would face once this sort of medicinal pill was released. Yi Hang himself knew that medicinal pills to assist in breaking through to the spirit condensation realm definitely existed. It was just that in this sort of place like the state of Qin, it simply did not have the capability to issue this kind of medicinal pills. However, Yi Hang also knew that Yi Yuan definitely knew the refinement method for this type of medicinal pills. Yi Hang sucked in a deep breath and said, "Yuan-er, it's all on you today." "Don't worry, father. If I can't even get this done, then I would have wasted Master's laborious efforts." Yi Yuan said, perfectly composed and collected. Right at this time, an essence energy storm suddenly held forth in the great hall. That martial artist testing the medicinal pill really broke through to the 8th level essence Qi realm. Marveling exclamations sounded out in the great hall. Her. Everyone has also seen the medicinal effects. There's no need for me to add on, right? Now, let's introduce the third type of medicinal pill. Wan Donghai did not give much of an introduction about the essence converting pill. He believed that the scene just now already gave everyone enough shock. He lifted the third jade tray and unveiled the red cloth to introduce. This third type of medicinal pill is today's Dynama medicinal pill. This third type of medicinal pill is called Rising Spirit Pill. It can increase the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm by 20%. What? Increase the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm by 20%? Is there a mistake? There's actually such a miraculous medicinal pill. Manor Lord Wan, how much is this rising spirit pill? I want to buy 10. Manor Lord Wan, I also want to purchase. The more, the better. Oh, right, and also the essence converting pill and true Qi returning pill. I also want. Everybody could not sit tight anymore. These 3 new kinds of medicinal pills, launched by the Drunken Star Manor today, simply subverted the knowledge of all the people sitting here. Even though many people sitting here were mentally prepared and knew that the new medicinal pills launched by the Drunken Star Manor today were not ordinary, they could not have imagined that it was so extraordinary. These people all left their seats in succession, encircling Wan Donghai in the center, fighting to converse with Wan Donghai. At this moment, body bothered with the Su family and the Nanfeng family contending for imperial authority. What they were concerned with was how to purchase the Drunken Star Manor's medicinal pills. They all knew that the Drunken Star Manor absolutely would not provide this sort of medicinal pills endlessly. With these 3 types of medicinal pills, what could the Nanfeng family use to hold the hearts of these aristocrats? Yi Yuan watched this scene and could not help sneering as he said, "SNATC hangs so fervently for stuff weeded out by other people. A bunch of fellows who have not seen the world." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but the surrounding few people heard it loud and clear. Nanfeng Liu and Nanfeng Ruoqing were somewhat bewildered, but Yang Hao's and Su Yulin's facial expression totally changed. "Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of what you just said? You say that these medicinal pills were developed by others?" Nanfeng Ruoqing asked curiously. "Otherwise, with the likes of Wan Donghai, that Chess, can he invent this kind of medicinal pills? These medicinal pills are clearly formulas that he got from some other place, other than sect forces. What other places could possibly have these pill formulas? Furthermore, if these aren't pill formulas sifted out by the sect forces, you think that Wan Donghai can get to see them? Would he dare to take over?" Yi Yuan said disdainfully. Nanfeng Ruoqing mused over it. This was really the case. However, even if they were pill formulas eliminated by the sect, bringing it into the secular world was also sufficiently startling. With just these few pill formulas, the Su family could already overthrow the imperial family. If the imperial family lost the support of these big and small families, the Su family virtually did not need to make any moves, and they could take down the Nanfeng family without drawing blood. Humph! How much do you know about sect matters? Even if the pill formulas were eliminated by the sect, it's enough to stun the world. Yang Hao snorted coldly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders, as if he was too lazy to dispute. Yang Hao's blow landing on cotton made him incredibly depressed. But at this time, Yi Hang could not sit still too. He was just about to go down when Yi Yuan held him back. "Don't be anxious, father. Wan Donghai hasn't finished executing his plays yet. Let him play first," Yi Yuan transmitted. "And what other means are there?" In terms of scheming, Yi Hang was evidently inferior to Wan Donghai. Her. Father will know when you continue watching," Yi Yuan said while smiling. Wan Donghai was presently surrounded in the middle by people, but Body really dared to get close to him. After all, he was a crystal formation realm expert. Even if he was an alchemist, these people dared not be and pee into him. However, the crowd was speaking incoherently, nearly drowning him in spittle. "Stop making noise. Not a single one of these 3 types of medicinal pills will be sold to you all." Wan Donghai suddenly shouted, "What, Manor Lord Wan, such incredible medicinal pills, and you're not selling. Don't tell me that you want to watch a treasure mountain?" "That's right, Manor Lord Wan. You didn't organize this pill-grading assembly just for us to covet it, right?" Wan Donghai waved his hands and said, "Everyone return to your seats. This one has something major to discuss with everyone." When they heard it, their hearts jumped with a start, thinking to themselves, "It's here." They were towed by Wan Donghai just now, blindly fighting over the medicinal pills, and forgot about today's feast at Hong Gate. One now, seeing Wan Donghai, said that it was most likely time to unfurl the map to reveal the dagger. Without any accident, Wan Donghai was going to force them to make their position known. Everyone returned to their seats with ugly expressions, weighing out just how they should deal with this front today. Chapter 197. When watching a play, watch the entire show. Chapter 197. When watching a play, watch the entire show, Manor Lord Wan. Speak then. What conditions do you want before you're willing to sell us these medicinal pills?" At this time, an aristocrat spoke. It was very clear that these medicinal pills Wan Donghai took out moved him greatly. However, his question also voiced out the words in everyone's hearts. Wan Donghai gave a slight smile and slowly said, "Speaking of which, these few years our state of Qin's national strength has always been leaning to the weak side. Among the tranquil Cloud 10 nations, we're already in the lower middle position. I wonder if after so many years, has anyone ever reflected on it?" When the crowd heard that, they thought to themselves that it had indeed come. These words from Wan Donghai were piercing criticisms. National strength growing weak, who was to be blamed? Couldn't have been their fault, right? Of course, it was the imperial family's fault. Many people's gaze plus feeded over to Nanfeng Lu's direction. I keep feeling that our state of Qin's forces are too scattered and does not form an effective alliance. If these forces can ally together to form a synergy, we can definitely make the state of Qin strong. Now, we have the essence gathering pill, true qi returning pill, essence converting pill, rising spirit pill, so many medicinal pills. It's enough to let even more martial artists grow stronger. Speaking up to here, Wan Donghai paused for a bit. Sweeping his gaze one round across the entire great hall, he said loudly, "Therefore, I suggest to establish a state of Qin alchemy alliance. Integrate all the influences together to bring about an even stronger state of Qin." When Wan Donghai's speech ended, Nanfeng Ruoqing could not hold back any longer. She immediately stood up and said furiously, "Wan Donghai, are you rebelling?" Towards Nanfeng Ruoqing's accusation, Wan Donghai was not overly surprised. He just smiled and said, "Why do you say that, eldest princess?" "I'm only saying to found an alchemy alliance to strengthen our state of Qin's power. Rather, as the imperial family, how many things have you done for the state of Qin these few years?" That's because Nanfeng Ruoqing did not know how to answer. It was an irrefutable fact that the imperial family was declining. Not that the imperial family did not wish to grow stronger, but because the Su family's obstruction was too powerful. Nanfeng Yi was overly cautious in taking action, which resulted in the state of Qin's situation today. When it came down to it, the Su family was the main culprit. But this was an open secret. All in all, it was still because the imperial family themselves were not powerful enough. In this world, it had always been the strong who reigned supreme while the weak were destined to be eliminated. Because of what? Her. Eldest princess also can't say it yourself? Us, the subjects, provide taxes for the imperial family, leaving the imperial family without the need to care for necessities. But what have the imperial family brought us? These years, the country is prosperous and the people are at peace. The citizens live a prosperous and contented life. Isn't this all thanks to the imperial family? Nanfeng Ruoqing said crossly. This was just peace on the surface. Even though we are people in the secular world, this is the world of martial artists. In the world of martial artists, it has always been the weak who are food while the strong feasts. Other countries grow stronger while our state of Qin grows weaker. In the future, the outcome can only be being swallowed up by other countries. Eldest princess, tell me whether what I said is correct or not. Wan Donghai said with a cold smile. Nanfeng Ruoqing was speechless because what Wan Donghai said was the truth. However, the Nanfeng family was not doing nothing these few years. Why did Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Jiro conceal their ident? 1. Tie and cultivate in the Danwu Academy? That was for the rise of the Nanfeng family. Nanfeng Ruoqing's talent in the alchemy path was incomparable. She had the qualifications to enter the Tranquil Cloud sect long ago, but she had always stayed in the academy because she hoped to make the imperial family stronger through her efforts. Why did Nanfeng Jiro train so desperately? She similarly wanted to let herself become strong to protect the Nanfeng family, to protect the state of Qin. However, the Su family pressed on at every step, and now they finally revealed their fangs. Yet the Nanfeng family had not matured yet. Everybody, as long as you join the alliance, we can enjoy the resources together. The merchants of the alchemy world can represent to sell the medicinal pills refined by the Drunken Star manner. Families and martial artists who join the alliance can enjoy corresponding discounts when purchasing alliance medicinal pills according to their contribution level. I wonder if everyone is pleased with such conditions? Wan Donghai finally threw out a heavyweight bomb. The allure of these terms was not an ordinary kind of big. One could imagine, with the Drunken Star manor possessing these 4 kinds of medicinal pills, they would hold a complete monopoly in the state of Qin in the future. If merchants in the alchemy world did not join the alliance, then they would not obtain the channel to get these medicinal pills. What awaited them was only one result: bankruptcy. Martial artists and family clans needed to nurture their own strength/forces. Their requirements towards medicinal pills were extremely huge. Undeniably, the prices of these few medicinal pills would surely be very high, especially the rising spirit pill. It would definitely be so high that it would be to quite a ridiculous extent. Even so, there would likely still be countless martial artists going after it in flocks. Even though it only increased the success rate by 20%, how many martial artists were struck at this checkpoint in the entire state of Qin? There were many people who were only lacking just a 5% success rate, which made them unable to break through realms. Resulting in years, slipping by 20% success rate was enough to let many Essence Qi realm martial artists break through to the Spirit Condensation realm. Even those 9th level Essence Qi realm without any hopes of a breakthrough, wouldn't they wish to give it a shot? Hence, these 2 conditions thrown out by Wan Donghai was too alluring. However, many of these aristocrats were still quite fearful of the Nanfeng family. Many of them exchanged looks and whispered to one another, discussing countermeasures. Wan Donghai was not anxious either. He waited patiently for everyone's reply. Yi Hang was in a big hurry when he saw the situation and wanted to move out again, but was stopped by Yi Yuan again. "Father, such a lovely show. How can you not finish watching it? When watching a play, watch the full show." Yi Yuan transmitted. "Still watching? Continue watching, and they will all seek refuge from Wan Donghai and Su Yulin already." Of course we got to watch. Such an excellent opportunity. How can it do if we don't get a clear view of these people's faces? Of course, it doesn't matter to me, but the Nanfeng family will probably start a major cleansing after this incident, right? If we don't let Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing see clearly, how will they know who to clean off when the time comes? Hearing Yi Yuan say this, Yi Heng finally calmed down. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again became somewhat different. Yi Heng really did not imagine that his son had already grown up to such an extent. As a father, he was still looking at the things in front of him, but his son actually already saw the distant future. Looking back at it now, virtually every one of Yi Yuan's actions had deep meanings. Even he, his father, could not quite see through his own son anymore. Right then, someone finally made a sound. "Manor Lord Wan, my W.A. N. G family is willing to join the alliance." The one who spoke was precisely the W.A. N. G family's family head W.A. N. G Jia. But he had just spoken when someone immediately voiced out criticism. "W.A. N. G Jia, you shameless thing. Your W.A. N. G family received imperial graciousness for generations. Yet you're the first one to defect to the enemy today." The one who spoke was a family head who was die-hard loyal to the imperial family. Humph! A fine bird selects its tree. A good subject chooses whom to follow. Go ahead if you want to follow the Nanfeng family to die together. W.A. N. G Jia said brazenly. With W.A. N. G Jia stepping out here, it immediately acted like a fuse. There were scores of people expressing their standpoints. My Lin family also joins the alliance. Song Tauga joins the alliance. In moments, there were actually more than half of the family clans or influences who chose to join the alliance. Chapter 198. Yi Hang makes a move. Chapter 198. Yi Hang makes a move. You all. The imperial family has always been good to you. Is this how you repay us? Nanfeng Ruoqing was so infuriated by these unfeeling wolves that she was shaking. She really did not expect that the imperial family's painstaking efforts in peacetimes were actually unable to withstand this bit of temptation of benefits. Eldest princess, their joining of the alliance is also to strengthen the state of Qin. Why must you be like this? Wan Donghai said hypocritically. Humph, don't get C. Oh, C. KY Wan Donghai. Imperial brother has long made preparations and won't let your wicked plan succeed. Su Yulin, at this time are you still going to hide behind and watch the show? Isn't it also time to jump out? Nanfeng Ruoqing stared at Su Yulin icily. But Su Yulin was currently resting with his eyes shut with a completely apathetic appearance, as he did not pay attention to Nanfeng Ruoqing. Wan Donghai faced the guests and said, Since everyone agreed to join the alliance, it's now time to offer up a portion of strength for our great Qin. Everyone's faces froze as they had a bad feeling as if they had boarded a pirate SHI+P. However, these people were all wily spirits. Since they agreed to join this alliance, they obviously would not be naive enough to think that they could only enjoy the treatment and did not need to contribute. The price they had to pay was to have a decisive break from the Nanfeng family. The Nanfeng family held the imperial position for a long time, but failed to keep forging ahead. Today, our state of Qin is tottering and about to fall into a crisis. This one feels that we should choose another wise ruler to lead our state of Qin onto the road to a powerful nation. Wan Donghai said loudly in clear voice. When he finished saying these words, everyone's gaze looked towards Su Yulin. The wise ruler in Wan Donghai's words was none other than Su Yulin. I feel that family head Su has an ill. U.S. Trius' reputation and his martial prowess is unparalleled. He can take the place of the Nanfeng family. Right then, a Su family's devotee opened his mouth to say, Nanfeng family, relinquish your position and abdicate. Family head Su succeeds the rule. Right away, these aristocrats were chiming in together, angering Nanfeng Ruoqing until her lovely body was trembling, while Nanfeng Lu's face turned green. Compared to the other party, the imperial family's momentum over here was clearly much weaker. Nanfeng Ruoqing suddenly thought of something as she looked towards Yi Hang and Sun with an unkind face. This father and son pair were too quiet. They had actually yet to make a sound until now. Before coming, Imperial Brother already made it clear that today, Yi Hang would be standing on the Imperial family side. But until now, there was no movement from Yi Hang at all. It was fine if there was nothing from Yi Hang, but with Yi Yuan and her relations, HI+P, could it be that he was going to watch helplessly as the Imperial family was overthrown? Yi Yuan clearly also noticed Nanfeng Ruoqing's gaze and could not help flash. Plussing a smile as he stood up to say in a clear voice, Isn't today the pill grading assembly? Manor Lord Wan, why did you make everyone digress from the topic? Yi Yuan's voice was released using essence energy, and it immediately blanketed everyone's voice. Seeing that Yi Yuan made his speech, Su Yulin, Yang Hao, and the others' heart involuntarily shook. They thought to themselves, it's coming. What they feared today here were not Nanfeng Lu and niece, but Yi Hang and Sun pair. Yet, until now, these two people had not even said a word. This was very abnormal. If Yi Hang had given up on the imperial family long ago, then he should not have appeared here today. But he arrived and yet did not speak nor cause trouble, allowing the pill grading assembly progress until now. This left them somewhat scratching their heads in puzzlement. Wan Donghai was currently pleased with himself when he heard Yi Yuan's unharmonious voice and instantaneously felt annoyed. Yi Yuan, did you jump out at this time to be a clown? Everyone is already clear on the medicinal pills launched by our drunken star manor. The pill grading A.S. Semli also naturally came to a conclusion here, Wan Donghai said with a scornful look. Yi Yuan came to a state of realization when he heard that. So, it's only these few medicinal pills? I thought that it was some kind of incredible grand meat. Just these few trash pills, and Manor Lord one also dares to take them out to showcase? Seriously unabashed to the limit. Her. Listening to the meaning of your words, does the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion have even better medicinal pills than these few types? Wan Donghai asked in laughter. He did not believe that Yi Hang had some trump card in his hands. Or else, why would he wait until now? If he left seclusion a few days later, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion itself would have closed down. But Yi Yuan just smiled and said nothing. At this time, Yi Hang went forward and said, the pill grading A.S. Semli this time is also a grand meat hard to come by in a decade. Manor Lord Wan exhibited their drunken star manners, several types of new medicinal pills, just now to let us widen our horizons. But, curiously enough, our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion also developed several new types of medicinal pills recently, just in time to borrow this pill grading A.S. Semli to let everyone appraise it. Ha. I heard that you were in a retreat for over a month. It wasn't to develop new medicinal pills, right? I really want to see just what kind of new medicinal pills pavilion Lord Yi developed in this 1 month. However, Pavilion Lord Ye's big talk is already said. In a while, it would not be easy to wind it up. Wan Donghai said. Yi Hang said indifferently, you don't have to worry about that. Finus. Plussing, Yi Hang surveyed the surroundings and asked, I wonder if there's any Essence Chi realm martial artist present who just happens to be stuck at a bottleneck, about to break through? This question from Yi Hang made those aristocrats unable to refrain from exchanging glances. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that these new medicinal pills developed by Yi Hang could also break through one realm unconditionally? But finding those martial artists stuck at a bottleneck, this sort of medicinal pill did not seem to have too much of a purpose? After all, it was not as difficult as imagined for Essence Chi realm martial artists to break through cultivation realms. As long as they used Essence Chi pills or Essence gathering pills, they could push past the bottleneck no matter what. A middle-aged man opened his mouth to say, Pavilion Lord Yi, my son is stuck at the 6th level Essence Chi realm bottleneck. He told me that he's only short of that last bit, but kept failing to find the opportunity. This family head was surnamed Huang. His name was Huang Hui. His son was called Huang Xian. Many of those present brought along their younger generations. Such an occasion had absolutely enormous benefits towards the growth of the younger generations. They obviously would not let go of this chance to educate the juniors. Huang Hui brought his son in front of Yi Hang and said with clasped hands, Pavilion Lord, you wants to test medicinal pills, right? I wonder if my son fulfills this criterion? Yi Hang swept a glance over Huang Xian and said with a smile, Not bad, 16 years old, peak 6th level Essence Chi realm. Family head Huang has a worthy successor. Haha, these words from Pavilion Lord Yi overwhelms me. Compared to your family's Yi Yuan, my son is far too lacking. Huang Hui said with a smile. Huang Xian was also a student of the Danwu Academy. Huang Hui had more or less heard his son mention Yi Yuan's performance in the academy. Even if he did not hear before, Yi Yuan's 2nd level spirit condensation, realm cultivation, was also plenty to leave Huang Xian far behind in the dust. Yi Hang gave a light smile and did not express any opinion. Yi Yuan's excellence no longer required other people's commendations. Family head Huang letting your son test the medicine. Aren't you afraid that this medicinal pill of mine has any side effects? I believe in Pavilion Lord Yi. Huang Hui only said this one sentence. All right, since that's the case, let your son swallow this medicinal pill and let us witness the effects. Yi Hang put his hand out. The medicinal pill held in it was precisely the explosive yuan pill. Huang Hui reached out to receive it and set it over to Huang Xian, saying calmly, "Shinner, take it." "Yes, father." Huang Xian actually did not have the slightest hesitation. He directly swallowed the explosive yuan pill and started to circulate his powers to refine the medicinal strength. Several dozen breaths later, an essence energy storm howled inside the great hall once again. Chapter 199. Medicinal effect of the explosive yuan pill. Chapter 199. Medicinal effect of the explosive yuan pill. 7th level essence, Qi realm. After Huang Xian consumed the explosive yuan pill, he directly broke through to the 7th level essence Qi realm. The effect was the best when consuming the explosive yuan pill for the very first time. Hence, Huang Xian directly burst through this minor stage bottleneck. However, this did not cause too much of a stir. With the earlier example of the essence converting pill, everyone was not too surprised by the scene. Yi Hang, the medicinal pill you devoted yourself to researching for a month was this. Are you thinking of using this sort of trash medicinal pill to defeat me? Wan Donghai sneered incessantly. This Yi Hang entered close seclusion for a month. Closed until he became stupid, right? Did he exit seclusion to be funny? Although this medicinal pill was not bad, compared to the essence converting pill, it was far too lacking, right? That martial artist just now only just broke through to the 7th level essence Qi realm not long ago. The essence converting pill forcefully raised him up by a minor realm. And this medicinal pill Yi Hang took out needed to pick an essence Qi realm martial artist on the verge of breaking through. In contrast, it was way inferior. The other guests' thoughts were about the same as Wan Donghai's. Towards Wan Donghai's mocking, Yi Hang turned a deaf ear to it and did not explain anything either. Yi Hang, if you feel that causing trouble like this has any effects, then you're too naive. Don't you know that the Traz, H.I. plus or your medicinal pill is, the more it showcases the irreplaceability of my medicinal pill? Wan Donghai continued to reprove him. Too amazing. Simply incredible. This medicinal pill is simply inconceivable. Right then, Huang Xian, who meditated to break through, finally awoken, and his first reaction after waking was a shock-filled face. Towards Huang Xian's exclaim, everyone was somewhat uncertain. Wasn't it just breaking through a minor realm? What's amazing about it? Just now, Huang Hui himself said that Huang Xian had already touched upon the threshold of the 7th level essence Qi realm, only a step away from reaching the door. This medicinal pill might have randomly caused him to break through. Was there a need to be so surprised? Huang Hui was also unsure and asked his son, "Shinner, what's so inconceivable about this medicinal pill? You seem to be on the verge of breaking through anyway, right?" Huang Xian nodded and said, "I was indeed about to break through, father, but I was ultimately unable to burst past the threshold of 7th level essence Qi realm. But just now, after I consumed the medicinal pill granted by Honorable Uncle Yi, the breakthrough happened immediately without any extra effort. I've never seen before such an incredible cultivation medicinal pill. The medicinal effects of this medicinal pill are at least 3 times of the essence gathering pill." Huang Xian was clearly very agitated. The impact that the explosive yuan pill gave him was too big. What did you say? This isn't a medicinal pill to aid in breaking through realms? It's just an ordinary cultivation medicinal pill? Huang Hui asked in shock. That's right. The medicinal pill I consumed just now was the same as the essence Qi pill and essence gathering pill. They're medicinal pills used in cultivation. However, this is no ordinary cultivation medicinal pill. Huang Xian corrected. Huang Hui and son's conversation finally aroused the guests present here. Everyone started to call into question one after another. Everybody only knew now that this type of medicinal pill Yi Hang took out was simply not targeting at the essence-converting pill, but directed towards the essence-gathering pill. If this type of medicinal pill really had the medicinal effects stated by Huang Xian, then forget about selling the essence-gathering pill. The medicinal effects of the essence-gathering pill were only 50% more than the essence qi pill, while the medicinal effects of the explosive yuan pill were 3 times of the essence-gathering pill. The disparity was too great. Cultivation medicinal pill? How is this possible? Consuming a cultivation medicinal pill and you can burst through a minor stage bottleneck? What medicinal pill is so sick? The Huang family didn't collude with Yi Hang, right? Consuming a cultivation medicinal pill and you can break through realms. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Yi Hang, even if you want to act, at least act a little more professionally, all right? This kind of shoddy drama. Do you think that everyone is an idiot? Wan Donghai said with a cold smile. When he heard Huang Xian and his father's conversation just now, Wan Donghai was also impossibly shocked. But he came around very quickly. It looked like Yi Hang was really at his wit's end. Even this sort of our dead drama play was used. Yi Hang did not explain anything. He just took out several pill bottles and placed them on the table. Inside were filled with medicinal pills. I have 20 explosive yuan pills here. You guys choose 20 essence qi realm martial artists to come out. I'll give each of them 1 each. How the medicinal effects are, what I say doesn't count. Only what they say matters. Wan Donghai, if you aren't assured, you choose the people yourself. Yi Hang said nonchalantly. Seeing Yi Hang so calm and collected, Wan Donghai was not so composed anymore. Could it be that this medicinal pill really had such heaven-defying effects? This was impossible. How could there be a cultivation medicinal pill with medicinal effects 3 times more than the essence-gathering pill? Fine. Since you want to play, then I'll follow you all the way. I want to see just whether or not this explosive yuan pill or something is really so miraculous. Wan Donghai said coldly. Very soon, Wan Donghai picked out 20 essence qi realm martial artists. There was even quite a number whose cultivation had reached the bottleneck among them. These 20 essence qi realm martial artists were all juniors of the family clans or influences that joined the alliance. Among them, there were even half who were dead loyal to the Wan family and Su family. Wan Donghai felt that this was a bit more reliable. Yi Hang did not say anything else. He just issued an explosive yuan pill to each person. After these essence qi realm martial artists consumed the pill, they sat down individually to meditate and refine the medicinal strength. Then, everyone's focus was gathered on these 20 martial artists. Whether Huang Xian's words were true or not, it could be seen in a while. After several dozen breaths said there was no movement from these essence qi realm martial artists. Seeing this scene, Wan Donghai was even more certain that the scene just now was simply a 2-party act performed by Yi Hang and the Huang family father and son. In a twinkle, several more dozen breaths said, and suddenly an essence energy storm howled inside the great hall again. Su Yilin's, Yang Hao's, and Wan Donghai's face involuntarily changed. Somebody broke through. 10 breaths later, another essence energy storm raged around. Another essence qi realm martial artist broke through. Then there were people breaking through nonstop. The essence qi realm martial artists that were chosen just now, as long as they were at the bottleneck, all of them would break through. Without waiting for these martial artists to finish refining, Wan Donghai grabbed hold of a junior who already broke through and asked impatiently, "Quickly tell me, is this explosive yuan pill a cultivation medicinal pill or not?" That junior's facial expression did not look too good. He did not know how to answer. He knew that he was on the Su family side, but was he going to admit the explosive yuan pill was a cultivation medicinal pill. You just have to tell the truth. Is it or not? Wan Donghai said solemnly. Cultivation medicinal pills were very easy to identify. It could not be refuted just by these 20 people saying no. Lying did not hold any meaning at all. Yes. Wan Donghai's heart fell, and he tossed this junior aside. Grabbing another person, he asked, You answer yes or no? This is indeed cultivation medicinal pill. How is this possible? How can this be possible? Wan Donghai muttered to himself, appearing somewhat battered out of his senses. From today onwards, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will officially start selling the explosive yuan pill. The selling price of the explosive yuan pill is only 20% higher than the base price of the former Essence Chi pill. Those who want it can go and place an order at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion after the pill grading A.S. assembly ends. Yi Hang said calmly. Chapter 200 Explosive Situation. Chapter 200 Explosive Situation. Only 20% higher than the Essence Chi pill? Doesn't that mean that it's even cheaper than the Essence Gathering pill? Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill is actually even cheaper than the Essence Gathering pill. This. Yi Hang isn't joking, right? This is a compa. Cyanate business. I really don't know how much black-hearted money the Drunken Star Manor earned using this Essence Gathering pill. Yi Hang's words instantly blew up the whole audience. This period of time, the Drunken Star Manor relied on the Essence Gathering pill to haul in quite a bit of money. Although the effects of the Essence Gathering pill was only 50% higher than the Essence Chi pill, its fixed price was twice of the Essence Chi pill. Even though everybody knew that this price was too high for martial artists, time was money. As long as they had the capabilities to bear the burden, they basically bought quite a number of Essence Gathering pills from the Drunken Star Manor to provide for the family's juniors to cultivate. But now, Yi Hang said that the fixed price of the explosive yuan pill was only 20% higher than the Essence Chi pill. Wasn't this a blatant face-smacking? Those present were wily spirits. They were all quite clear on what this explosive yuan pill meant. Explosive yuan pill was absolutely an epic-making medicinal pill. This sort of epic-making medicinal pill's fixed price was actually so low. Who would come to the Drunken Star Manor to purchase Essence Gathering pills? This move by Yi Hang was ruthless. It directly forced Wan Donghai all the way into the corner of the wall. Wan Donghai was so angry that his face turned green. His gaze, when looking at Yi Hang, was filled with killing intent. This way, who would come to the Drunken Star Manor to purchase Essence Gathering pills? Humph! Everyone listen well. Whoever goes to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to place an order for the explosive yuan pill will be removed from the Alliance and placed directly inside the Alliance's blacklist. Influences who enter the blacklist can forget about buying a single medicinal pill from the Alliance. Wan Donghai said with a cold snort. Wan Donghai's words were like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguished. Plussing these people's enthusiasm. Yi Hang was ruthless. Wan Donghai was even more vicious than him. Yi Hang only had explosive yuan pill, this one type of medicinal pill. But Wan Donghai launched 3 new types of medicinal pills today. And these medicinal pills were all medicinal pills necessary for cultivation. Who would dare say that they would not use it in the future? Manor Lord Wan seems to be very confident in your medicinal pills. Do you feel that everyone have to purchase your medicinal pills? Yi Yuan suddenly sounded out. Wan Donghai said with a cold smile, Isn't that so? Don't tell me you guys can still take out medicinal pills even more amazing than these 3 types of medicinal pills? Just as Yi Yuan said, these 3 types of medicinal pills were sifted out from the Tranquil Cloud sect. But Yi Yuan had not even entered the sect yet. Could he even know about those new medicinal pills? Yi Yuan chuckled, and a pill bottle appeared in his hand. The medicinal pills inside this pill bottle can double essence energy, recovery. Finus. H. I. Plussing. Yi Yuan took out another pill bottle and said, "This can raise a minor realm for essence chi realms unconditionally and completely without any side effects. That whatever essence converting pill is nothing but an incomplete product. How dare you have the nerve to use this kind of trash to scam people?" Following that, Yi Yuan took out a third pill bottle and said, "The medicinal pills inside here can raise the success rate of impacting the spirit condensation realm by 40%. Well, who's good and who's lousy? There isn't a need for me to say it, right? Now, do you still feel that those junk of yours are very useful?" Yi Yuan introduced 3 types of medicinal pills in one breath. With each speech, Wan Donghai's face darkened a degree. If the medicinal pills within these pill bottles were truly, as Yi Yuan said, wouldn't him hosting this pill grading A.S. assembly today become a joke? Not just Wan Donghai. The faces of everyone present were filled with astonishment. Wan Donghai's introduction just now already subverted their understanding. True Qi returning pill, essence converting pill, and rising spirit pill. Each type of medicinal pill was ample to alter the setup of the state of Qin. But then, Yi Yuan casually took out 3 types of medicinal pills and directly knocked down those 3 types of medicinal pills. Compared to Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, the medicinal pills launched by Wan Donghai was basically garbage. What a joke! You think that by casually taking out some medicinal pills, you can say that it's better than mine? If these are the medicinal pills prepared by your fragrant medicine pavilion, then this is also too targeted at us, right? Before today body even knew what kind of medicinal pills would be launched at the pill grading assembly. Wan Donghai said in a low voice, "I knew that you wouldn't give up until all hope is lost." Yi Yuan gave a cold SN. One GGR took out a medicinal pill from the 3rd pill bottle and directly threw it to Yang Hao. "Senior apprentice brother Yang, I wonder how is this medicinal pill of mine when compared to the medicinal pills developed by the sect for impacting the spirit condensation realm?" Yang Hao reached out to receive the medicinal pill. A bout of herbal fragrance entered the nose. After sizing it up carefully, Yang Hao's face involuntarily changed drastically. "Yi Yuan, where did you steal this true rising spirit pill from?" Yang Hao questioned. From Yang Hao's reaction, everyone knew that what Yi Yuan said was not false. At this point, those people who happily joined the state of Qin's Alchemy Alliance were currently so full of regrets that their intestines turned green. If they knew beforehand that the fragrant medicine pavilion would deal this kind of Civ counterattack, why would they join this lousy alliance? No wonder Yi Hang and Sun watched Wan Donghai's performance leisurely and calmly. They were just watching a joke. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Turns out that the sect calls this true rising spirit pilha. Rather fitting. However, don't casually slander fellow disciples, senior apprentice brother Yang. I haven't even been to the sect. Where did the word steal come from? This medicinal pill is refined by myself. If senior apprentice brother Yang don't believe, want me to refine one for you on the spot?" Yang Hao fixed onto Yi Yuan's eyes, trying to see something. But he discovered that Yi Yuan's eyes were very calm, without the slightest trace of guilt. Yi Yuan obviously did not have a guilty conscience. Before coming, Yi Yuan had long predicted the current situation. He refined a round of some commonly used tier 1 medicinal pills and brought over a pile of medicinal pills. No matter what kind of medicinal pills Wan Donghai brought out today, Yi Yuan would completely crush him. This was still because Yi Yuan did not wish to be overly startling, which was why he only took out some medicinal pills that were inferior by grade. If Yi Yuan took out the type of medicinal pills like the Spirit Surge pill, he reckoned that before long the sect leader of the Tranquil Cloud sect would head over here personally. Yi Yuan estimated that with the Tranquil Cloud sect's level, it was roughly the standard of the true rising spirit pill. That was why he took out these medicinal pills. Humph! Yi Yuan, don't get complacent too early. These few medicinal pills are very important to the sect, and now you actually took them out in the secular world. After returning to the sect, I'll definitely report to the upper echelons. You better think about how to face the interrogation from the upper echelons after entering the sect now. Now, are you going to surrender without resistance, or are you waiting for me to take you down? Yang Hao said with a cold smile. When Yang Hao said this, the entire great hall instantly cooled down. Su Yulin, who had his eyes shut to rest his mind this whole time, suddenly opened his eyes. Radiant light shone in all directions. Whoa, can't win in alchemy, and decided to switch to fighting Ha. Senior apprentice, Brother Yang, I know that you were very unresigned with your loss that day. Thinking to take me down a peg on the martial path today, right? If you have the capabilities, just come at me and try. Yi Yuan's degenerate look seemed to be completely clueless about the gradually tensing situation. Right at this time, the 4 crystal formation realm powerhouses in the Great Hall were already tightly wound up. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. Chapter 201. Who dares to touch my Yuan heir? Chapter 201. Who dares to touch my Yuan heir? Truly the ignorant is fearless. You aren't thinking that because I'm an alchemist, my combat power is subpar, right? Today, I'm going to teach you just what kind of strength sect core disciples have. Yang Hao said frostily. Yi Yuan curled his lips and said, I say, you're annoying. Are the martial arts of core disciples all on lip service? You're courting death, Yi Yuan. Yang Hao already had enough of Yi Yuan's provocation and could not hold back any longer. He made his move. Great thousand-leaf hand. Yang Hao cried out in a low voice. A palm created illusions of countless palms, smacking towards Yi Yuan. Seeing Yang Hao make a move, everyone was secretly shocked. Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciple strength is indeed fathomless. This great thousand-leaf hand is a superior grade tier 2 technique, right? It has actually been cultivated to such a level by him. This move, I'm afraid that none of us spirit condensation realm martial artists can receive it. I really dare not believe that this was unleashed by a youth who is not yet 20 years old. Isn't he an alchemist? His martial path prowess is also so formidable. This time, Yi Yuan is in danger. He is only 2nd level spirit condensation realm, way too weaker than Yang Hao. This move by Yang Hao quelled everybody. Among these people, the majority of them were spirit condensation realm martial artists, and there were even quite a number of peak 9th level spirit condensation realm martial artists. But when they asked themselves, they would also find it very difficult to gain an edge when facing this move from Yang Hao. The present Yang Hao is akin to transforming into a 1,000-hand bodhisattva, heaven cleaving and earth covering palms, blotted Yi Yuan out. But Yi Yuan just looked at Yang Hao smilingly without any intention of making a move. Yang Hao came forth in a threatening manner and came prepared to deliver a blow which would heavily injure Yi Yuan. But he had yet to approach Yi Yuan when an extremely powerful aura surged face-on, stagnating all of his movements. Yi Hang, your opponent is me. What kind of capabilities is acting in the way of the strong bullying the weak? This crystal formation realm aura was precisely released by Yi Hang, but Wan Donghai naturally would not leave it unchecked. He also charged at Yi Hang right away. Yi Hang gave a cold chuckle. His essence energy suddenly erupted, his entire being becoming like a blazing fire. Violent blaze, transforming dragon. Yi Hang waved a single hand. A fire dragon formed out of essence energy headed for Wan Donghai. Wan Donghai's face turned ashen. With his crystal formation realm strength, he actually had a feeling that it could not be overcome with force. In a hurry, Wan Donghai forcefully revolved his movement technique and barely evaded this blow from Yi Hang. However, although he avoided this attack, Wan Donghai appeared very ragged. He was brushed by the fire dragon, burning a large hole. At the same time, on the other side, this great thousand-leaf hand from Yang was filled with boundless majesty. But with a mere flick of a sleeve from Yi Hang, a burst of incomparably powerful wind carried him to the side. With a crash, Yang Hao's body slammed onto a table, scattering the food items on the table all over the floor. Yi Hang making his move stunned everyone with his technique. You're actually already at the second-level crystal formation realm. Wan Donghai was immensely shocked. A few days of not seeing him, and Yi Hang actually already broke through to second-level crystal formation realm. Not just that, his battle power was also not on the same level as before. That fire dragon move just now was so powerful that Wan Donghai did not even dare to clash against it. This move, Violent Blaze Transforming Dragon, was precisely the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts Mortal Chapter's third accompanying martial technique. Its might was extremely powerful. Yi Hang had only just comprehended a modic of it. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as Wan Donghai getting a hole in his clothes earlier. Yang Hao crawled up from the ground, his entire body stained with grease, looking very scruffy. He pointed at Yi Hang and bellowed in rage. You dare to make a move against a sect core disciple? This is provoking my Tranquil Cloud sect. I think that you're tired of living, right? Yi Hang was expressionless as he said, If you're not a sect disciple, you would already be a corpse right now. Whoever dares to touch my Yuaner has to be prepared to receive my wrath. Yi Hang said these words with a vast killing intent. Coupled with his somewhat rugged outer appearance, it was truly overbearing. You dare to provoke the sect for your son? Yi Hang, I'll report today's matter as it is to the sect. You just wait. Yang Hao threatened. You can also represent the Tranquil Cloud sect with the likes of you? What a joke. Yuaner is about to become a sect disciple. Compared to him, you're far off. I don't believe that the sect will deal with a genuine genius for a mediocre talent like you. Yi Hang struck mercilessly. Hearing Yi Hang's words, many people were secretly dumbfounded. They thought to themselves that this Yi Hang was indeed domineering. They knew that Yi Hang was famous for being protective of his son, but they did not think that he actually even dared to offend sect disciples for Yi Yuan. Yang Hao was so infuriated by Yi Hang that he was smoking from his orifices. As a sect core disciple, his ident. 1. Tai was incomparably exalted in the secular world. Even if the ruler of a country were to meet him, they would be reserved and respectful. But Yi Hang did not give him any face at all. Good. Very good. Yi Hang, you will pay the price for today's actions. Yang Hao gritted his teeth and said. At this time, Su Yulin, who had been silent the whole time, finally voiced out. I really did not think that my greatest opponent today was actually you, Yi Hang. However, Yi Yuan must die today no matter what. Humph. Just bring it on. Want to touch my Yuaner? Not unless you step over my dead body. Yi Hang said with an icy snort. Is that so? No need to step over your corpse. There will be someone to deal with you. Second brother, you go and kill Yi Yuan. Leave Yi Hang to me, I'll hold him. Wan Donghai, you go and handle Nanfeng Lu. Everyone listen up. As long as you follow me, Su Yulin, in the future, you will enjoy endless riches and glory. As long as you kill Nanfeng Lu and his niece, I'll confer you a different surnamed princes. Hi+P. Attack! Su Yulin gave a loud cry, finally shattering the controlled situation. He originally wanted to control these aristocrats through medicinal pills, taking down the Yi family father and son, and the Nanfeng family without any bloodshed. He did not think that it would be completely ruined by Yi Yuan. The Su family already pulled in quite a number of forces after these few years of painstaking planning. Removing those who were neutral, they would basically be evenly matched with the Nanfeng family. Over at Nanfeng Yi's side, he already arranged a backup plan. As long as they took down Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing, the overall situation would be fixed. However, Yi Yuan must die. because it was highly likely that Su Yishan died in Yi Yuan's hands. Su Yishan was the son most highly regarded by Su Yulin. In order to nurture Su Yishan, Su Yulin expended a great deal of effort. But Su Yishan had not even grown up yet before dying in Yi Yuan's hands. He would not let Yi Yuan go no matter what. Even if Yi Yuan presently already had core disciple one, Tai, he still had not entered the sect yet. As long as there was Su Yuding mediating things in between, he believed that the sect should not blame him too much. After all, a dead genius was no longer a genius. A powerful aura was released, and Yi Hang's face changed due to that. This Su Yulin actually also broke through to the second-level crystal formation realm. This time it was quite troublesome. Su Yulin and Wan Donghai were different. He was a pure martial artist with plentiful combat experiences. This was truly something unexpected. Chapter 202, Essence Energy Ignition. Chapter 202, Essence Energy Ignition. Yi Hang and Su Yulin Partik. 1p. Aided in the pill grading 8s assembly, but in order not to draw attention, they deliberately suppressed their aura. Now that it abruptly erupted, the shock it brought everyone could be imagined. However, while Yi Hang was stunned by Su Yulin's breakthrough, how was Su Yulin not surprised by Yi Hang's breakthrough? Su Yulin originally thought that with his second-level crystal formation realm strength, it was sufficient to take control of today's situation. But he did not think that Yi Hang, this variable, would pop out. Furthermore, from Yi Hang's attack just now, it could be seen that his combat power was not as weak as the average alchemist. Therefore, he did not talk nonsense like saying stepping over Yi Hang's corpse to kill Yi Yuan, but gave this task to Su Yubai. Yi Yuan, you didn't imagine that you're ultimately still going to die in my hands, right? Today, I'm going to use your fresh blood to hold a memorial for Su Yishan's spirit in heaven. Su Yubai said coldly, "You're overthinking it. That time in the academy was your one and only chance. Once you missed it, there won't be that chance ever again." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Is that so? If you include me?" Yang Hao said, "Your opponent is me. Yi Yuan, are you okay with dealing with Su Yubai?" Nan Feng Ruoqing blocked Yang Hao and asked Yi Yuan rather worriedly. No matter what, Su Yubai was a half-step crystal formation realm. His strength was way higher than Yi Yuan. "Piece of cake," Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Humph! Blind, reckless fool! Go and die." Su Yubai attacked Yi Yuan with the force of a thunderbolt. Yi Hang's face turned cold. He was just about to move to stop it when Su Yulin rushed over. Helpless, Yi Hang could only turn around and match up with Su Yulin. "Yuaner, you be careful. After father settles Su Yulin, I'll come to save you." Yi Hang only had the time to throw Yi Yuan one sentence. Father only managed to deal with Su Yulin. "It isn't so easy for this old thing to want to kill me." Yi Yuan also threw down a sentence. Activating Spirit Void Shattering S.P.A.C. He drifted to dodge Su Yubai's attack. At this moment, the entire Great Hall was already in great confusion. Both parties had completely sunk into a chaotic fight. However, what determined the final fighting outcome was still the matchup among the Crystal Formation realm martial artists. As long as victory and defeat were determined between Yi Hang and Su Yulin, the scales of victory will tip towards the winning side. Su Yubai's move missed, and he said with a cold sneer, "Trying to rely on movement techniques to shake me off? Naive! Aren't you aware that half-step crystal formation realm can train in Tier 3 martial techniques? Tranquil soul step." Su Yubai gave a low cry, and his body actually vanished in thin air. Yi Yuan suddenly felt his scalp tingle. A thick, bone-piercing, killing intent from the back. Without even thinking, he revolved the 9-sword stance. 9 Yi Yuans appeared at the same time. Boom! The floor of the Great Hall was sent flying by Su Yubai's palm. Yi Yuan barely avoided this attack. Humph! This move again. You really think that I can't do anything about you? Su Yubai snorted coldly, and his figure disappeared once more. Heaven flipping palm, overturning heaven and earth. Go to Hell. Su Yubai's figure appeared on Yi Yuan's flank this time, but the move became a large area of effect attack. Places where the palm wind swept through became bare. Forget about Yi Yuan only having 9 silhouettes. Even if there were 18 phantoms, they would also be struck by Su Yubai. Even though the power was not as great as before, it still left Yi Yuan's 9 silhouettes nowhere to hide. Overturning heaven and earth was the heaven flipping palm's ultimate move. It could only be executed after training to great circle rank. Su Yubai had already gradually progressed this move for several decades. Executing it was effortless. An enormous sense of danger came from the front. Careful, Yuan. Although Yi Hang was in a great battle with Su Yulin, he was ultimately unable to set his mind at ease about Yi Yuan's side. While he knew that his son was no longer the person he was, compared to Su Yubai, his cultivation realm was too low in the end. Humph, you'd better worry about yourself. Su Yulin attacked with a palm, forcing Yi Hang to the point where his hands and feet were in a flurry. Yi Yuan already had nowhere to avoid this attack. Essence energy ignition. 9-sword stance. Rumble. Right then, Yi Yuan's body was like it was immolating. The essence energy in his entire body was seething. At this moment, Yi Yuan actually did not dodge, but activated the 9-sword stance at full power. Rapidly, 9 streaks of sword beams fired out chaotically toward Su Yubai. Su Yubai was still immersed in the thrill of victory earlier, but now his face changed greatly. 9 streaks of horrifying to the extreme sword beams actually pa-s, said through his palm wind just like that, shooting over swiftly. Boom, 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 chi, chi, chi. Yi Yuan took a palm from Su Yubai solidly, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. Su Yubai would never have thought that Yi Yuan would use this kind of internecine fighting method. Currently, he wanted to display his movement technique, but it was already too late. Su Yubai could only dodge on the spot. However, these 9 streaks of sword light were incomparably dense. How could it be easy for him to dodge all of it? A severed arm suddenly flew up. Yi Yuan's sword beam actually shaved off one of Su Yubai's arm. Su Yubai barely managed to evade 8 streaks of sword beams, but was unable to dodge this 9th sword beam. He utilized all the essence energy in his body to defend against this streak of sword beam, but this sword beam disregarded his half-step crystal formation realm essence energy protection, chopping off one of his arms like breaking a dead branch from a tree. Ah! A miserable cry echoed out. Su Yubai was in an agonizing pain. Yuan. Yi Hang clearly saw just now that Yi Yuan was sent flying, forcing Su Yulin back with a palm. He wanted to free himself to go over. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Hang on, second brother. I'll come right away after taking care of Yi Hang. Su Yulin latched onto Yi Hang persistently and did not have the intention of bothering with Su Yubai. Yi Hang was originally in the weaker position when facing Su Yulin. With Su Yulin entangling with him and not letting him go, Yi Hang essentially could not shake him off. Go to Hell, Su Yulin. Being pestered by Su Yulin, Yi Hang was worried about Yi Yuan's safety. Each move executed was a suicidal fighting style and actually suppressed Su Yulin for a moment. Ah, my arm. Why? I clearly activated essence, energy, protection. Why was it still like this? Su Yubai could not understand how could an attack unleashed by a second-level spirit condensation realm possibly directly disregard his essence energy S. HI plus ELD? That was just one streak of sword light. How could a sword beam fired out by a second-level spirit condensation realm possibly sever a half-step crystal formation realm's arm directly? He did not know that when Yi Yuan released the 9-sword stance earlier, he used the complementing martial technique for the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, Mortal Chapter's second skill, Essence Energy Ignition. Essence Energy Ignition was not some amazing skill. Its specialty was to increase the might of martial techniques, causing the martial techniques unleashed by a martial artist to increase in power several times over. The 9-sword stance was originally an extremely powerful martial technique, even though it was limited by Yi Yuan's realm and could not unleash its true power. But after the might of the 9-sword stance was increased multiple times, it was sufficient to kill the half-step crystal formation realm Su Yubai. Su Yubai should be thankful that this streak of sword light did not hit his vital points, or else it would not just be a severed arm right now. Ah, Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Go die. Su Yubai went berserk. Chapter 203, Unexpected Interference. Chapter 203, Unexpected Interference. Everyone was dumbfounded. A second-level spirit condensation realm and half-step crystal formation realms match. The result was actually both suffering a loss. What the H-E-L-L? How can Yi Yuan be so strong? Su Yubai is a veteran half-step crystal formation realm expert. He actually had an arm chopped off directly. Yeah, a second-level spirit condensation realm junior could actually defeat a half-step crystal formation realm in a few rounds. Is this a joke? Is this really that trashy Yuan? He clearly did not even have a penny to his name not long ago, and now he can actually already stand on the same level together with us, the older generation? Everyone was speechless with shock. At Yi Yuan's age, he should be forming ties with their sons and nephews in the same generation. But now, they had to admit that Yi Yuan was already on an entirely different level from their sons and nephews. Yi Yuan already possessed the strength to threaten, even kill some of them, the senior generation experts. To think that a 15-year-old youth was already on the same level as them. These people felt rather peculiar, but even more so their inadequacy. What a fine son Yi Hang gave birth to. Many people sighed emotionally in their hearts. After Yi Yuan hit the ground, with a puwerk he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He forcefully took a hit from the palm wind. All of his organs were currently in turmoil. All of them S-H-I plus feeded places. Luckily, Su Yubai scattered the palm strength in order to hit him. Otherwise, the full power attack from a half-step crystal formation realm, even if it was the palm wind, was also not something that the current Yi Yuan could withstand. Without the slightest hesitation, after hitting the ground, Yi Yuan fished out a medicinal pill to swallow and started healing his injuries. However, he did not dare to meditate to recuperate. This was a battlefield right now. If somebody were to seize the opportunity to give him a blow, he would be screwed. I'm going to kill you, Yi Yuan. Su Yubai's roar shook until the roof nearly collapsed. It was evident just how furious he was at the moment. Su Yubai temporarily used essence energy to seal the wound and directly charged towards Yi Yuan. Su Yubai was only missing an arm which did not affect his movement, but Yi Yuan was presently heavily wounded. It was impossible for the circulation of essence energy to be as smooth as before. However, at this time, he could not be bothered with his injuries. He could only forcefully revolve essence energy to deal with Su Yubai's pursuit. The one-armed Su Yubai pounced over with immense speed, so fast that when he arrived in front of Yi Yuan, his figure vanished once again. Tranquil soul step. This footwork was fleeting and ephemeral. It was extremely hard to determine the person's location. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and displayed spirit void shattering S-P-A-C to the maximum, wanting to avoid this attack from Su Yubai. However, he suffered too heavy an injury in the end. His movement was not as agile as before. I'm going to tear you to shreds, Yi Yuan. An angry howl sounded beside Yi Yuan's ear. This fellow ran behind Yi Yuan again. Bang! Under everybody's astounded eyes, a figure flew out. Not Yi Yuan, but Su Yubai. Everyone only felt their eyes blur. A black-clothed martial artist blocked in front of Yi Yuan and looked indifferently at Su Yubai, who had just flown out. All right. Still okay. Won't die. Luckily you made it in time. I truly did not expect that you achieved those lofty aspirations you said the other day so quickly. Truly remarkable. Give me another month, and I wouldn't look so miserable. And I think so too. But there's no need to waste time on this sort of people. You're someone destined to do great things. If he doesn't die, I don't have the mood to do great things. Oh right, I haven't congratulated Teacher Huyen for breaking through to the crystal formation realm yet. Isn't it all thanks to you? Exercise your powers to recover. I'll stand guard for you. This black-clothed martial artist was none other than Huyen Yong, who broke through to the crystal formation realm after consuming the crystal formation pill. Back then, Huyen Yong was heavily wounded until he was coughing up blood after one hit from Su Yubai. But today, Huyen Yong sent Su Yubai flying with one blow. It could also be considered a greatly satisfying retribution. After obtaining Yi Yuan's crystal formation pill, Huyen Yong had been in close seclusion without exiting these few days to break through to the crystal formation realm at full force. He finally broke through the bottleneck yesterday and became a crystal formation realm powerhouse. Huyen Yong spent an entire day to consolidate his realm and went to find Jiang Yunhe directly after leaving seclusion. Jiang Yunhe's eyes nearly fell out after he saw Huyen Yong. Huyen Yong only said that he was entering seclusion, but he actually broke through to the crystal formation realm directly after completing seclusion. Jiang Yunhe could not help but be surprised. Before Huyen Yong entered seclusion, he was only at the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. According to common sense, wanting to cross this threshold needed at least over 10 years to first experience half-step crystal formation realm before he could improve a step further and cross this heavenly chasm. But now, Huyen Yong virtually broke through overnight. This was too unbelievable. However, Huyen Yong did not explain much to Jiang Yunhe. He told Jiang Yunhe that he wanted to go to the pill grading assembly. Jiang Yunhe hesitated slightly before agreeing. In reality, he wanted to go too, but due to his tie and sect rules, it was not convenient for him to show up. When Huyen Yong rushed over to the Drunken Star Manor, he just happened to see the scene of Yi Yuan and Su Yubai both heavily wounded, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. He could not have imagined that Yi Yuan had actually matured to such an extent. Crystal Formation Realm Powerhouse. Another Crystal Formation Realm Powerhouse actually came. Who's this person? I've no recollection of him. Father, he's our academy's instructor, Huyen Yong. However, before I returned to the capital this time, he was still at the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. How did he already broke through to the crystal formation realm after not seeing him for several days? What? You said that he was still at the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm a few days ago. Not half-step crystal formation realm? How is this possible? Absolutely not mistaken. Oh. Huyen Yong's appearance thoroughly shattered the present situation. The forces over on the Su family side had thoughts of withdrawing after seeing Huyen Yong send Su Yubai flying with one palm. Su Yubai was sent flying with one palm by Huyen Yong, aggravating his existing injuries. However, what he was more shocked by was that Huyen Yong actually broke through to the crystal formation realm. This fact intensified the shock. To Su Yishan, Huyen Yong was only a junior from the younger generation. Now, this junior actually overtook him. Such utmost mockery. Huyen Yong, why you actually broke through? This is not possible. Thanks to Elder Su's blessings, Huyen Yong broke through by luck, Huyen Yong said coolly. Huyen Yong, what audacity you have. As the academy's instructor, you actually intervened in secular affairs. This is violating the Academy's rules. I'll highlight this to the dean and make him punish you severely. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Elder Sue's status and position are much more triest than mine. I wonder why you're present here, and even brutally exchanging blows with my student? Humph. I'm here today as a member of the Sue family. There has nothing to do with the Academy. Is that so? This excuse of Elder Sue's is so forced. However, I'm only here today to protect my student. As the Academy's instructor, protecting the Academy's genius students, this is still acceptable, right? Furthermore, Yi Yuan Zident. 1. Tai is different from others. He's about to enter the sect right away. If he suffers any mishap here, who dares to shoulder the responsibility? Su Yubai was so angered that his face turned green. He knew that these words were just excuses eked out by everyone. If the sect were to really investigate into this, body could shoulder it. Chapter 204. I'll also disclose a revelation. Chapter 204. I'll also disclose a revelation. With Huyan Yong guarding, Yi Yuan could rest at ease and circulate his powers to boldly refine the medicinal strength. As for Su Yubai and Huyan Yong's crossing of verbal swords, he could not be bothered with it. In the martial artist world, it was never about talking. What it depended on was power. Huyan Yong broke through to the crystal formation realm now. No matter how much Su Yubai mouthed off, it was also useless. Even to the sect, crystal formation realm martial artists were absolutely not chess pieces that could be randomly abandoned. Even if the Su family lodged a complaint to the sect, it was also impossible for the sect to do anything to Huyan Yong just because of a word from the Su family. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, crystal formation realm martial artists might not be considered much, but they were the core strength of the sect. Casually casting away crystal formation realm martial artists was undeniably actions to cripple themselves. If it was not the most heinous of crimes, it was impossible for the Tranquil Cloud sect to do this sort of thing. Furthermore, Huyan Yong's age was even younger than Wan Donghai and Yi Hang. To step into the crystal formation realm at this age, his future was undoubtedly very bright. The sect could not overlook this point. As for the strife for imperial authority in the secular world, it was essentially a trifling matter to the sect. No matter who became emperor, their portion of taxes would not diminish. Halt! Su Yulin forced back Yi Hang with a palm and shouted. Huyan Yong's unexpected appearance made this entire situation become delicate. Su Yulin could not be bothered to tussle with Yi Hang anymore. Yi Hang was worried about Yi Yuan's safety and naturally did not wish to tangle with him either. With a leap, he arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan currently mediating to recover and his complexion gradually turning from pale white to rosy, a large rock in his heart was put down. Su Yulin's expression was not good. He fixed his eyes at Huyan Yong and said icily, "You said just now that you're only here to protect your student, Yi Yuan?" "That's right." Huyan Yong did not deny that. "Does that mean that if we don't make a move on Yi Yuan, you won't intervene in today's matters?" Su Yulin stared with Huyan Yong with burning eyes. "That's the case." Huyan Yong said, after thinking about it for a bit, "Then fine. You can bring Yi Yuan away now. Yi Hang, if you don't mingle with today's affairs, you can also leave. In the future, you can continue to operate your fragrant medicine pavilion in the capital. I absolutely won't make things difficult for you." Su Yulin said something which gave everyone a huge shock. Wan Donghai's face changed greatly when he heard that, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Yulin." He was about to speak when Su Yulin stopped him. "Brother Donghai, now are extraordinary times, so we have to use extraordinary means. As long as we take down the Nanfeng family, can he, Yi Hang, even fight off us teaming up?" Su Yulin transmitted. Although Wan Donghai still had some misgivings after hearing it, he still gave in. Yi Hang did not say anything, but Nanfeng were watching, and Nanfeng Lu could not stay still. "Don't fall for Su Yulin's trick," Pavilion Lord Yi. This is a tactic to delay under pretext. If the Nanfeng family falls from power, they definitely won't let you go. Nanfeng Ruoqing said urgently. Old brother Yi Hang, we've had dealings for so many years already. Don't fall for this kind of low-level fomenting. Nanfeng Lu also said. Su Yulin gave a cold laugh and said, Is that so? How much effort has old brother Yi Hang put in for your Nanfeng family? But what have you all repaid him with? What can you give him in return? Pavilion Lord Yi, don't listen to Su Yulin's nonsense. He thinks that victory is in his hands, but does not know that Imperial Brother already made preparations. Imperial Brother has already gone to get reinforcements, currently. Once reinforcements arrive, Su Yulin will definitely die without a burial place. Nanfeng Ruoqing said. Ha ha ha. Eldest princess, the reinforcements you're talking about isn't the Great Qin Dragon Guards, right? Su Yulin laughed wildly. Nanfeng Ruoqing's face changed when she heard that. The Great Qin Dragon Guards were top secret. How did Su Yulin know? Is eldest princess very perplexed by how come I know about the Great Qin Dragon Guards? In order to deal with me, Nanfeng secretly trained a division. This unit consists of 200 people, each of them possessing spirit condensation, realm, cultivation. Truly a force so great that it makes others despair. Su Yulin's admiration was filled with ridicule. Nanfeng Ruoqing's heart immediately sunk like a rock. A team formed by 200 spirit condensation realm martial artists was enough to instantly kill Su Yulin. But this secret weapon was known by Su Yulin beforehand. Then what would be the outcome? You. How do you know so clearly? Nanfeng Ruoqing asked with an ashen face. How hard's that? This team only has 200 people. Is it strange for there to be 1 or 2 of my people inside? Su Yulin said, proud of himself. Nanfeng Ruoqing's face was the color of dirt as she asked, You can't have... That's right. The 200 Great Qin Dragon Guards are already the Great Qin Dead Guards now. Just yesterday, my Su family's death sworn surrounded the Dragon Mountain tightly to do a shooting fish in a barrel. They used 5 7-stringed mighty crossbows to block the Great Qin Dragon Guards. Do you think that they still have any chances of survival? Su Yulin said. When Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing heard that, they sunk into hopelessness. That was their final trump card. If even this final trump card was completely sunk, the Nanfeng family was truly finished. Moreover, they did not feel that Su Yulin was lying to deceive them. The Great Qin Dragon Guards were top secret in the imperial family. Even Nanfeng Jiro did not know about this. The so-called trump card was a trump card because others did not know about them. But now Su Yulin knew about it. How could he let the Great Qin Dragon Guards go? Things have already reached this extent. Might as well let your despair be more thorough. Su Yulin's words were filled with satisfaction. Nanfeng Lu and Nanfeng Ruoqing exchanged glances. Their faces were pale because they thought about what these words from Su Yulin meant. Nanfeng Yi, since Su Yulin knew about the existence of the Great Qin Dragon Guards, how could he possibly not target Nanfeng Yi? Impossible. Imperial Brother is a crystal formation realm powerhouse, and you're also here. Who can you send to kill him? Ha ha. That's why I said to let you two despair more thoroughly. These few years, the Su family had always been second brother and me managing things. Has it already been far too long since you guys heard news about my big brother? Su Yulin said with a cold sneer. Nanfeng Ruoqing did not have much of a reaction, but Nanfeng Lu trembled and asked in disbelief, Su Yusin? How is that possible? Didn't he die long ago? That's right, he did indeed die. However, he died for your Nanfeng family to see. Before my big brother faked his death, he already broke through to 2nd level crystal formation realm. It's just that Body knew about it. Now that over a decade has passed, said he already broke through to the 3rd level crystal formation realm. He went to kill Nanfeng Yi. Do you guys feel that he has any possibility of survival? Ha ha ha. The more Su Yulin talked, the more pleased with himself he was, and he could not resist chortling. When Nanfeng Ruoqing heard this kind of bad news, she staggered and nearly fell down, but was embraced by somebody. Careful, teacher. It still isn't time to despair yet. Yi Yuan gave Nanfeng Ruoqing a faint smile. He actually recovered already. Finus. H.I. Plussing. Yi Yuan looked at Su Yulin with a smile and said, Since family head Su talked until you're so happy, I'll also disclose a revelation. At the Endless Forest, Su Yishan was indeed killed by me personally. I wonder if, having heard this news, does family head Su still wish to let me leave? Chapter 205. Fight for Myself. Chapter 205. Fight for Myself. Su Yulin's face suddenly changed. The pair of eyes looking at Yi Yuan seemed like they were about to spew fire. Speculation was one thing, but Yi Yuan confessing with his own mouth was another. Although all signs indicated that the possibility of Su Yishan returning alive was already very minute, as a father, he still hoped that his son could return safely. Or perhaps the few of them really did not be you and P into Yi Yuan in the Endless Forest, or were tangled with some demonic beasts. But those fleeting words from Yi Yuan shattered that final trace of hope. No way. Turns out that the Su family and Yi family's enmity has already reached such a degree. Then didn't Su Yulin's soliciting earlier become a joke? Yeah. No wonder such an important occasion today. But Su Yulin did not bring along his son. Turns out that he was already killed by Yi Yuan. Sigh, this Yi Yuan is still young and rash in the end. The Nanfeng family is already finished. Yi Yuan admitting that he killed Su Yishan at this time, Su Yulin will likely pursue this to the ends of H.E.L.L. Even though the Yi family temporarily took the upper hand over here, when Su Yusin rushes over, all of them will probably still have to die. If it were earlier, everybody naturally would not say that. But the Su family still had a third-level crystal formation realm Su Yusin. Furthermore, Nanfeng Yi was clearly doomed. The Nanfeng family can be considered to be thoroughly finished. Yi Yuan coming out to provoke Su Yulin at this time was no different from seeking death. Good. Excellent. Yi Yuan, I really underestimated you. For today's important matter, I was originally prepared to put aside Su Yishan's vengeance first. Now, since you admitted to it, then let's fight it out to the death today. Anyone could tell the thunderous rage in Su Yulin's words. Haha, looks like this spice of mine is a little intense. Family head Su is somewhat bewildered already. However, you aren't naive enough to think that my father and I will really leave this place, right? I think you're a little mistaken. My father and I standing here today are not to protect the sovereignty of the imperial family, but because of the irreconcilable feud of my Yi family with your Yuan family and Su family. Yi Yuan's words grew increasingly icier as he spoke, and actually made everyone feel a chill without being cold. Curiously enough, he was clearly just a second-level spirit condensation realm, but the words spoken by Yi Yuan made everyone feel pressure. Yi Yuan's words, no matter how one heard it, seemed to be somewhat treasonous and outrageous, with a subtle tone of slighting the imperial family. But when everyone thought of Yi Yuan's sect core disciple Aiden, they understood. They originally thought that the imperial family and Yi family were like ants on the same thread. Now, to them, the Yi family were simply just fighting for themselves, and nothing to do with the imperial family. Preposterous. Your Yi family members didn't even lose a hair, but Su Yishan already died in your hands. And now, you're talking big about some irreconcilable feud. Aren't you afraid of other people's ridicule? Su Yulin said with a cold smile, I can stand here because I'm sufficiently powerful. Su Yishan dying in my hands is also him taking the road to ruin. Don't tell me that you didn't send people and Su Yishan together to kill me. It's just that your son was useless and was killed by me instead. Also, Su Yubai Yuambus. plussing me a 6th level essence chi realm with your half-step crystal formation realm cultivation. Has that old face of yours been eaten by dogs? Of course. This kind of things had no lack of your involvement, Wan Donghai, and your precious son Wan Yuan. Back then, you set a trap for this little lord and nearly sent me to the netherworld. But you didn't expect, right, that this little lord would profit from misfortune and have today instead. Hence, it's time for us to settle this debt. Yi Yuan detailed the crimes committed against him by the Wan and Su families. Wan Donghai's face changed when he heard that. He only knew today that it was actually related to the poisoning previously that Yi Yuan could rise up so rapidly. Although he did not know what transpired in between, without question, Yi Yuan obtained an extremely heaven-defying lucky chance. In just a few short months, Yi Yuan actually grew to an extent where he could threaten Su Yubai already. Such a lucky encounter. Just thinking about it made people jealous. No way, right? The Su family and the Wan family are too shameless. They actually use so many despicable and insidious means just to deal with a junior. Haha. Pavilion Lord Ye's character is without question. He would never do this sort of despicable and shameless things. But with Su family and Wan family style, these sort of things are of no concern at all. I really did not expect that this pill-grading A.S. Semley would actually evolve to such a situation. Initially, I thought that it would be the contention between the Su family and Nanfeng family, but in the end, it became Yi Yuan's battle for vengeance. Although Yi Yuan's words were said casually, those present were all old veterans. They knew deeply just how much danger and scheming Yi Yuan experienced behind the scenes. If these methods were targeted at Yi Hang, it was still fine, but to use them to deal with a junior, it was seriously too shameless. Humph! Even with your blandishments, you can forget about leaving here alive today. Counting the time, it's about there. You all just wait to die. Su Yulin said with a cold snort. As the leader of the rebels, Su Yulin obviously not would acknowledge Yi Yuan's words. However, he also knew that the more he tried to deny it, the worse it would seem. Therefore, he just lightly skated over it. History had always been written by the victor. As long as he secured the throne, he could naturally whitewash everything, sweeping away today's events under the rug. However, Yi Yuan revealed a mocking smile on his face, making Su Yulin feel very displeased. Yeah, counting the time, it's almost ready. It's just I wonder who'll the one arriving? Yi Yuan said with a beam. Slightly earlier, on the path linking the capital and the Dragon Mountain, a group of people was currently plussing towards the Dragon Mountain with hasty footsteps. In the center was a sedan chair with a yellow roof, carried by 8 Essence Chi realm martial artists. Your Majesty, Dragon Mountain is right ahead, a general-looking martial artist said to the sedan. And got it. Nanfeng inside the sedan said nonchalantly. Ah, what happened? This. That general suddenly cried out and started stammering. Pulling aside the sedan's curtain, Nanfeng walked out from the sedan, only to see the corpse-strewn land. These were great Qin dragon guard corpses. Nanfeng knitted his brows, and his facial expression did not look too good. Those familiar with him knew that he must be in deep pain currently. These great Qin dragon guards were nurtured by Nanfeng after expending immeasurable effort, but now they were completely annihilated. How could this not make his heart ache? Who's there? Protect His Majesty, the general bellowed. An elderly man came from the front with both hands behind his back, looking very composed. When Nanfeng saw the arrival, his brows furrowed together again. He stretched his hand out to stop his subordinates' actions. You are not his match. Everyone leave. Don't cast away your lives, Nanfeng instructed. No way. Your subordinate will protect your Majesty to the death. The general refused to leave no matter what. Nanfeng grabbed hold of his collar with one hand and threw backward. That general flew out several hundred feet. I'll get lost for me. Nanfeng Yi said angrily. After his subordinates all left, Nanfeng Yi recovered his calm expression and said, "Didn't expect it to be you. Didn't think that you're still a kind ruler. I thought that you would use your subordinates' lives to exchange for a chance to escape," the old man said with a faint smile. Chapter 206, Deep Bow. Chapter 206, Deep Bow. Why do I have to escape? Nanfeng Yi asked calmly. Of course, it's because I'm stronger than you. Haha. Already at this time, are you still unwilling to let go of your emperor's majesty? The old man asked with a smile. Didn't think that the three of you brothers have already been planning today's revolt over a decade ago. Su Yusin, you guys really plotted very well. This old man was shockingly Su Yulin's big brother, Su Yusin, a third-level crystal formation realm powerhouse. Haha, your majesty flatters me. If I didn't fake my death, how can your majesty let the Su family develop in peace? Su Yusin had a look like everything was within his control. Nanfeng Yi nodded and said, "Speaking of it, ever since Su Yuding married into the Ouyang family, it virtually ordained this situation today already. However, even if you all calculated everything, you probably couldn't have calculated today's variable, right?" Nanfeng Yi still had a calm and composed appearance, but his words were filled with derision. But Su Yusin did not mind. He smiled and said, "Isn't your majesty too immature to want to use such words to scare this elderly self? Enough. Although I have lots of things I want to catch up with your majesty, I'm still quite uneasy about the situation over at the pill grading assembly. Is your majesty going to end yourself? Or are you going to make old me do it personally?" Nanfeng Yi chuckled, laughing very happily. "What are you laughing about?" Not knowing why, Su Yusin suddenly had a bad premonition. "I'm laughing because we've lived to ripe old age and schemed for half our lives, but in the end, we're both not the main casts in this battle for imperial authority. However, what I'm more fortunate than you guys in is that I got acquainted with Yi Hang," Nanfeng Yi said with a grin. "Yi Hang? You're talking about that chess piece you've been using to suppress the Su family, the owner of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? You mean to say that he's the protagonist for this fight for imperial authority? What a joke!" Su Yusin wondered if Nanfeng Yi went insane. "You're wrong. Yi Hang has never been my chess piece. It's just that I happened to save both him and his wife back then. He only remained in the state of Qin's capital to repay that favor. I just never expected that my unintentional action back then would actually become the linchpin to saving the Nanfeng family today." Talking about past events, Nanfeng Yi also sighed. 15 years ago, Nanfeng Yi was merely still the state of Qin's crown prince back then and had not broken through to the crystal formation realm either. He traveled the world to broaden his horizons, and as chance would have it, he encountered the Yi husband and wife who were being hunted down in the neighboring state of Yan. At that time, Rin Hongling was in labor. Yi Hang, who needed to protect his beloved wife and also needed to fight the enemies, had already fallen into a hopeless situation. Nanfeng Yi came forward bravely at that time together with his accompanying guards and saved the Yi husband and wife. Because of this, that half-step crystal formation realm guard of Nanfeng Yi's even died in the state of Yan. Afterward, Yi Hang followed Nanfeng Yi to the state of Qin and settled down in the capital. Then, later on, the Su family pushed Wandonghai onto the stage. At this time, Yi Hang already broke through to the crystal formation realm and became an alchemy grandmaster. Yi Hang resolutely stood up in order to repay that debt of grat. 1. Two'd and kept Wandonghai in check. All of this was Yi Hang's own accord. Or else, with his personality, how could he willingly slog for the Nanfeng family for so many years? Except Nanfeng, he would never have thought that his unintentional actions back then not only exchanged for Yi Hang's many years of spring-like repayment, it even obtained a feeble thread of hope for the Nanfeng family today. Yi Hang is merely just an alchemy grandmaster. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he also can't save the Nanfeng family's decline. Furthermore, as long as you die, why does it matter even if the Nanfeng family took the upper hand over at the pill grading assembly? Could it be that Yi Hang can still rush over to save you now? Su Yusin felt rather bewildered by Nanfeng Yi. You're mistaken. The protagonist, I said, is not Yi Hang, but his son Yi Yuan. If not for him, I'd most likely not be able to escape death today. Yi Yuan. Su Yusin stared at Nanfeng Yi. He was confident that Nanfeng Yi was already scared out of his wits. A brat still wet behind his ears. And you actually treat him as your savior. Body can save you today. Finus. Plussing. Su Yusin's third-level crystal formation realm aura was released completely as he shot towards Nanfeng Yi. Prepare to die, Nanfeng Yi. Right then, a white figure charged out from the forest and clashed directly with Su Yusin. Rumble. Su Yusin fell back over a dozen steps before managing to barely stabilize himself. Looking carefully, he saw a white-colored ape blocking in front of Nanfeng Yi. Su Yusin's face changed drastically. Peak early stage tier. 3 long-arm stone ape. How is this possible? Su Yusin's eyes were full of disbelief. Just as Su Yusin was having doubts, several more dozen white silhouettes popped out. 49 tier. 2 long-arm stone apes encircled him. Su Yusin, lost in his astonishment, had yet to know that he had already completely fallen into the 7-star, ephemeris, grand array. When I saw Yuan Fei, my reaction was exactly the same as yours. Now, you should understand why Yi Yuan is the protagonist, right? Yuan Fei is Yi Yuan's servant. Looking at Yuan Fei, Nanfeng Yi was still secretly quite terrified. How can a tier 3 demonic beast possibly acknowledge a human as its master? This is absolutely impossible. Su Yusin said in shock. This is how the truth is. Moreover, Yi Yuan possesses an entire clan of long-armed stone apes. He essentially doesn't need my Nanfeng family to make a move to eradicate the Su family. Su Yusin fell silent. He never thought that having concealed himself for over a decade, what he traded for would be this outcome today. Humph. So what? It's just a tier 3 demonic beast. I'm also 3rd level crystal formation realm. I might not lose to him. After the silence, intense unwillingness made Su Yusin explode. He rushed towards Yuan Fei without caring about anything. His reply was Yuan Fei's heaven-quaking blow. Ow. The capital. There was suddenly a commotion in the drunken Star Manor. Quickly look. Someone's coming. Isn't that His Majesty? He actually appeared here. Doesn't that mean? Sure. Softer. Do you want to die? I initially thought that the Su family had victory in their grasp. Didn't think that there would be a turnaround and the Nanfeng family would actually gain a complete victory. Looks like time is not yet up for the Nanfeng family. The Su family plotted for over a decade, and it was actually such an outcome that was exchanged. Su Yulin is probably going to go insane, right? Under everyone's gaze, Nanfeng Yi slowly walked into the drunken Star Manor. Seeing Nanfeng Yi, Su Yulin's facial expression was as ugly as it could get. Imperial brother, it's great that you're fine. Nanfeng Ruoqing could not help tearing from joy when she saw Nanfeng Yi. Thanks to little brother's blessings, I escaped death from this great calamity, Nanfeng Yi said smilingly. Finus. Plussing. Nanfeng Yi came in front of Yi Yuan, cupped his hands, and gave a deep bow in front of everyone's astounded eyes. Thank you very much for little brother saving my Nanfeng family. Please accept this bow from Nanfeng Yi. Nanfeng Yi's actions nearly made everyone's eyes pop out. What kind of person was Nanfeng Yi? He was the emperor of the great state of Qin, a supreme existence. He actually performed such a solemn salute to a youth. Su Yulin clearly said just now that not only did his big brother not die, He even broke through to the third-level crystal formation realm successfully. Just what on earth did Yi Yuan do to actually bring Nanfeng Yi back without losing a hair? Chapter 207. Looks can't kill people. Chapter 207. Looks can't kill people. Is there a mistake? His Majesty actually paid such great respect to Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan is a monstrous existence, he's only second-level spirit condensation realm after all. Just what did he do? In our state of Qin, third-level crystal formation realm is an invincible existence. What kind of trump card does Yi Yuan have to actually bring His Majesty back safely? More importantly, His Majesty returned, but Su Yusin? That's a third-level crystal formation realm. He couldn't have. I really don't dare to imagine just what kind of existence can kill a third-level crystal formation realm martial artist. Even if Yi Yuan had a fourth-level crystal formation realm martial artist on his side, Su Yusin could at least run away if he can't beat him, right? Unless these people already dare not to picture it, to not even give a third-level crystal formation realm any chance to escape. What kind of existence was needed for that? But if there was such an existence over on Yi Yuan's side, he completely did not need to fight so laboriously. The more they thought about it, the more they could not understand. But one thing was clear, they certainly could not treat Yi Yuan as a child anymore. He was already lording over everyone here. You got to be kidding. Even Nanfeng Yi gave him a solemn salute and called him as little brother Yi respectfully. If they still treated Yi Yuan like a child, then it was simply forgetting to bring their brain along when they left the house. Your Majesty, addressing my son like that is killing him. Yi Hang was speechless. Nanfeng Yi called Yi Yuan as little brother. Then what would he call him? Nanfeng Yi hooted and said, to each his own. With little brother Ye's talent, we'll definitely have to call him Your Excellency in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's good that Your Majesty is okay. Since Your Majesty came, isn't it time for us to find the Su and Wan family to settle the accounts? Nanfeng Yi nodded and said yes. The past dozen years, I've been really aggrieved as the Emperor. Today, having obtained little brother Ye's help, we should really find them to settle this debt. He surveyed the surroundings and said authoritatively, I know that many among you went over to the Su family. It's fine. As long as you all draw a clear line with the Su family today, past matters will be written off. If there are any stubborn fools, their entire clan will be put to death. Absolutely zero tolerance. Yi Yuan looked at Nanfeng Yi's back view and silently praised in his heart. As the Emperor, Nanfeng Yi was somewhat soft, but he was not a soft persimmon. His weakness was only relative to the Su family, now that the Su family forced him to an impasse. He finally decided not to run away. This move was rather brilliant. Stick plus carrot, Nanfeng Yi was well versed in the Emperor's path. The forces present were not solitary without anyone. This sort of matter, like exterminating the whole clan, was no joke. It was not even sparing fowls and dogs. Regardless of which influence they were from, they would measure the weight of these words. Of course, it was also the Yi father and son who created such an atmosphere. Otherwise, him saying something like this would be a joke. Everyone, don't believe Nanfeng Yi's bulls. Hi+T. He is delaying things under a pretext. After this matter is over, there will definitely be a reckoning. We still don't know who will emerge victorious for today's affair. Su Yulin, you aren't still hoping for Su Yusin to appear, right? Since I showed up here, you should also have guessed his outcome, Nanfeng Yi said with a sneer. Recalling that attack from Yuan Fei, Nanfeng Yi was still filled with trepidation right now. Too strong. The third-level crystal formation realm Su Yusin actually exploded in one punch by Yuan Fei. Back then his ALLS nearly popped out. Yuan Fei's realm was similar to Su Yusin's. How could he possibly unleash such a shocking attack? When he saw those Tier 2 long-arm stone apes, he suddenly understood some things. Those Tier Two long-armed stone apes' actions were rather profound. It actually secretly incorporated an array Dao. Nanfeng Yi did not know array Dao, but he simply could not think of just what kind of array formation could let an early-stage, Tier 3 demonic beast possess such a powerful attack. Su Yulin's heart plummeted. An incomparably humiliated feeling surged. Things already progressed until now, and Nanfeng Yi's side did not even lose a hair. But over at his side, his son was killed by Yi Yuan. Second brother had an arm chopped off by Yi Yuan. Big brother's life and death were unknown. Although looking at the present situation, he was most probably dead. The most hateful thing was that big brother Su Yusin's death also seemed to have deep connections with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan! All Yi Yuan! Su Yulin looked at Yi Yuan without concealing his killing intent. Yi Hang involuntarily went on alert when he saw the situation. Family head Su, don't look at me with this sort of expression, I'm scared. However, looks can't kill people. Wanna kill me? Make a move. Yi Yuan put up a frightened appearance, but his words were filled with ridicule. Su Yulin could not hold back his rage anymore. Courting death. Boom! Su Yulin and Yi Hang fought once again. At the same time, Huinyong and Nanfeng Yi also made a move. Three mighty crystal formation realm martial artists dealing with Su Yulin alone at the same time. Wan Donghai wanted to come over to help, but was intercepted by Nanfeng Lu. A great battle erupted between the crystal formation realm martial artists once more, except that this time the situation turned around. Yi Hang's side occupied a huge advantage. Among the crowd, there was Su Yubai and Yi Yuan left all of a sudden. Yi Yuan stared at Su Yubai and said with a grin, Elder Su, they're so busy. Let's not idle either, okay? What I've said before, I need to fulfill them eventually so that I can clear my thoughts. Su Yubai's face turned green. He lost an arm and was heavily wounded by Huinyong. He was simply unable to utilize much strength at the moment. Although he also consumed healing medicinal pills. How could his medicinal pills compare to Yi Yuan's? The current Yi Yuan already had his injuries healed 70% to 80%, while Su Yubai's injuries definitely would not recover without 10 days to half a month. Yi Yuan did not wait for Su Yubai's acknowledgement. The Canghua sword already swung out. Essence, energy, ignition. 9-sword stance. 9 streaks of sword beams flew out chaotically without any patterns. Su Yubai's pupils constricted. This move again. Su Yubai wanted to display the tranquil soul step to avoid this attack, but his current strength was not even 50% of his heyday. He simply could not display the tranquil soul step. All stop for me. Right then, an aged voice sounded. At the same time, several beams of light flashed past, directly eradicating Yi Yuan's 9 streaks of sword light. An elderly person stood in midair. With another wave of his sleeves, he swept Yi Hang and the other 2 to one side. An immensely powerful aura spread out, making all those present felt suffocated. Flying through the air. See Transformation Realm Powerhouse. Yi Hang, together with Nanfeng Yi, and the rest were all greatly alarmed. From the situation earlier, this Sea Transformation Realm Powerhouse evidently leaned towards Su Yulin's side. This was not some good news for them. Yi Yuan was not surprised by this person's appearance. On the contrary, it would be abnormal if he did not show up all along. Elder Yao, your elderly self is already so advanced in age. Looks like you still can't stay still. Yi Yuan looked at Yao Qian in midair and jeered with sarcastic remarks. When Yi Yuan said that Yi Hang and the others were all taken by surprise, his guts are a little too big to actually dare goad a Sea Transformation Realm Powerhouse. Chapter 208, Killing to His Face. Chapter 208, Killing to His Face. To people in the secular world, Sea Transformation Realm Powerhouses were like existences, because in the mortal nations, unless one had a heaven-defying lucky encounter, it would be impossible to break through to the Sea Transformation Realm. Back then it was because Black Crow Old Man accidentally acquired the Black Crow fire that he finally broke through to the sea transformation realm. However, this was just an example. There were too few. And now, Yi Yuan actually spoke this way to a sea transformation realm powerhouse. This was seriously not giving up until he shocked people to death with words. Yao Qian shot Yi Yuan a cold glance, then floated down from the air. When he saw that sword in Yi Yuan's hand, his gaze involuntarily froze. Songhua, sword has already been lost for 100 years. Why is it in your hands? Hee, I'm a disciple from the Danwu Academy. Why do you think it's in my hands? Yao Qian contemplated for a moment and thought of a certain possibility. He asked in amazement, "Can it be that you obtained it on the Nine Heavens Road?" Yi Yuan smiled but did not say anything. He had sworn a heavenly Tao oath, so he obviously would not answer Yao Qian's question. Yao Qian's face turned ugly. If Yi Yuan had really gotten the Songhua sword on the Nine Heavens Road, then things were not going to be easy to handle. Lu Yan went missing for 100 years. He actually came to the state of Qin's Nine Heavens Road to take up the role of guardian. The even more dreadful thing was that he actually said that Songhua sword to Yi Yuan. Ever since the founding of the Tranquil Cloud sect, there was no small number who made it past the Nine Heavens Road. But there were overwhelmingly few people who could obtain the guardian's inheritance. Yi Yuan acquiring the Songhua sword represented Lu Yan's recognition. Body knew about Yi Yuan's performance in the Nine Heavens Road, but Lu Yan's approval was stark clear for everyone to see. Lu Yan had already gone missing for 100 years. There was basically body who would care whether or not a dead person approved of Yi Yuan. But Lu Yan had another ident. One, Tai, which was the present Marshall Hall's hall head, Xiao Jian's master. This layer of relation was already not known among the Tranquil Cloud sect's younger generation. But Yao Qian and Xiao Jian were from the same era. Of course he knew. If Xiao Jian knew that Yi Yuan possessed the Songhua sword, he would definitely pay special regard to him. Marshall Hall head. Even Ouyingming could not afford to provoke him, let alone him, Yao Qian. Thinking of this, Yao Qian no longer bothered with Yi Yuan. Instead, he opened his mouth to say, "This seat is the Tranquil Cloud sect's Pill Hall elder Yao Qian. I'll be a mediator today and hope to bury the hatchet between the Nanfeng family and Su family. I wonder what everyone's opinion is." When Nanfeng Yi heard Yao Qian's words, he revealed a difficult expression. "What? Don't tell me that this seat's words are ineffective?" Yao Qian's face fell as he looked displeased. Everyone's heart jolted as they hurriedly said, "Dare not!" "Good that you dare not. While the sect doesn't bother with secular affairs, we also don't hope for this sort of fratricidal strife to happen. You all are the elites in the secular world, so you should unite your efforts to work together for the sect. How can you do this sort of self-crippling thing?" Yao Qian said coldly. Even though he knew that Yao Qian had the intention of vindicating the Su family, Nanfeng, he could not do anything about it, even if he had all kinds of unwillingness in his heart. Putting aside Yao Qian's exalted ident. 1. Tai, just based on his sea transformation realm strength, it was also plentiful to wipe out all the people present. What could he do? Nanfeng Yi also guessed that Yao Qian definitely had deep ties with Ouyingming, which was why he would help the Su family out. What he had always been wary of was this, to think that it became a reality after all. This time, not killing the snake after beating it, it would cause no end of trouble in the future. Nanfeng Yi gritted his teeth and was about to answer when Yi Yuan beat him to it. He secretly felt that things were not good, but was already too late to stop it. Elder Yao is really eloquent, hiding your selfish motives under the righteous cause of the sect. Do you feel that everyone is blind or deaf? Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Yao Qian snorted coldly when he heard that and said, You, Junior, are exceedingly rude. Do you think that I really can't do anything to you? You stole the sex pill formulas and leaked them out to the secular world. Do you believe that I'll put you to death right now? Yi Yuan smiled and said, All right then. Quickly put me to death, Elder Yao. Father, after I'm dead, bring the Tsanghua sword to the tranquil cloud sect, and let the lords of the sect judge who is right or wrong. I believe that there are reasonable places in this world. You. Yao Qian nearly choked to death. He could kill Yi Yuan, but he could not kill Yi Hang and Nanfeng Yi Tu. If he really did that, it would cause the sect's prestige to plummet drastically in the secular world. He would not be able to shoulder this, and as long as the Tsanghua sword showed up at the sect, Xiao Jian would surely ask about it. If he knew that he killed his master's last successor, how could Xiao Jian let him off? When he saw the Tsanghua sword earlier, he was just surprised for a moment and asked casually, But to think that this brat is so astute to immediately know that the Tsanghua sword was extraordinary. Yi Yuan's face turned icy and said, The secular world has secular world rules. The Su family went against their superiors and plotted to rebel. If even such an offense can be wiped clean off the slate, who would even dare to sit in the position of an emperor? Humph! Does this elder still need you to teach me how to do things? Yao Qian said with a cold smile, Elder Yao is mistaken. I'm not teaching you how to do things, but I'm just stating something to you. The Wan family father and son and the Su family brothers are dead for sure. Even if the F** King Jade Emperor descended today, he also can't save the Wan family father and son and the Su family brothers, Yi Yuan said icily. Once these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. A second-level spirit condensation realm, saying such words in front of a sea transformation realm. Wasn't this a joke? Of course, if they were to know that Yi Yuan killed a sea transformation realm powerhouse before, they most likely would not think that way. Yi Hang and Nanfeng sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan actually treated a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Anyway, he pleased. Yi Hang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally did not speak. Rather, it was Nanfeng Yi who could not resist speaking up. Little brother Yi, Elder Yao is a high sect elder, a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Don't be rash. Plus, Yi Yuan ignored him. Haha, ignorant child. I want to see just how you'll kill them in front of this elder. If you can harm even a hair on their bodies, this seat will immediately dust myself and leave. Yao Qian felt that this had to be the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Fine, you were the one who said it. Then prepare to get lost. 9-sword stance. Yi Yuan unleashed his attack once more. The target was straight at Su Yubai. Humph. This move again. Although this move isn't bad, your strength too poor. Yao Qian said with a cold smile, only to see him casually wave his hand, and the 9 streaks of sword light were instantly extinguished. Everyone could not help sucking in a cold breath when they saw the scene. This was the might of a sea transformation realm powerhouse. But a tragic cry suddenly sounded before the crowd's shock had passed. They followed the sound only to see a large hole exposed in front of Su Yubai's chest with blood cascading down without stop. The light in Su Yubai's eyes vanished swiftly. Even till death, he did not dare to believe everything that happened before his eyes. He was actually killed under a sea transformation realm powerhouse's protection. Everyone suddenly looked towards Su Yubai's back. Yi Yuan stood proudly while wielding his sword. Yao Qian's expression suddenly changed. He lightly smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan. The latter's body was exterminated without the slightest bit of resistance. Avatar body, I truly underestimated you. Yao Qian said while Nas, plussing his teeth in hatred. Chapter 209, Utter Loss of Face. Chapter 209, Utter Loss of Face. Second brother. When Su Yulin saw Su Yubai's tragic state, he exploded in anger. Yi Yuan, if I, Su Yulin, don't kill you, I'm lesser than human. Su Yulin thoroughly went berserk. The 3 closest people in the Su family all died in Yi Yuan's hands. The killing intent in Su Yulin's chest was about to punch through the skies. Yi Yuan, die. Tranquil, profound ice palm. The full power attack from a 2nd-level crystal formation realm caused the Great Hall's temperature to drop in an instant. Yi Yuan, who was bearing the brunt of it, felt a limitless cold attack coming, virtually freezing his entire body. Yi Hang's face fell and immediately unleashed violent blaze, transforming dragon. But Yao Qian's hands moved slightly, and a boundless essence energy ball gathered in the palm of his hand. Rumble! The fire dragon collided with the essence energy ball in midair. Ama! S! Civ recoil sent Yi Hang flying out, Cross. Plussing heavily onto the wall. This was the true disparity between Sea Transformation Realm and Crystal Formation Realm. Yao Qian's actions were relaxed without any effort at all, but Yi Hang could not even withstand this blow. If anyone else intervenes, it wouldn't be so simple next time. Yao Qian said coldly, due to his ident. 1. Tai as envoy, Yao Qian could not attack Yi Yuan. But if Su Yulin killed Yi Yuan, others naturally could not complain. Seeing Yi Hang injured, Yi Yuan's face darkened. He was truly infuriated. Su Yulin's tranquil, profound ice palm had already approached, but Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Go and die, Yi Yuan! Su Yulin's had a ferocious expression as a palm landed on Yi Yuan's body. Careful! Yao Qian's face changed as he warned. Humph! Too late! Yi Yuan, who was frozen, suddenly transformed into a bundle of yellow flame, and Su Yulin's palm started burning. Essence fire! Su Yulin clearly recognized what this was as well, and could not help faltering. He hurriedly pulled back his palm, but it was already too late. The essence fire crept upwards from his palm instantly. A horrifying flame promptly burned his palm into ashes, but it was not over yet. The cleansing sandal's sacred flame gradually burned Su Yulin's entire body like bone-infesting maggots. Virtually in an instant, Su Yulin became a burnt person. How could Su Yulin withstand the might of a Tier 4 essence fire? A pin drop could be heard in the entire Great Hall. Only Su Yulin's miserable cry echoed. Yi Yuan used the cleansing sandal flame lotus's true body to create an avatar body just now and did not release the flame through his meridians. This was the strongest state of the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. Su Yulin's palm landed, but he himself jumped into a fire pit. After several dozen breaths of time, the charcoal-like Su Yulin collapsed onto the ground and stayed down. He was already charred beyond recognition. One could only see the shape of a person. Those present exchanged glances, their eyes revealing complicated feelings. They were utterly unsure of what to say. Today, the shock Yi Yuan gave them was overly intense. He overturned the Su family virtually all by himself, and he was merely 2nd-level spirit condensation realm. What was that just now? Su Yulin is 2nd-level crystal formation realm. He's gone just like that? Too scary. That was essence fire. And from the looks of it, it's at least a Tier 3 essence fire. No, possibly even higher. But Yi Yuan is only at the 2nd-level spirit condensation realm. How did he subdue such a high-ranking essence fire? Are you daft? Can Yi Yuan's performance be measured using common sense? Have you seen before a 2nd-level spirit condensation realm killing a half-step crystal formation realm? Have you seen before the Emperor pay such solemn respects to a youth? Have you seen before anyone who could kill in front of a Sea Transformation Realm powerhouse? How? Many people were discussing Yi Yuan softly. Before they came to this pill-grating assembly, they thought of numerous possibilities, but they would never have thought that it was evolved to this sort of situation. The situation in front of them already completely broke out of control. There was no longer anyone who could control the current situation. Most likely, even that sea transformation realm powerhouse could not control it either. Because the Su family was thoroughly finished. Cleansing sandal flame lotus. Cleansing sandal sacred flame. You actually had such a level of lucky encounter. Yao Qian stared at Yi Yuan with a dull look in his eyes. His brain could not quite wrap itself around it for a moment. However, the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with quickly transformed from astonishment into greed. Cleansing sandal sacred flame. This was a tier 4 essence fire. If he acquired it, perhaps there was still hope of him advancing into the alchemy king realm in this life. But it was just a thought. He did not dare to kill Yi Yuan in front of so many people. The sect attached much importance to disciples who made it past the 9 Heavens Road. Otherwise, they also would not directly bequeath core disciple status, although Yi Yuan had not entered the sect currently. But in reality, he was already registered by the sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect's rules were that no internecine was allowed between fellow members. This was an ironclad rule. He, an elder, had no authority to privately punish disciples. But Yi Yuan did not answer Yao Qian's question. Instead, he said coldly, "Yao Qian, you're very good. Today's matter of injuring my father, I've noted it down." Not knowing why, hearing Yi Yuan's threat and seeing that ice-cold gaze of his, Yao Qian could not stop himself from trembling. Could it be that I'm afraid? What kind of joke is this? The other party is only a second-level spirit condensation realm b. A-S-T-A-R-D. Yao Qian felt baffled by his own reaction. Perhaps to other people, Yi Yuan's threat to Yao Qian appeared so pale and hilarious. But Huyan Yong found this scene rather familiar. Back then, when Yi Yuan was nearly killed by Su Yubai's sneak attack, he also used this kind of hilarious words to threaten him. Most probably, even Su Yubai could not have imagined that Yi Yuan could actually realize those seemingly hilarious, threatening words so quickly. Hu Yanyong felt that Yao Qian attacking Yi Hang today was the most foolish thing he had ever done in his entire life. Yi Yuan went to Yi Hang's side and helped Yi Hang inspect his body. His brows could not help furrowing. Yi Hang's injuries were not light. It was evident that the blow from Yao Qian earlier was not held back. This intensified the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart. But Yi Yuan knew that it was impossible to kill Yao Qian today. He could kill Black Crow Old Man the other time because of favorable timing, geographical, and human conditions. Not a single one could be omitted. It simply could not be replicated again. Even if Yi Yuan could sense that there was also essence fire in Yao Qian's body, it was also impossible to display flame explosion to blow the other party up. While Yao Qian might be an alchemist, he was also a genuine sea transformation realm powerhouse. Even if his combat power was lacking, it was also not something that the people present here could rival. "Teacher Huyen, can you please bring my father away from here first?" Yi Yuan said. "Okay." Huyen Yong did not hesitate and directly agreed. "Humph, you killed the Su family trio brothers and want to leave just like this? Aren't you looking down on me too much?" Yao Qian said with a cold snort when he saw the situation. The aura of a sea transformation realm was released once again. Cruce. H.I. Plussing everyone until they were suffocating. "What? Does Elder Yao Qian want to kill all of us to take revenge for those 3 brothers? I recall that a certain someone said that if somebody could harm a hair of the Su family brothers in front of him, he would immediately get lost. Looks like sect elder's words is just like farting." Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Yao Qian could not help freezing when he heard that. He still thought about skating over it just now, but he did not imagine that Yi Yuan did not forget it and brought this matter up again. This time, the face of him, a sect elder, was utterly lost. Chapter 210. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword Art, 1,000 Flowing Petals. Chapter 210. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword Art. Thousand Flowing Petals. Humph. Even if I don't bother about the Sioux family affairs, there will naturally be people who will care about it. Stinking brat. Just wait to receive the flames of wrath from the Ouyang family. Yao Qian found a way for him to step off the stage. This won't need to trouble Elder Yao. Even if the sky falls, there's me, Yi Yuan, catching it. If it were before today, Yao Qian would definitely snort in derision at these words. But today, Yi Yuan's methods came in endless streams. He clearly only had second-level spirit condensation realm strength, but that could make Yao Qian a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Felt like Yi Yuan was a hard nut to crack. Though his words were rampant, Yi Yuan truly had the capital to be unbridled. However, he did not plan on letting Yi Yuan off just like this. Or else, where would he put the face of him, this elder? Since the matter over here is done, then let's deal with the sect's internal affairs. Yi Yuan, you secretly stole sect pill formulas and circulated them into the secular world. This sin is unforgivable. Initially, I came to welcome you into the sect. But now, as a sect elder, I have no choice but to escort you into the sect to wait for the sect's decision. Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to make a move? Yao Qian recovered to that insufferably arrogant sect elder at this moment again. The Sioux family's matters were already a foregone conclusion. Even he was helpless about it. But if he let Yi Yuan swagger his way into the sect, putting aside other things, he could not give an account over at Ouyang Ming's side. Only by marching Yi Yuan into the sect could he look a bit better on the surface. When Yao Qian's words fell, the temperature in the great hall dropped drastically. Everyone understood that this was Yao Qian killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. On the one hand, he was striking the imperial family. On the other hand, he was hammering Yi Yuan, killing two birds with one stone. Furthermore, if he entered the sect with this criminal charge, Yi Yuan would probably find it hard to retreat unscathed. When Yi Yuan heard that, he suddenly grinned and said, "Then I'll have to seek advice from Elder Yao's brilliant moves. Everyone leave this place first. Once Elder Yao makes his move, most likely not a living being will survive. Your Majesty, I'll hand Wan Donghai and his son over to you. Don't let me down." The crowd felt touched when they heard it. This was Yi Yuan not wanting to harm the innocent. The might of a sea transformation realm attacking was extraordinary. That bout with Yi Heng just now was already considered showing mercy. Even though Yi Yuan's performance was very monstrous, they all knew that there were elements of gaining advantage through trickery. Genuinely facing a sea transformation realm powerhouse like Yao Qian, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to be his match. Yuan. Yi Heng doted on Yi Yuan the most, and was naturally unwillingly to leave alone. Yi Yuan flashed father a smile and said, "Don't worry, he won't dare to kill me. If I can't beat him, at most, it's just suffering a little. Leave this place first, father, I know what I'm doing." Seeing those firm eyes of Yi Yuan's, Yi Heng nodded and said, "You be careful." The crowd left the Drunken Star Manor. The originally packed Great Hall only had Yi Yuan and Yao Qian left at present. Yao Qian did not stop the others from leaving, and also did not bother about Wan Donghai's life or death. He just wanted Yi Yuan to crawl out from here. Use the cleansing sandal sacred flame as well. If I guess correctly, your trump card should be all used up, right? What method do you planning on using to deal with me? Yao Qian said nonchalantly, "TCH, don't you feel too immature for trying to goad me like this? Or is Elder Yao scared?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "What a joke. Do you feel that a sea transformation realm would fear you, a spirit condensation realm martial artist?" Although he flatly denied it, not knowing why, Yao Qian had a feeling like anger from having his thoughts read. Yi Yuan's means were endless. To say that Yao Qian was as steady as Mount Tai, even he himself did not quite believe it. After all, Tier 4 essence fire was in existence, which was already sufficient to threaten him. Haha, enough C. R. AP, bring it on. Finus. H. I. Plussing. Yi Yuan did not wait for Yao Qian to attack. He walked out from his own body. 1 Yi Yuan became 2 Yi Yuans, just like this. Yao Qian's pupils involuntarily shrunk when he saw this. He still thought that Yi Yuan would play hide-and-seek with him using the avatar body. Who knew that Yi Yuan would actually showcase his avatar body so openly? What was he planning on doing? Yao Qian did not dare to delay. Putting his hands together, he began to gather essence energy. The ace in the hole for C, transformation, realm martial artists. Right then, Yi Yuan's avatar body moved. He would not stand there stupidly and watch Yao Qian gather essence energy. If he let a C, transformation, realm gather essence energy, what did he need to fight for? There was only the outcome of a one-shot kill. The timing of the avatar body making its move was grasped perfectly. It just happened to disrupt the rhythm of Yao Qian gathering essence energy. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Yao Qian. Yao Qian did not dare to delay. An essence energy ball was fired out. Boom! The essence energy ball exploded in midair along with Yi Yuan, raising a bundle of flames. Right at this moment, Yao Qian's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Purple-colored petal rain. As a C transformation realm powerhouse, his sensitivity towards essence energy was far beyond what crystal formation realms could compare to. This purple petal rain was actually agglomerated and formed from heaven and earth essence energy. How was this possible? Yi Yuan was only second level spirit condensation realm. He could actually mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Yao Qian was an alchemist in the end. He was simply inept at combat. At this time, he actually had the time to stand there in a daze. An intense sense of danger welled up inside him. Yao Qian's hair was standing on its ends. This move by Yi Yuan was likely to be extraordinarily powerful. Tumultuous, violent wave. Yao Qian hurried, revolved his power, and started to gather essence energy again. Only this time he did not have such ample time to emulate it. However, there was more than enough to use this amount of essence energy to deal with a second-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. Yao Qian pushed out both palms. Essence energy actually roiled over towards Yi Yuan like a violent, turbulent wave. Azure, dipper floating 0 sword art, second stance 1,000 flowing petals. Yi Yuan gave a low cry. The sword tip danced, and the boundless flying petals actually assault Yao Qian. Gigantic waves billowed with a majestic aura, surging forward like a torrential tide. Falling petals adrift noiselessly where the source was distant and the stream long. Those countless falling petals were like moths flying toward a blazing fire, continuously whittling down the aura of that tumultuous, violent wave. Finally, those countless falling petals punched a gap in the gigantic wave and swept towards Yao Qian. Although the essence energy C was greatly diminished by the falling petals, it still carried enormous attack power as it surged towards Yi Yuan. Both parties received the attack at the same time. Pooh! Boom! Yi Yuan was sent flying out, directly SMAs. I, plussing through the wall and flew outside. Yao Qian was no better. Those falling petals were like individual knife blades, wrapping his entire body and slicing him. Chi! 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 The clothes on Yao Qian were shredded into countless ribbons, his flesh why blur? However, the essence energy protection of a C transformation realm was much more powerful. The wounds on Yao Qian's body appeared terrifying, but it was actually not that serious. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who became unconscious after being hit outside. Even so, this was an unprecedented humiliation for Yao Qian. A frontal clash between a C transformation realm martial artist and a second-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. And he was actually injured to such an extent. Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Yao Qian had already lost his mind in his rage. He directly rushed out of the Drunken Star Manor and unleashed a palm towards Yi Yuan. The people outside had not dispersed yet. When they say this scene, they could not help being greatly startled. Chapter 211, Mo Yun Tian. Chapter 211, Mo Yun Tian. Yi Yuan. Yuan. Yi Yuan facing off with a Sea Transformation Realm powerhouse. Yi Hang and the rest naturally would not really leave in peace. Seeing Yao Qian, who was drenched in blood, everyone was flabbergasted, and at this moment, Yi Yuan was lying unconscious on the ground. Yi Hang and Huyan Yong wanted to head over to rescue him, but it was already too late. An essence energy ball reached Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye, and he was already incapable of resisting at this moment. Yi Hang shut his eyes painfully, not daring to witness the scene of his son being killed. Right then, a silhouette appeared in front of Yi Yuan like a phantom and reached out to lightly tap the essence energy ball. It instantly vanished into nothingness. Everyone was unbelievably shocked. A 29-year-old youth in azure clothing faced Yao Qian calmly and saved Yi Yuan. This unexpected change caught everyone off guard. Who was this youth? Huyan Yang's pupils constricted when he saw that youth and was immediately overjoyed. With this person around, Yi Yuan should be safe and sound. The azure-clothed youth gave Yao Qian a slight salute and said with a faint smile, "Please calm your anger, Martial Uncle Yao. You vented what you needed to vent, so don't kill, all right?" In spite of everything, Yi Yuan is still a sect disciple. Yao Qian had already calmed down, currently too, but he gave a cold snort when he saw this youth and said, "What did you come for?" The youth smiled and said, "Master heard that there are 2 junior apprentice brothers with peerless talent and feel that it's more appropriate for them to join my martial hall. Hence," he explained to the sect master and ordered me to fetch the 2 junior apprentice brothers into the sect. Humph, using sect master to suppress me? I don't care about the 2 of them entering your martial hall, but Yi Yuan stole sect pill formulas and circulated them in the secular world. His crime is unforgivable and must be brought to the pill hall to be punished severely. Yao Qian refused to give in at all. This matter is all conjectures by Martial Uncle. Yi Yuan has never left the state of Qin before since birth till now and has never been to the sect. How could he steal the pill formulas? I think that, junior apprentice brother, you must have had some other fortuitous encounter. That's how he obtained the pill formulas. How about this, Martial Uncle? I'll bring junior apprentice brother Yi and Long Tang back to the martial hall first. The pill formulas involve the rise and fall of the sect. Master will definitely take it up personally. After inquiring into the cause, he will naturally give an explanation to the pill hall. The azure-clothed youth said neither humbly nor haughtily, "No way. Yi Yuan is guilty and must be detained back to the sect." "Since that's the case, then this disciple will have to offend you," the youth said calmly. "You dare to attack me?" "This disciple dare not, but master's orders are hard to go against." "What a fine Mo Yun Tian, to actually dare go against your superiors. I'll remember today's matters. I'll report this incident to the hall head and sect master. I want to see just what kind of accounting you all can give. Howa, let's go." Yao Qian said furiously, "Finus, H.I. plus ing." Yao Qian brought along Yang Hao and left without even turning back. "Senior apprentice brother Mo." After Yao Qian left, Huyan Yong shouted rather agitatedly, "This Mo Yuntian was precisely that peerless genius who Pa S. said through the 9 heavens rode a decade ago in the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, and also Huyan Yong's fellow sect senior apprentice brother. 10 years without meeting. The disparity between the 2 became greater and greater. Mo Yuntian looked towards Huyan Yong. An astonished look flashed past his eyes. Haven't met for a few years. To think that junior apprentice brother Huyen actually broke through to the crystal formation realm too. Felicitations! In his impression, Huyen Yang's natural endowments were not bad, but he should not have broken through to the crystal formation realm so quickly. Huyen Yang's breakthrough speed was at least 10 years ahead of what he imagined. Just good fortune. Many thanks for senior apprentice brother Mo helping to save Yi Yuan. If not for you, Yi Yuan would most likely be killed by that dogfart elder already. As for his breakthrough, Huyen Yang did not wish to say too much, but thinking of Yao Qian, he was full of hatred. That fellow concerned himself with the individual and not the matter, causing a total upheaval to the situation in the state of Qin and almost killing Yi Yuan. How could he not hate? Mo Yuntian waved his hands and said smilingly, Yi Yuan is also my junior apprentice brother in future. I'm here under master's order. Saving him is expected. This isn't the place to talk. Let's head back to the academy first before continuing. Finus. H.I. plus Ing. Mo Yuntian looked at the unconscious Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing deep shock. Mo Yuntian completely took in with his eyes the move Yi Yuan that used to deal with Yao Qian just now. It truly left him tremendously shocked. A second-level spirit condensation realm martial artist could actually communicate with heaven and earth essence energy to use such a powerful move. Such talent could no longer be described using monstrous. Although the heaven and earth essence energy that Yi Yuan could communicate with was very limited and not even worth mentioning to see transformation realm powerhouses, one must know that Yi Yuan was only second-level spirit condensation realm. If he broke through to the crystal formation realm in the future, just based on this move, it was sufficient to sweep away those martial artists in the same rank. Even now, the average crystal formation realm martial artist would absolutely not dare to let Yi Yuan complete this sort of move. Or else, they could only flee for their lives. Earlier, Yao Qian suffered a loss in Yi Yuan's hands, was still, because his combat experience was too little, giving Yi Yuan the opportunity to complete his move. If another martial artist were swapped in to do battle, they would definitely not give Yi Yuan this kind of chance. The flaw of this move was that it consumed too much time. Even so, the might of this move should not even appear on a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Also, Mo Yuntian clearly saw a shadow of the azure dipper purple yang sword art amidst the 1,000 flowing petals. But the sword intent of the 1,000 flowing petals was stronger than the azure dipper purple yang sword art. After this child enters the sect, he would surely become the number one among the younger generation in the not-too-distant future. A group of people came to the Dan Wu Academy and settled down. Mo Yuntian took out 2 medicinal pills to give Yi Yuan and Yi Hang to eat. Yi Hang's injuries regained control very rapidly. While Yi Yuan remained unconscious, his complexion gradually turned for the better. Yao Qian's attack was initially executed in haste and was also greatly exhausted by Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. Hence, while Yi Yuan's injuries were severe, there was no danger to his life. Afterward, Mo Yuntian went together with Huyen Yong to Jiang Yunha's residence to pay respects. When Mo Yuntian saw Jiang Yunha, he gave a bow and said, Yuntian pays respects to Lord Dean. Has Dean been well recently? Well, very well. Don't be too courteous, Yuntian. You're Hall Head Zhao's direct disciple now, with a status that is much higher than mine. No need to pay such solemn respects. Seeing Mo Yuntian, Jiang Yunha was clearly also beside himself with joy. He had already been in position for over a dozen years, and only nurtured this one talent. He would naturally regard him importantly. Mo Yuntian smiled and said, if not for the Dean's nurturing, how can Yuntian have today? In this life, no matter where I go to, Dean Jiang will always be Yuntian's Lord Dean. This Dean is already satisfied that you have such sentiments. You coming to the state of Qin this time is under Hall Head Zhao's orders? That's right. It's also fortunate that Master instructed Yuntian to come. Otherwise, our Tranquil Cloud sect's losses this time would be too massive. Junior apprentice brother, Ye's talent supersedes Yuntian's 10 times, 100 times over. If such a genius were to be ruined in Yao Qian's hands, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for the sect. After seeing Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals, Mo Yuntian also felt lingering fear in his herd. Such a matchless genius. Once the sect lost him, they might not even find another one for 100 years. Chapter 212, Talk of Destiny. Chapter 212, Talk of Destiny. Yi Yuan's talent is indeed monstrous, but to say that the sect losing him will be equivalent to a catastrophe, I'm afraid that it's a little exaggerated, right? Hearing Mo Yuntian had such high appraisal of Yi Yuan, Jiang Yunhe was surprised. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said, "That's because Dean didn't see the confrontation between him and Yao Qian. Just now, when he was facing off with Yao Qian, he used a sword move. This sword move was released through communicating with heaven and earth essence energy." Jiang Yunhe was greatly alarmed as he said, "What did you say? Communicating with heaven and earth essence energy? Did you see wrongly?" Hu Yanyong did not see what happened inside either. He was also dumbstruck hearing what Mo Yuntian said currently. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said, "How can I? In reality, I initially wanted to intervene earlier, but when I saw Junior Apprentice Brother Yi use that move, I had the thought of observing the result. Also, Junior Apprentice Brother Ye's fighting talent is extremely outstanding. He could grasp the flaws of his opponent accurately and unleash his strength to the limits. That battle looked like Junior Apprentice Brother Yi lost, but the way I saw it, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi was the victor. If Junior Apprentice Brother Yi possessed crystal formation realm strength, the one lying on the ground might just be Yao Qian." Jiang Yunhe exchanged a glance with Hu Yanyong and read the astonishment in the other person's eyes. What concept was Mo Yuntian saying? Sea transformation realm was an invincible existence above the crystal formation realm. Even if Yao Qian was the crummiest type of sea transformation realm, he could absolutely sweep through crystal formation realm powerhouses as well when facing them. But Mo Yuntian said that as long as Yi Yuan had crystal formation realm strength, he could defeat Yao Qian. Wasn't this sort of leaping ranks to battle too exaggerated? Also, if I saw correctly, Junior Apprentice Brother, you must have obtained the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art, complete inheritance on the Nine Heavens Road. However, his sword intent is not the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art, but is even higher rank than the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art. He should have completed a type of sword intent fusion. Such talent is likely no worse than Founding Father Yu Wei. Mo Yuntian continued. Jiang Yunhe and Hu Yanyong were horrifyingly shocked. If it was really as Mo Yuntian said, then doesn't Yi Yuan already possess the potential to shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm? To a sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect, this was absolutely a tremendous lucky chance. Everyone understood the logic of when a man attained the Tao, even his hen and dog became immortals too. If Yi Yuan could rise up, the Tranquil Cloud sect would become one of the strongest sects in the entire endless world. Jiang Yunhe's expression suddenly became grave as he said, "Yuntian, if Yi Yuan truly has such talent, it might not be a good thing to the sect." Mo Yuntian was stunned when he heard that and could not help asking, "Why does Dean say so?" Talk of destiny is fleeting and ephemeral, but regardless whether it's to sects or martial artists themselves, destiny really exists. Whether a martial artist can have great accomplishments, first we have to look at talent. But destiny is also very important. Back then, ancestral father Yu Wei was said to have obtained a certain ancient inheritance. That's why he could rise against the heavens and become a legend of the endless world. Jiang Yunhe paused for a moment and continued. It's the same thing for sects. A heaven-defying genius might be able to bring the sect to rise up powerfully, but the growth of a genius will surely incur many, many powerful foes. And these foes might not be something that the sect can withstand. A single misstep, and it could very well be a cataclysmic disaster. This is the sect's destiny being insufficient to support the rise of this genius. Mo Yuntian kept silent and did not speak when he heard that. He nodded a short while later and said, "Listening to Dean saying this, it's true. Ever since Yi Yuan's sudden powerful rise, all he provoked were foes much more powerful than him. At present, he had just broken through to the spirit condensation realm not long ago, and actually provoked such a powerful figure like Yao Qian. Truly can't tell what kind of terrifying adversary he will incur in the future. Even so, the sect can't abandon this chance. Everything is foreordained by the heaven. I believe that when Ancestor Pa S said Junior Apprentice Brother Yi that Songhua sword, he also did not imagine that this sword would actually save his life, right? Or perhaps this is Yi Yuan's destiny, and also the fate of the Tranquil Cloud sect." Mo Yuntian said firmly. "And how so?" Jiang Yunhe asked in puzzlement. Mo Yuntian smiled and said, "Do you know why Master sent me to the state of Qin? Isn't it because Hall Head Xiao heard that Yi Yuan has a stonies? Plussing talent, that's why he sent you here?" Jiang Yunhe said perplexedly, "Haha, Master is the dignified Marshal Hall Head. There are many matters he needs to attend to every day, and he also has to cultivate. How would he have the energy to bother with the affairs of two geniuses from the secular world? Junior Apprentice Brother Yi is extraordinarily talented, so the sect sent Yao Qian over. But why would he make an unnecessary move like sending over Mo Yuntian? Yeah, putting it this way, it's indeed a little strange. Do you all know the history of that spirit artifact in Yi Yuan's hands?" Jiang Yunhe and Huyan shook their heads at the same time. How would they know? That sword is called Songhua sword. It's the lifeblood spirit artifact of the previous generation Marshal Hall Head, Lu Yan. And Ancestor Lu Yan is Master's master. Tell me, how can he maintain his composure upon hearing the news of the Songhua sword coming into being? Mo Yuntian explained. The pair came to a realization. Turns out that the sword in Yi Yuan's hands had such an origin. Then how did Hall Head Xiao know that Yi Yuan has the Songhua sword? Jiang Yunhe asked in confusion. Xiao Jian did not even pay attention to secular world geniuses, so how could he pay attention to what kind of weapon was wielded by a state of Qin's genius? Mo Yuntian gave a meaningful smile and said, "Speaking of that, it's all thanks to the Su family." Su family? What's it got to do with them? If my guess is correct, the Su family members must have coveted the spirit artifact in Yi Yuan's hands. That's why they would inquire about the source of this sword. And Master just happened to find out about this matter and asked in detail, confirming that the spirit artifact in Yi Yuan's hands is the Songhua sword. After Master knew about this news, he was unbelievably agitated. Hence, he sent me here to the state of Qin. As Ancestor Lu Yan's successor, Master naturally would not let him enter the pill hall. But he also didn't think that so many things would actually happen in the state of Qin. Su Yubai, haha, the Su family really lifted a stone to smash onto their own feet. It's clear that Yi Yuan is indeed somebody with a great destiny. And, body can stop his rising momentum. Jiang Yunhe shook his head and said with a laugh, he truly did not think that there was actually such an intricate story in between. Su Yubai's greed saved Yi Yuan instead. It was evident that everything was foreordained by heaven. Yi Yuan was not meant to die. Mo Yuntian nodded and said, regardless where destiny and fate really exists, the sect has no reason to reject such a genius. Marshal Uncle Sect Master, as well as many sect upper echelons, have not given up on their desire to return to the northern domain. Now that we can see hope for the sect, we naturally have to foster Junior Apprentice Brother Yi with all our power. I think that this ambition might not have been absent when ancestor Liu Yan Pa-S said that Songhua soared to junior apprentice brother Yi. Chapter 213, Might of a Single Finger. Chapter 213, Might of a Single Finger. Several days later, barely any student was seen around the Danwu Academy. Almost all of the students gathered at the plaza. Yi Yuan had already recovered. This also represented that he and Long Tang were going to leave the Danwu Academy and officially enter the sect. Yi Yuan initially wanted to leave low-key, but Jiang Yunhe suggested to organize a grand sending-off assembly. After all, this was the greatest event in the state of Qin's Danwu Academy in the past 10 years. As the Academy's dean, he naturally felt honored because of this. Yi Yuan did not wish to put a damper on Jiang Yunhe's enthusiasm, so he agreed. I've long known that Yi Yuan was going to leave, but I didn't think that this day would arrive so quickly. Yeah, this fellow is too terrifying. Simply in a different world from the rest of us. Only a larger stage can better showcase his talent. Yi Yuan entering the sect is something within expectations. But did you notice a strange phenomenon? Virtually all those who walked close with Yi Yuan remolded themselves completely. Hearing you say this, it's really true. Teacher Feng, should be teacher Nan Feng has already broken through to the alchemy Grandmaster realm. Senior apprentice sister Nan Feng has already broken through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm and became the number 1 on the martial roll. Although senior apprentice brother Long isn't that close with Yi Yuan, he himself also acknowledged that he could only make it through the 9 Heavens Road because of Yi Yuan. The most frightening is still Elder Huinyong. He actually broke through to the crystal formation realm directly. Simply mind-blowing. You missed out 2 other people. One is the rising new genius figure among the Earth rank students, called Tang Yu. These few months, this Tang Yu advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through from 5th level Essence Chi realm all the way to 9th level Essence Chi realm. I heard that he's going to take part in the Earth rank advancement test very soon to become a Heaven rank student. And he is the person who got to know Yi Yuan earliest. Another is Yi Yuan's father, Pavilion Lord Yi. Not only did Pavilion Lord Yi break through to the 2nd level crystal formation realm, he even broke through to middle rank alchemy Grandmaster. Could it be that Yi Yuan's body has some magic? Hearing you say this, I really regret it to death. If I knew it would be like this, I should have hugged Yi Yuan's thigh tightly. For all we know, I might also be able to become a Heaven rank student now, or maybe even become a martial role expert. Keep dreaming. Yi Yuan's rise could already be said to be a legend in the Danwu Academy, especially for those aristocrat students. Many of them knew that Yi Yuan went on a Ma.'s Saker in the capital and confronted a sea transformation realm powerhouse face-on. This courage and vigor, this strength, they could only look up to it in their lifetime. Additionally, Huinyong had already succeeded Su Yubai's position at this time and became the disciplinary hall's first elder. Initially, with Huinyong's age, he had the opportunity to enter the sect, but he still chose to stay in the academy to assist the dean all the way until the dean returned to the sect. Yi Yuan knew that Huinyong was brought up by Jiang Yunhe, so did not say anything. But he secretly made a resolution to help Jiang Yunhe get the purple center soul incantation as soon as possible. One had to say Jiang Yunhe had been completely absorbed in being the dean. Throughout the entire process, each and every one of the students was like on stimulants. They treated Long Tang and Yi Yuan as idols and were determined to become a sect disciple. The power of a role model was boundless, especially the role models by the side of the students. The sending off assembly was coming to a close. Jiang Yunhe was about to announce the conclusion when Long Tang, who had kept silent the whole time, opened his mouth to speak at this time. He went in front of Yi Yuan and said seriously, Yi Yuan, I knew that you would eventually surpass me one day, but I didn't think that this day would come so quickly. Although I know that I'm not your match right now, I still wish to issue a challenge to you. I wonder if the agreed-upon battle we had before is still counted? Towards Long Tang's actions, Yi Yuan was also somewhat surprised. Indeed, Long Tang's current strength was already inadequate to threaten him. However, fighting with Long Tang was just exchanging pointers. Yi Yuan obviously could not bring out all of his cards like dealing with Su Yubai and Su Yulin. However, regarding Long Tang's fixed match, Yi Yuan naturally had no reason to reject. Hence, he nodded and said, "It naturally counts. I've also been looking forward to this match with Senior Apprentice Brother Long." "Haha, now it should be me who's calling you Senior Apprentice Brother," Long Tang said with a loud laugh. "Haha, Senior Apprentice Brother is indeed magnanimous. You actually gave away this #1 seat, so happily." Facing Long Tang's forthrightness, Yi Yuan was also affected by it. Long Tang shook his hands and said, "Before this, I didn't understand. But ever since watching you clear the Nine Heavens Road, I suddenly understood. This #1 of the martial role is actually the main culprit that was holding me back. The #1 in the Danwu Academy, it's not about feeling cold or lonely from reaching an extremely high realm, but merely a frog at the bottom of a well, only by continuously sing myself, chasing after the paramount martial Tao. That's what martial artists should do." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Long's comprehension is exceedingly high. Just based on this aspect, it's already far said most people. Come then, before heading for the sect, let us determine the #1 on this martial roll. Haha, come." The two of them were about to make a move when a silhouette shot up and stood in the middle of them. Yi Yuan and Long Tang were stunned when they saw who it was. This person was none other than Wu Luochen. Wu Luochen currently also broke through to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm and was officially ranked in the top 5 of the martial role. In the Danwu Academy, that was an absolutely domineering existence. "This isn't right, Senior Apprentice Brother Long. Yi Yuan and my arranged battle comes first. How can you cut the queue? This fight, let me go first," Wu Luochen said with a displeased face. Yi Yuan was stupefied when he heard Wu Luochen. Such a long time without meeting him. Yi Yuan forgot that he still had an arranged battle with him. It was just that with his current strength, Wu Luochen probably could not even receive a single move. Did this fellow really not even have this bit of self-awareness? "Yi Yuan, don't look at me with this sort of expression. I know that I already don't have the qualifications to be your opponent. Even Senior Apprentice Brother Long most likely doesn't have this qualification either. I just want to see how great the gap between us is. Then I'll head down that direction and continuously break through realms," Wu Luochen said. Towards Wu Luochen's words, Long Tang did not refute anything. He had also heard about the great battle in the capital. Yi Yuan's foe was a sea transformation realm powerhouse. How could he rival a spirit condensation realm who could cause a sea transformation realm powerhouse to be injured? When Yi Yuan heard that, he snickered in his heart. This Wu Luochen was really a martial fanatic. But this person was obsessed until it was adorable. Speaking of which, back then when dealing with Su Yishan, he owed him a favor. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan smiled serenely and said, "Fine, under these circumstances, I'll only unleash one finger. If you can receive it, consider it my loss." "For real?" Wu Luochen asked disbelievingly, although he knew that Yi Yuan was very strong now, but to only use one finger to defeat him. Wasn't this a little arrogant? "Yes. Okay, I'll let you see my Wu Luochen's power." "Finest. H.I. plussing Wu Luochen figure burst forth, shooting towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. Yi Yuan smiled calmly. Using his finger as a sword, an abnormally horrifying sword intent was released from his fingertip. Chapter 214. Leaving without saying goodbye. Chapter 214. Leaving without saying goodbye, sensing that horrifying sword intent, Wu Luochen's face changed abruptly. By the side, Long Tang's expression also changed. Wu Luochen instinctively wanted to dodge this attack, but it was futile. Wu Luochen only felt his eyes blur, and Yi Yuan already arrived in front of him while he did not react at all. He only saw a sharp sword continuously becoming bigger and bigger in his eyes. Swizz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's sword finger stopped at Wu Luochen's glabella. The sword intent, which was originally surging till it was suffocating, vanished with a trace all of a sudden as if it had never appeared before. Drip. A drop of sweat flowed down Wu Luochen's forehead and dripped on the floor. I lost. Wu Luochen said dryly. No way. Yi Yuan is already powerful to such an extent. Did you see how he made his move just now? I completely didn't see it. It was like he teleported in front of Wu Luochen, and then Wu Luochen admitted defeat. Is this really the strength of a spirit condensation realm martial artist? We are on completely different levels than he is. This is simply incomprehensible. Yi Yuan is clearly only second-level spirit condensation realm, while Wu Luochen is third-level spirit condensation realm. Even if Wu Luochen isn't his match, then disparity should be this great, right? Wu Luochen basically couldn't fight back at all. If that were a life and death match just now, Wu Luochen would be killed instantly. This non-human being simply cannot be measured using common sense. That attack just now, the students did not even see how Yi Yuan made his move. They were the same as Wu Luochen. They only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and Wu Luochen was defeated. Mo Yuntian watched this scene and nodded to himself. He said to Jiang Yunhe, "Junior apprentice brother Ye's attainments in Sword Dao is far above mine." That finger just now was wielded freely as he wished. When he unleashed his finger, sword qi billowed to the skies. When he kept away his finger, the clouds were thin and the breeze gentle. This kind of wielding heavy, as if it were light, is not something that a young man should have. If not for junior apprentice brother, Ye's bone age is only around 15 years old. I might even suspect whether or not he's an old monster who has been developing Sword Dao for hundreds of years. Yes. Yi Yuan is already like a crane among chickens in the academy. Even the number one on the martial roll, Long Tang, cannot even withstand a single blow in front of him. Even if he doesn't enter the sect, being in the academy has lost all meaning, Jiang Yunhe said smilingly. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Luochen and said with a beam, "Senior apprentice brother Wu's Dao heart is firm, truly praiseworthy. That finger just now, just take it as a parting gift that I give senior apprentice brother Wu." Yi Yuan's finger earlier did not use full strength. He was only demonstrating to Wu Luochen what was called concept. Yi Yuan's realm was beyond Wu Luochen's wildest imaginations. He incorporated his own understanding towards heavenly Tao in a very shallow manner into this finger. As for how much Wu Luochen could comprehend, it would depend on his fortune. Even though it was only a very tiny portion, it was enough for Wu Luochen to use his entire life. Wu Luochen's entire body trembled when he heard this. His mind involuntarily recalled Yi Yuan's finger just now, as if faintly grasping something, yet like not grabbing anything, akin to the moon's reflection in the water. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and did not interrupt Wu Luochen. Instead, he turned to Long Tang and said, "Senior apprentice brother Long, our turn," who knew that Long Tang would shake his head instead and said, "No need to compete. I already know the distance between us. That finger just now, I simply have no way of cracking it. Also, I know that you did not use full strength. However, that finger just now is even more powerful than the concept I comprehended on the Nine Heavens Road. I also received no little benefits." The students were initially still looking forward to a great battle, but did not think that it would actually conclude in such a manner. From start to end, only Yi Yuan executed a finger, and the dust settled. However, after the students dispersed, Wu Luochen remained at the plaza still, unmoving like a statue. Every day, when people walked by this place, They would use curious eyes to size up Wu Luochen, but Dean instructed that no one was allowed to disturb him. Naturally, there would not be anybody who would go up and speak to him. Just like that, Wu Luochen stood in the plaza for 7 days. After 7 days, Wu Luochen suddenly lifted his head to the skies and gave a long howl. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a punch, and it actually gave off the sound of dragons and tigers roaring, only to hear a boom. A stone lion in the plaza was disintegrated into dust by this punch of his through the air. The students Singbai suddenly saw this scene and were amazed by this. Starting from that day forth, Wu Luochen would Serpa Wabugaway without contest and became number 1 on the martial roll. Of course, this was the afterward. After the sending off A.S. Semli, Yi Yuan returned to the capital and prepared to bid his parents farewell. But after heading back to the capital, Yi Yuan did not see Hang and wife. Instead, Manager Feng Xin gave him a letter. The letter was written in Yi Hang's handwriting. Yi Yuan opened the letter dubiously and started reading. Yuaner, forgive us for leaving without saying goodbye. In truth, Father did not tell you this whole time, but your mother and I are not people of the southern domain, but from the northern domain. These few years, Father has always been worried about your growth, so I suppressed the thoughts of returning to the northern domain. To think that you'd profit from the misfortune of being poisoned the previous time and could already grow to be a man that can take charge of a front within a few short months. Father is very gratified. Now that you've already entered the sect and the state of Qin's affairs has concluded, Father is already completely sure to return to the northern domain. Your mother and I have to return to the northern domain because of some things. I've already handed the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion over to the Imperial family to manage. 60% of all the income will be under your name. In addition, if you have any needs, you can raise it up to His Majesty. He will handle it. You just cultivate in peace in the tranquil cloud sect. In the future, after your mother and I finished our matters, we'll naturally come and look for you. After reading Yi Hang's letter, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. Although Yi Hang did not mention in the letter what he was going to the northern domain to do, Yi Yuan could sense that the thing he was going to do was probably not so simple. Otherwise, Father and Mother would not use this sort of method to say goodbye to him. Linking it to some news, he heard from Nanfeng, Yi Hang, and Ren Hongling were being hunted down in the state of Yen back then. From this, it could be seen that they could very well have a powerful enemy, or else they would not have come to the southern domain from the distant northern domain. Young master, something happened to owner? When can he come back? Seeing Yi Yuan remain silent, Feng Xin could not help opening his mouth to ask. It's fine. They have something and need to go on a long trip. They probably can't return within a short period of time. In the future, there will be an body from our Yi family in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. We'll have to trouble Manager Feng to take care of it, Yi Yuan said with a smile. What are you saying, young master? Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is just like my home to me, old Feng. After owner comes back, I'll definitely give him back a proper and intact Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Feng Xin said, Haha, then thank you very much, Manager Feng. Since Father and Mother have already left, I won't stay either. I'll set off for the Tranquil Cloud sect right away. Till we meet again, Manager Feng. Yi Yuan waved goodbye to Feng San. Feng San watched Yi Yuan's distant back view, tears flowing from his aged eyes. In a blink of an eye, the Yi family household became empty. Chapter 215 Sect Protecting Grand Array. Chapter 215 Sect Protecting Grand Array outside the capital. When Yi Yuan saw Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Zhiro, he could not help being stupefied. Yi Yuan, you're really cold-blooded and heartless. You didn't even come and inform us before leaving. Nanfeng Zhiro said huffily. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he saw the situation and said, Teacher Nanfeng, senior apprentice sister, I was just afraid of not doing things properly, causing grief and pain from bidding farewell. That's why I left without telling the two of you. I didn't think that you two would actually come to send me off. Humph. Who came to send you off? We're here to see Senior Apprentice Brother Mo off, Nan Feng said. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. This S really wanted to save face. To actually use this sort of method to deal with it. Didn't it seem too childish? Like that, huh? I wonder what Senior Apprentice Sister is looking for Senior Apprentice Brother Mo for. Yi Yuan asked. TCH, seeing your look of disbelief, you go and ask Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. Yi Yuan was stupefied, looking at this S's confident appearance. Could it be that they really came to look for Mo Yuntian? Nan Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, You little girl, you really like to keep people guessing. Yi Yuan, we're actually preparing to go with you to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. With Junior Apprentice Sister Nanfeng's alchemy Dao standards, she could have actually entered the sect long ago. But she chose to stay in the academy for the state of Qin's imperial family. Now that the state of Qin's matters has concluded, she can also leave in peace. As for Nanfeng Jiro, she's entering the sect under a retainer ident. One Tai, Mo Yuntian explained. Yi Yuan came to a realization after hearing this. Thinking about it, Nanfeng Ruoqing's alchemy Dao standards were not inferior to Yang Hao's. Since Yang Hao could become a core disciple, then she naturally had this qualification too. Furthermore, under Yi Yuan's guidance, Nanfeng Ruoqing's yin-yang separation flow technique was already at the entry-level stage. In terms of alchemy, she likely tossed Yang Hao far behind her already. Yi Yuan knew that every core disciple could bring 5 retainers into the sect. Lu'er was also brought along under the retainer status. Speaking of Lu'er, the frost poison in her body was already temporarily suppressed by the Essence Yang pill. But with Yi Yuan's present strength, he was still unable to completely remove the root of the frost poison. Hence, Lu'er still could not cultivate for the time being. So that's the case. Then, didn't teacher Nanfeng become Senior Apprentice Sister Nanfeng? Well, this way, I have an additional martial niece. Thinking about it, it's not too bad, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Elder sister Nanfeng became a generation younger, instantly. How pitiful! Lu'er could not resist covering her mouth to giggle. Nanfeng Jiro was so angry that she glared with round eyes and said furiously, Who's your martial niece? I'm going to fight it out with you, Yi Yuan. Nanfeng Jiro drew her sword and stabbed. Yi Yuan lightly dodged it. Now, forget about Nanfeng Jiro joking around. Even if she used her full strength, she also could not stab Yi Yuan. Nanfeng Ruoqing smiled and said, All right, Ro. Senior Apprentice Brother Mo is still here. Don't make a fool of yourself. Moreover, what Yi Yuan said is right. According to seniority, you're indeed his martial niece now. Nanfeng Jiro also knew that she could not beat Yi Yuan and said angrily, Humph! I don't want to be his martial niece. After a round of quarreling, Nanfeng Jiro refused to call Yi Yuan as martial uncle no matter what. Mo Yuntian opened his mouth to say, All right, it's getting late. Let's be on our way. Finus. H.I. Plussing. Mo Yuntian casually waved. A small-scale flying boat appeared in front of everyone. This was a flying spirit artifact which could accommodate around 10 people. The group boarded the flying vessel and set off for the Tranquil Cloud Sect. After 2 days, the flying boat landed at a mountain with abundant spiritual qi. This place was endowed with natural spirits and had multiple ranges of mountains, just like a mortal world paradise. The flying boat landed directly at the foot of the mountain. Mo Yuntian put away the flying boat and said to everyone, This place is the Spirit Blessing Mountain and also the location of the sect. Sect disciples are not to fly through the air in the sect without permission. Therefore, we can only land here and walk on foot up the mountain. So this place is Spirit Blessing Mountain. I've been looking forward to this place since young. This is the first time I've come here. The heaven and earth essence energy in this place is so abundant much stronger than at the Dan Wu Academy. Nan Feng Jiro exclaimed in surprise after sensing it. The sect has a sect protecting Grand Array. Within the Grand Array, there's a spirit gathering formation. The essence energy here is naturally much richer than other places, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Mo Yuntian revealed a surprised look. Junior apprentice brother, Yi even knows array formations? To actually see through the illusion at a glance. Know a little bit. I can sense the power of array formations. But as for what formations, I can't tell, Yi Yuan said. In reality, Yi Yuan saw through it with one look. This array formation was called Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, a quasi-tier 5-array formation. It was just that it wasn't that good to behave overly monstrous in front of Mo Yuntian, which was why he pretended he did not know. When Mo Yuntian heard Yi Yuan say this, his surprise lessened a little. This junior apprentice brother, Ye's talent in the martial Dao was a Stonies. Plussing while his attainments in alchemy Dao were extremely high. If he even knew array formations, then it was too monstrous. This is my tranquil cloud sect protecting Grand Array, Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, a quasi-tier 5-array formation. Its power is extremely great. The average Soul Sea Realm powerhouse is unable to break this formation. Speaking of the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, Mo Yuntian was also rather proud. Hearing Mo Yuntian's introduction, Nanfeng Ruoqing and niece revealed astonished looks. Soul Sea Realm powerhouse was something of the legends to them, but such a powerhouse was actually unable to break the tranquil cloud sect protecting Grand Array. The might of this Grand Array could be seen, but Yi Yuan remained calm and composed and did not say anything. But he was somewhat disapproving of Mo Yuntian's words in his heart. No idea which idiot laid out this array formation. Simply full of loopholes. After Yi Yuan's slight observation, he discovered at least 7 or 8 places where the Grand Array was slightly weaker. If he had Sea Transformation Realm strength, breaking this array formation would be like playing around. Why would there be the need for a Soul Seal Realm powerhouse to break the formation? The so-called quasi-tier 5-array formation basically represented the pinnacle power of tier 4 array formations. That was also to say, even if the person breaking the array had peak Soul Sea Realm strength, they could forget about forcefully breaking this array formation. But Yi Yuan reckoned that for the current sect protecting array, as long as the person breaking the array had middle stage Soul Seal Realm strength, they could completely break it apart forcefully. Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array belonged to the peak existences among quasi-tier 5-array formations. A fine and proper sect protecting array was laid out in such a manner. One could only say that the level of the person who set up the formation was too low. This array at present, as long as the opposing party brought along a tier 4 array formation master, it could be broken very easily. If Yi Yuan laid out this grand array, forget about peak Soul Seal Realm powerhouses. Even half-step divine traversing realm powerhouses could only return defeated. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not say these things to Mo Yuntian so as to avoid being overly shocking. The Tranquil Cloud sect had already set up their sect here for 1,000 years already, and had been safe and sound the entire time. Though this array formation was slightly inferior, it did not seem to be too much of an issue. Furthermore, it could be seen from this Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array that the Tranquil Cloud sect's foundation was profoundly deep. All right, you guys follow me up the mountain. Mo Yuntian brought the few people and headed up the mountain. Good day, senior apprentice brother Mo. The disciple on duty guarding the gate took the initiative to go up and salute when he saw Mo Yuntian nodded and said, I'm under master's orders to fetch junior apprentice brother and sisters from the secular world up the mountain. This is the permit. The gatekeeping disciple took over the permit, used divine sense to sweep over it before returning to Mo Yuntian and opening up the path, saying, If you please, senior apprentice brother Mo. Chapter 216. Put up with it a little. Chapter 216. Put up with it a little. Who's that young man? A second-level spirit condensation realm actually have to trouble senior apprentice, brother M.O., to personally fetch him from the secular world? Yeah, a second-level spirit condensation realm. Even being an outer sect disciple is enough for him to choke on. Senior apprentice brother M.O. actually went to receive him personally. Most likely it's due to ties from higher-ups, right? Haha, for sure. But entering the sect with this bit of strength, he will probably be eliminated very soon, right? These ability children from the secular world probably don't know the cruelty in the sects, and even believe that this place is like those mediocre talents in the secular world. However, those two ladies are really like celestial fairies. If I can get close to them, ask me to die, and I'll also be willing. It's just, I wonder if they're going to enter the Pill Hall or Martial Hall. Yeah, really too beautiful. Just now, I stared until I couldn't pull my eyes away. But such ravis. Plussing beauties, it wouldn't be our turn no matter what. You'd better not think too much. When the two disciples on duty saw Yi Yuan's realm, belittling mentality was naturally born. In the Dan Wu Academy, second-level spirit condensation realm was already a very powerful existence. But in the sect, it was not even fit to carry shoes for others. They naturally felt that Yi Yuan only got in through some sect upper echelon relations. Yi Yuan and Co. walked for roughly 2 hours along the mountain path before finally seeing the dense architectural complexes. Other than Yi Yuan, the rest were filled with curiosity towards sect life and could not resist looking around. Right at this moment, a disciple-looking young man walked over and gave M.O. Yuntian a salute, saying, "Senior apprentice brother M.O." Zhang Jing Ha, perfect. These few people are junior apprentice brothers and sister from the state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy. Come and get to know each other, M.O. Yuntian said. M.O. Yuntian introduced both parties to each other. Yi Yuan and the others also greeted Zhang Jing. This Zhang Jing had 9th level spirit condensation realm strength. His ranking among core disciples was even quite near the front. When Zhang Jing heard M.O. Yuntian's introduction, he said in surprise, "Junior apprentice Sister Nanfeng is already a high-rank alchemy master at such a young age. Even among the Pill Hall's core disciples, your strength is rather uncommon. Why did you only enter the sect today?" He directly neglected Long Tang and Yi Yuan. Not that he was enamored by Nanfeng Ruoqing's beauty, but because Long Tang and Yi Yuan's realms were too low. Such meager strength, there were basically existences at the bottom level in the sect. And Yi Yuan's strength was most likely ping the bottom of the barrel among outer sect disciples. Hence, as he saw it, M.O. Yuntian naturally went to personally fetch this beautiful junior apprentice sister. Sect disciples were not very concerned with secular world matters. Regarding the matter of Yi Yuan and Long Tang clearing the Nine Heavens Road, there were scarcely any people who knew in the sect. Zhang Jing obviously did not know either. Yang Hao only knew because Yao Qian played the role as envoy this time. He ran into a stone wall in the secular world. After returning, he naturally would not go spreading it around. Nanfeng Ruoqing smiled and said, because there were still some matters to deal with in the secular world. That's why I delayed for some time. So that's the case. But, junior apprentice, sister, don't have to worry. With your strength, you'll be able to stand firm in the Pill Hall very soon. By then, all of us senior apprentice brothers will probably have to rely on you. Junior apprentice sister, Zhang Jiang said with a grin. As a matter of fact, within the Tranquil Cloud sect, the number of people in the Pill Hall was much lesser compared to the Martial Hall, but their position supersedes the Martial Hall. Everyone could become a martial artist, but not everyone could become an alchemist, especially in the Tranquil Cloud sect, which was established with medicinal pills. The position of alchemists was even higher. The reason was none other than martial artists could not steer clear from medicinal pills. The Martial Hall naturally could not separate from the Pill Hall either as well. Even today's Martial Hall head Xiao Jian also does not dare to say he's not reliant on the pill hall. Therefore, Zhang Jing befriending Nan Feng Ruoqing here was not only because she was pretty, but because she was a high-rank alchemy master with huge potential. With Nan Feng Ruoqing's age, to be able to cultivate to such a realm in the secular world, her future accomplishments would definitely be extraordinary. Building good relations with her now was obviously not a bad thing. However, while Zhang Jing was flattering Nan Feng Ruoqing's gaze would dart towards Yi Yuan either intentionally or unintentionally. If not for Yao Qian offending Yi Yuan, he would probably sweep through those so-called geniuses if he went to the pill hall. Right? Senior apprentice brother is too kind. Ruoqing doesn't deserve it. Nan Feng Ruoqing smiled faintly and expressed humility in an impeccable manner. Mo Yuntian saw that Zhang Jing made an error in judgment but did not expose it. Strength had to be proven by oneself. Other people's oral narrative might not be convincing. With the strength of Yi Yuan's talent, he would naturally not fall and die among the Ma. SSES. In future, Zhang Jing will see it for himself. Zhang Jing, I still have to report back to Master. You arrange a place for the new junior apprentice brothers and sister on my behalf then, Mo Yuntian said. All right, just go ahead, senior apprentice brother, I'll settle it. Place junior apprentice sister Nanfeng in the pill barracks, Long Tang in the human barracks. As for junior apprentice brother Yi. Speaking until here, Mo Yuntian fell silent for a moment, appearing to be considering how to place Yi Yuan. Don't worry, senior apprentice brother. I'll help junior apprentice brother Yi arrange for a nice place in the outer sect. Zhang Jing followed up. The way Zhang Jing saw it, Yi Yuan's age was too young. This cultivation realm was definitely piled up using medicinal pills, and his strength must be very appalling. It was impossible for him to be a core disciple. Hence, the way Zhang Jing saw Yi Yuan was around the same as the disciples on duty at the gate. He thought that Mo Yuntian was contemplating how to consider Yi Yuan's face, so as not make him look too bad. Unexpectedly, Mo Yuntian waved his hand and said, You're mistaken. Junior apprentice brother, Yi is a core disciple. How can he be placed in the outer sect? How about this, junior apprentice brother? You will have to put up with it a little and be placed in the earth barracks for the time being. Zhang Jing was frozen in place when he heard that and did not react for a long time. Put up with it a little? Earth barracks? Senior apprentice brother Mo was not having a fever, was he? Placing a second-level spirit condensation realm little rookie in the earth barracks was even making him suffer. The residences of the Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciples were separated into 3 levels: Heaven Barracks, Earth Barracks, and Human Barracks. The movements in the Human Barracks residences was the greatest because there were frequently people who were eliminated to the outer sect among them. The Earth Barracks was relatively stable. The strength of these people was around the middle among the core disciples. Zhang Jing was staying in the Earth Barracks. The Heaven Barracks was the preparatory camp for elite disciples. Every one of the students here had the qualifications to aim for elite disciple. Of course, it was just qualifications. Becoming an elite disciple was too difficult. Even if there were elite disciples who were eliminated and entered core disciple, they could charge back very quickly. This was the gap between elite disciples and core disciples. And within the Heaven Barracks, other than a few very monstrous peak 9th level spirit condensation realm, virtually all of them were half-step crystal formation realm existences. This Yi Yuan was only 2nd level spirit condensation realm and was going to stay in the same camp as him? You got to joking. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you don't have any complaint about me placing you so, right? Mo Yuntian asked. All according to senior apprentice Brother Mo's arrangements, Yi Yuan said. And since that's the case, then I'll make a move first. Goodbye, senior apprentice brother. Mo Yuntian left leisurely, leaving Zhang Jing, who was in an utter state of confusion. Chapter 217. The Terrifying Purple Center Soul Incantation. Chapter 217. The Terrifying Purple Center Soul Incantation. Senior Apprentice, Brother Zhang, shouldn't we go? Yi Yuan reminded when he saw Zhang Jing still in a daze. Only now did Zhang Jing startle, like waking from a dream, as he repeatedly nodded, saying, "Oh, okay, I'll bring you all to collect your ident. 1. Tai tokens first." Zhang Jing swept a glance over the few people's faces and could not help being secretly dejected. Could it be that these people did not know the difference between the human barracks and earth barracks? Or else, why would there be no reaction at all? Ignoring Long Tang, even Nan Feng Ruoqing's niece was already 5th level spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan being A.S. signed to the Earth Camp by Senior Apprentice Brother Amo. Did they not have any thoughts about it at all? Musing over it, Zhang Jing could only place this sort of abnormal reaction on their ignorance. He even wondered if Yi Yuan had intentionally offended Senior Apprentice Brother Amo, which was why Senior Apprentice Brother Amo would use this kind of method to screw him over. No matter what, since Senior Apprentice Brother Amo said so, he just has to do it. Zhang Jing brought everyone to retrieve their respective tokens before sending Nan Feng Ruoqing into the human barracks first. You guys store the ident. 1. Tai tokens well. Not only do they show your ident, 1. Ties, but they are also an indispensable item when doing things in the sect. Not only are there detailed information about you on it, but there are also even sect contribution points belonging to you. In the Tranquil Cloud sect, secular world wealth is utterly useless. All of your actions are closely linked to contribution points. Cultivation venue, medicinal pills, medicinal herbs, cultivation techniques, weapons, and so on all require contribution points to exchange. In other words, without points, you'll find it hard to even move an inch forward. Zhang Jing expounded. Yi Yuan inserted his divine sense into the ident. 1. Tai token, and as expected, he saw his personal particulars and points. And there are 100 points in my token. Could this be the original points? Yi Yuan inquired. Nan Feng Ruoqing and Long Tang also inserted their divine sense into the token, and as expected, saw that they also had 100 points. Zhang Jing nodded and said, "That's right. No matter what rank of disciple one is, as long as you enter the sect, you'll have 100 points. But honestly speaking, these 100 points are only a little better than nothing." "Oh, why is that so?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Zhang Jing smiled and said, "Take cultivation sites, for example. The cultivation venues in the sect are divided into A grade, B grade, C grade, and D grade tiers. The lowest tier, D grade cultivation room, requires the consumption of 10 points per day's use. C grade cultivation rooms are 50 points per day. B grade cultivation rooms are 100 points per day, while the highest A grade cultivation rooms are 200 points per day. 100 points are only enough to cultivate in B grade cultivation rooms for 1 day." Everyone came to a realization. Only now did they know that these 100 points were simply just to dismiss beggars. It seemed like the first thing after entering the sect was not to cultivate, but to earn points. Or else, without points equals no cultivation resources. No cultivation resources mean falling behind others. Falling behind others means being eliminated. This was a vicious cycle. "May I ask Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang, how do we get points?" Long Tang, who remained silent the entire time, asked a question. "After all of you settle down, you can go to the Support Star Pavilion to take a look. There are detailed lists of how to obtain points. One look and you'll know. All in all, if you want to obtain points, then you have to perform a certain level of contribution to the sect and use your contribution to exchange for points. To us, Marshall Hall disciples, the way the majority of the people get points is to receive sect missions. After completing the mission, there will be a certain point reward." Zhang Jing did not get annoyed, but explained patiently. Nan Feng Ruoqing asked with a smile, "I wonder how many points Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang has?" Zhang Jing had a faint smile as he said, "My points aren't considered much among core disciples. Just barely 10,000 points only." Even though Zhang Jing said it very modestly, anyone could sense that pride. Although Yi Yuan did not know if 10,000 points was a lot or not, he could tell from Zhang Jing's tone that this was already quite a number. Points was a consumable meant to be spent. For Zhang Jing to be able to save so many points, it was already evident that he was very amazing. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked Zhang Jing, "Senior apprentice Brother Zhang, I wonder how many points are needed to exchange for the Purple Center Soul incantation?" Zhang Jing was stunned, but he still answered, "The Purple Center Soul incantation and the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art. These two sets of cultivation skills are the supreme treasures of the sect. The points required are extremely terrifying. The Purple Center Soul incantation is split into upper and lower volumes. In total, it requires 2 million points." Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even if they did not have much of a general idea towards points right now, they also knew that these 2 million points were a horrifying number. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed and asked again, "Does it mean that the lower volume of the Purple Center Soul incantation requires 1 million points?" Zhang Jing shook his head and said, "Not 1 million, but 1. For million. The second half of the Purple Center Soul incantation is extremely profound. Therefore, the points to exchange for it is even more." Yi Yuan finally understood why Jiang Yun has stayed in that sort of place like the state of Qin for over a decade. "Many thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang for resolving my doubts. No need to be courteous." Even though he did not show anything on the surface, Zhang Jing was still rather critical towards Yi Yuan's questions. This young man was reaching way beyond his grasp, only at the second-level spirit condensation realm, and he was already thinking about exchanging for the lower half of the Purple Center Soul incantation. One had to know that it was because there were many alchemy grandmasters in the sect who were unable to come up with the points. That was why they remained stuck in that realm. Furthermore, as a Martial Hall disciple, shouldn't he exchange for the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art? Could it be that this Yi Yuan was even thinking about becoming an alchemist? Typical case of ignoring one's proper occupation. He obviously did not know that Yi Yuan had long integrated the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art into his own sword intent. In a blink, they arrived at the Pill Barracks. Zhang Jing brought Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Zhiro to settle the relevant matters, and the group got up and left. Then, after, they sent Long Tang to the human barracks. Zhang Jing, Yi Yuan, and Luer, the trio reached the Earth Barracks at last. But once they entered the Earth Barracks, many curious eyes started to size up Yi Yuan. "Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, that southeast room will be your residence in the future. The Earth Barracks have always been more tensed. The location of that house is not great, but you just make do with it first." Zhang Jing pointed to a courtyard in the southeastern direction and said, "No worries. It's been tough on you along the way, Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang." "Thank you very much," Yi Yuan said. While Yi Yuan knew that this Zhang Jing was kind of looking down on him, he would not mind other people's looks. After all, he worked hard the entire time. Giving thanks was still necessary. Bidding farewell to Zhang Jing, Yi Yuan brought Luer along and was about to enter the house when several people blocked the path. "I heard that our Earth Barracks has a newcomer. Looks like it's you." The one speaking was an 18 or 19-year-old youth, peak 6th level spirit condensation realm. This was already an exceedingly monstrously existence in the state of Qin. However, Yi Yuan reckoned that his strength was likely at the bottom in this Earth Barracks. "Move aside." The other party clearly did not approach with good intentions, so he obviously did not need to be polite either. "Ha ha ha. He's telling me to move aside? A brat that is even inferior to an outer sect disciple actually told me to make way. Ha ha ha." Several people burst into laughter as they clearly felt that Yi Yuan's joke was hilarious to the max. Chapter 218, Sent flying. Chapter 218, Sent flying. Ha ha ha. Could it be that oh, Body told you the first thing to do when you enter the Earth Barracks is to pay respects to our senior apprentice brother, Tseng? Want to enter? Pay respects to our senior apprentice brother, Tseng, first before talking, somebody said by the side. This senior apprentice brother Tseng was called Tsingyu, a local tyrant in the Earth Barracks. Of course, his overbearingness was only targeted towards those disciples weaker than him, or those disciples that had just entered the Earth Barracks. For disciples like Zhang Jing, he would obviously keep a respectful distance away. Tsingyu looked at Yi Yuan placidly and said mockingly, "Want to tell me to move aside?" "Sure. That will have to depend on whether or not you have the capabilities to tell me to move aside. If you don't have the abilities, then you'll stay in that house over there. That's the place you should be staying in." Yi Yuan followed the direction he pointed to and looked over, but it was a hut. With any surprise, it should be the place for firewood and such. Zhang Jing had not walked far away yet and naturally saw the scene. But he did not plan on going over to help Yi Yuan. He also really wanted to see just what areas he said others to actually make senior apprentice brother Mo send him directly to the Earth Barracks. If things really became out of hand, he would naturally come forward to help Yi Yuan sweep away these flies. However, if Yi Yuan was purely just a loser, then whether or not he came forward was another matter altogether. That would mean that senior apprentice brother Mo was only just SCREWING with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed lightly. He said with a helpless face, "Is there no third path that I can choose?" Tsingyu chortled with laughter and said, "Yes, of course there is. I'm the most reasonable." Yi Yuan did not speak, but waited for Tsingyu to continue talking. "Looking at your appearance, you should have just entered, right? As long as you hand over 100 points, you can stay here tonight for one night. How's that? This price is still very reasonable, yeah? Not only today. It will be like this in the future too. Every 100 points, one night. If you don't hand it over, also not an issue. Stay in the hut." Tsingyu had a sincere face and looked as if he was a philanthropist. Truthfully, students who just entered the Earth Barracks being bullied by this group of people was a recurring event. Relying on extorting newcomers, Tsingyu's and his gang's points had always been decent. Their lives in the Earth Barracks were rather pleasant. Of course, only this sort of people like him, that was the CLA's cycle case of not desiring to move up and did not have much room for improvement would do this kind of things. It was because Tsingyu could not advance and could not move down that he would choose such a method. On this aspect, the sex management was not much different from the Danwu Academy. As long as one did not violate sect rules and did not cause death and, Body would bother with you being a little tyrannical. The martial artist world had always been about talking with strength. Yi Yuan did not get angry. On the contrary, Tsingyu's words made his eyes light up as he asked curiously, "Points can be transferred privately?" "Of course. As long as you're willing, you can use soul force to transfer the points in your ident. One, tie token to my token. Such actions are one way and must be out of your own willingness. How about it? Let's begin?" Tsingyu did not think too much and just explained away. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, let's start." Tsingyu smirked and fished out his own ident. "One, tai token," he said with a smile. "A man who can recognize the present situation is a great man. I admire you very much, boy. On the account that you're so forthright, I'll give you a 20% discount in the future. One night, 80 points. Tsingyu initially thought that he would need to expend some effort, but who knew that this punk was a loser who directly conceded. But thinking about it, second-level spirit condensation, realm matching up with him, one fight was enough for him to lie in bed for half a month. It was naturally not more worthwhile than just directly giving the points. Protecting one's interest and staying away from harm was the move of a wise man. However, Yi Yuan did not take out his ident. One tight card. Instead, he said with a grin, Senior apprentice brother Tsang, right? I think you're mistaken. What I meant was that you guys transfer me the points. Well, I'm a very fair person. One night, 200 points are enough. Sang Yu's face changed. He only knew now that he was being fooled by Yi Yuan. He said icily, You're very daring, punk. To actually dare make a mockery out of me, Tsing Yu? Punk, you're the one courting death. Don't blame senior apprentice brother Tsang for not giving you a chance. Turns out that it's a tough bone. Really misjudged. Senior apprentice brother Tsang, I'll teach this punk a good lesson for you. To actually dare to trick senior apprentice brother Tsang. Haha, I think you won't even get to stay in the woodshed. The few people by the side also reacted at this time. Each one of them was taking delight in others' misfortune and even rubbing their hands together, itching for a go. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also didn't say to begin transferring to you. It was your own wishful thinking that you thought that way. From today onwards, you guys can sleep in the woodshed for 100 points per night. The group of people looked at Yi Yuan like they were staring at a fool. Could this punk have lost his mind? But at this juncture, everyone could also tell that today's matter would not end well, especially Zhang Jing. He initially also thought that Yi Yuan was a loser, laying down his arms and surrendering right away. But he did not think that this matter would have a 180-degree turn. Yi Yuan actually dared to ask protection fee from Tseng Yu. Zhang Jing had no idea whether Yi Yuan really had some capabilities, or was he simply soft in the head. If not, he was a spoiled young master. Ha! Really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you want to sleep out in the open, then I'll help you. Wind, thunder, palm. Tsing Yu put away his token and attacked Yi Yuan with a lightning speed palm. He was quick, but Yi Yuan was even faster than him. Spirit Void shattering S.P.A.C. was suddenly unleashed. Yi Yuan's sword finger arrived in front of Tsing Yu in a blink of an eye. He actually arrived first, even though he moved later. Tsang Yu's palm hit nothing, while Yi Yuan's sword finger was in contact with his chest. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrunk. This was precisely deliberate in counsel, prompt in action. A moment earlier, Yi Yuan was still frail like a tiny blade of S swaying in the wind. The next instant, his entire being transformed into a sharp sword. It looked as if Yi Yuan's sword finger only lightly tapped on Tsang Yu's chest and did not seem to have used much strength. But Tsang Yu's body directly flew out like he collided with a spring, only stopping after rolling on the floor for over 100 feet. Yi Yuan looked at his sword finger and started frowning. He muttered to himself, Got to make good use of my time to cultivate. This finger actually failed to even break the protective essence energy. Everyone collectively turned into stone when they heard this sentence from Yi Yuan. A second-level spirit condensation realm sent the peak 6th-level spirit condensation realm Tsing Yu, flying with one finger, and was actually disgruntled with such a battle result. Although Tsing Yu was kind of an his strength was not considered weak. If not, he also would not be able to stay securely in the Earth Barracks. In the Earth Barracks, even if one wanted to become a local tyrant, they also need some skills. Those sect disciples who had just obtained the qualifications to stay in the Earth Barracks were not soft persimmon that anyone could squeeze. Without some capabilities, they might get their faces smacked by them instead. But Tsang Yu had never failed to bully new disciples before. He would not bully anyone who comes. Before bullying people, he would look at the other person's performance first. If the other party were a fierce character, he would give up decisively. He did not think that he would actually be sent flying by a second-level spirit condensation realm with one finger today. Hey, crawl up if you're not dead. All of you, come together. Yi Yuan said to Tsang Yu, who was pretending to be dead on the ground. Chapter 219. There's someone delivering a pillow when taking a nap. Chapter 219. There's someone delivering a pillow when taking a nap. Tsang Yu struggled to crawl up from the ground. He rubbed his faintly aching chest, and the gaze he had toward Yi Yuan with was filled with hatred and rage. He originally thought that a second-level spirit condensation realm brat was easy to bully, but he did not imagine that he would fail right after coming up. This time, he lost a great deal of face. Truly a major setback due to carelessness. He did not think that this punk's speed was so fast. Luckily, Yi Yuan was only second-level spirit condensation realm. Otherwise, that blow just now would be him lying in bed for half a month. The way he saw it, it was naturally a moment of carelessness for him earlier. He did not think that he would be taken in because Yi Yuan's speed was fast. Stinking brat, you're the one who said it. Brothers, there's no need to be courteous. Give him a proper greeting. Although Tsang Yu felt that it was him being careless just now, he did not dare to be negligent, so he directly called the others to attack together. Tsang Yu and his gang were only 5 men. To Yi Yuan, it was no different from one person. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan became 9 people just like that. 9-sword stance. A faint voice sounded. 9 streaks of force vanished after a flash, following which, heart-rending cries sounded out here and there. 5 people were struck at the same time. Of course, the most miserable one was still Tsang Yu. He sustained 5 streaks of force alone. While this force could not kill, he was currently badly battered, contorting his face in agonizing pain. Can you begin now, senior apprentice brother Tsang? Yi Yuan took 2 steps in front of asked lightly. Tsang Yu was startled by Yi Yuan's actions. He quickly scrambled backward and hurriedly said, I'll give you 200 points right now. Don't attack anymore, junior apprentice brother. Tsang Yu speedily fished out his token and swiped 200 points into Yi Yuan's token. Yi Yuan's points instantly became 300. At this point, if he still thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon, then he would really be a fool. How was this a soft persimmon? This was clearly a metal plate. He really kicked a metal plate today. Tsang Yu was currently regretting until his intestines were green. He heard just now that the newcomer was only second-level spirit condensation realm, so he brought people over to collect protection fees without even thinking about it. Who knew that he would fail to collect protection's fees, but had protection fees collected instead? How black-hearted. Collecting 200 points a night. That was the same price as an A-grade cultivation room. He only had 2,000 points in his token. If this brat were to collect protection fees every day onwards, didn't that mean that his points would be finished in 10 days? This was the type of situation where whatever a person feared would happen. After Yi Yuan finished collecting the other people's points, he opened his mouth again to say, In future, report here every day. Remember to bring points. You can still choose to stay in the woodshed. It's very cheap, only 100 points a night. Well, if you don't come, bear the consequences yourself. Ich have to come every day? Tsang Yu inquired with a bitter face. What, need me to repeat again? Yi Yuan looked at Tsang Yu and asked with a grin. No, definitely come. I will definitely come. This. Junior apprentice brother Yi, can we leave now? Tsang Yu asked weakly. Of course you can. Don't tell me you still want me to keep you guys here to have a meal? Yi Yuan said coolly. Tsang Yu and the rest felt immediate relief from heavy pressure and hurriedly rolled and crawled away. Afterward, under silence, Yi Yuan brought Lu'er into his little court. With a bang, the door was shut, startling everyone awake. Where did this junior apprentice brother come from? Is he really second-level spirit condensation realm? Isn't that nonsense? Don't you have eyes? From the start till end, his essence energy undulations has always been second-level spirit condensation realm. But isn't this too sick? A second-level spirit condensation realm can defeat Tsang Yu. Isn't this sort of leaping ranks to battle a little too exaggerated? It's not a little exaggerated. I've never heard of crossing from minor realms to do battle within the sect before. This sort of situation only happens in the secular world, right? However, this junior apprentice brother is still too rash. He beat Sun Yu until this manner, and even S, N, A, T, C had their points. Sun Yu definitely won't let this matter go. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Tseng Cheng is estimated to return to the sect soon yet? Once he returns, there will be a good show to watch. I wonder if this junior apprentice brother will remain so bold when facing senior apprentice brother Tseng Cheng. These people were discussing Yi Yuan, but did not know how great the shock Yi Yuan gave Zhang Jing was. He was dead sure that Yi Yuan absolutely showed mercy just now. Among the people present, Zhang Jing's cultivation was the highest. Furthermore, he was the same as Mo Yuntian. They both cultivated in the azure, dipper, purple yang sword art, while Zhang Jing's attainments in sword Dao could not compare to Mo Yuntian. It was still quite profound. Just now, that force appeared to have been struck out with finger skills by Yi Yuan, but Zhang Jing clearly sensed a familiar sword intent. It looked like, yet was not really the azure, dipper, purple yang sword intent. An absurd idea suddenly flashed past Zhang Jing's mind. Although Yi Yuan's azure, dipper, purple yang sword intent seemed to appear correct, yet was wrong. It was even stronger than it. It was just that Yi Yuan was limited by his strength and could not unleash the true might of this sword intent. Even so, this was plenty for him to leap ranks and battle. If Yi Yuan was holding a sword in his hand just now, even the most ordinary sword, wanting to kill Tseng Yu was as easy as turning his hand. While finger skills could imitate sword intent, compared to a real sword, it was lacking in some parts of killing chi and sharp intent. The attack power would naturally be much lousier. Also, Tseng Yu's realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Hence, it was quite taxing for Yi Yuan to want to break his protective essence energy. This was the source of why Yi Yuan was lamenting about his realm being too low. He finally understood now why senior apprentice brother Mo would hesitate on where to place Yi Yuan. He was not undecided on whether to place Yi Yuan in the earth barracks or human barracks, but uncertain on whether or not to put Yi Yuan in the heaven barracks. Yi Yuan's talent was not the slightest bit inferior to those freaks in the heaven barracks. Incorrect, it should be even higher. Among those freaks in the heaven barracks, which one of them could crush fellow disciples from minor realms higher than them when they were at second-level spirit condensation realm. With Yi Yuan's talent, challenging those freaks in the heaven barracks was only a matter of time. At this current moment, Zhang Jing felt that everything that was illogical became rational. Mo Yuntian's hesitation, Long Tang's indifference, Nanfeng Ruoqing's calmness. Before this, Zhang Jing thought that it was very abnormal. Only now did he know that they simply felt that it was natural and right. Yi Yuan obviously could not be bothered with other people's astonishment. He was currently feeling quite satisfied. He was still worrying that getting points would be very troublesome and very taxing on time. He did not think that there would be someone delivering a pillow when he wanted to take a nap. Right after entering the sect, and someone delivered 1,000 points. Adding the original points, he already had 1,100 points in this short work. Nice one. Now he could train in the A-grade cultivation room for 5 whole days. To Yi Yuan, the most pressing issue on hand was raising cultivation realm. Ever since the breakthrough, when battling with Black Crow Old Man the previous time, a month's time had already passed, said. During this 1 month, he experienced several major life and death fights and had consolidated his realm long ago. Presently, his breakthrough in cultivation realm was already at hand. It was only waiting for him. After settling down in his lodging, Yi Yuan prepared to go to the A-grade cultivation room to cultivate. He planned on breaking through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm in a single go. Chapter 220, Vying for an A-grade cultivation room. Chapter 220, Vying for an A-grade cultivation room the next day. Yi Yuan arrived at the cultivation venues early in the morning. The disciple on duty looked sideways at Yi Yuan and said indifferently, "Swipe your ident. 1. Tie token at the green-colored light column over there and find the room yourself. There's still many D-grade rooms. Pick any one you like. I want an A-grade cultivation room." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain and said directly. That disciple thought that he heard wrongly and asked, "What did you say?" "I said, I want an A-grade cultivation room." Yi Yuan repeated again. That disciple could not help resizing up Yi Yuan before asking curiously, "Do you have so many points?" This disciple could not be blamed for looking down on Yi Yuan. Second level spirit condensation realm strength was at most the standards of an outer sect disciple. To outer sect disciples, points were a very luxurious item. Basically, the points they could get were only that 100 points given by the sect right from the start. They simply could not acquire a source for points. Even if they went to do sect mission, they could only choose those missions that had very low point rewards, at most several hundred points. And to these outer sect disciples, the difficulty was not an ordinary kind of great. Many people would lose their lives during the missions. Even if they obtained several hundred points after completing the mission, it was also impossible for them to bear to use them on A-grade cultivation rooms. It was too extravagant. Therefore, when this disciple on duty first laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he determined that he could not afford to use cultivation rooms above C-grade. Cultivation rooms were all supported by spirit-gathering formations. The richness of essence energy was much greater than the outside world. The weakest D-grade cultivation room was twice of the outside world. C-grade was thrice, B-grade was 6 times, while A-grade was 10 times. In terms of price, A-grade cultivation rooms were 20 times of D-grade rooms, but the effect was only 10 times. Logically speaking, D-grade cultivation rooms were more worth it. But for martial artists, the price was not calculated like this. What they pursued was speed. 10 times the cultivation speed could save far too much time. Once a martial artist's age reached a certain level, and their potential was exhausted, then no matter how much they strived, it would also be of no avail. To martial artists, time was cultivation. Time was power. Time was status. Towards such discrimination, Yi Yuan had long grown accustomed to it and was disinclined to fuss over it. He directly swiped his ident. 1. Tie token on the red-colored light column 5 times. The light columns were divided into red, orange, yellow, and green. These 4 colors. They represented A, B, C, D, the 4 types of cultivation rooms, respectively. This swiping for me, Yuan directly deducted 1,000 points. He returned back to an era of extreme poverty. Yi Yuan's actions stunned the disciple on duty in his place. This was the first time he had witnessed such a nouveau riche outer sect disciple. "I want to use 5 days of A-grade cultivation room. Senior apprentice brother, please arrange for it." That disciple on duty was dazed for some time before coming around and said, "Just right. There's one last A-grade cultivation room left. This is the secret key to the cultivation room." This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. He did not think that the A-grade cultivation rooms were so popular. There was actually only one left. Didn't people say that points were very precious? Why were there so many rich people? However, Yi Yuan was not in the mood to be concerned about it. He took over the secret key and was about to enter to cultivate. Right then, a burly man barged inside with much haste and said to the disciple on duty, "I want an A-grade cultivation room, 10 days." The disciple on duty looked at Yi Yuan and looked at the burly man before saying awkwardly, "Say senior apprentice brother Dai, sorry about this, but the last A-grade cultivation room has already been rented by this junior apprentice brother." The burly man bra, S. bell-like eyes went wide open, and he said angrily, "N? What did you say?" The disciple on duty jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Senior apprentice brother Dai, and none of my business." This junior apprentice brother arrived a little before you and already charged his points, according to the rules. What rules? This father of yours makes the rules. What the H-E-L, L is he, a second-level spirit condensation realm, using the A-grade cultivation room for. Hey boy, give me the secret key. I'll pass you the points you spent. Senior apprentice brother Dao bellowed at Yi Yuan. It did not sound like a discussing tone, no matter how one listened to it. This junior apprentice brother is a newcomer, right? Senior apprentice brother Dai Zichin is one of the hottest rising star in the Pill Barracks. Give him the place. Befriending him will bring huge benefits to you in the future. The disciple on duty also tried to chime in. Dai Zichin was also delighted when he heard that and said with a smile, Haha, what he said is right. Boy, give the place to me. In future, if you have any problems, come directly to the Pill Barracks to find me. I'll cover you. Yi Yuan originally could not be bothered to deal with this senior apprentice brother Dao, but seeing that he was so arrogant, he smiled and said, Fine, 2,000 points, and I'll sell it to you. What did you say? 2,000 points? Why don't you go and rob? Dai Zichin froze before becoming enraged. This change of hands directly doubled the points. Wasn't this messing with him? Not buying? If you're not buying, then I'm going in to cultivate already. Finus. H.I. Plussing. Yi Yuan turned around straight away and prepared to head for the cultivation room. Halt! I'm telling you to halt! Yi Yuan ignored him and continued walking there. Dai Zichin was infuriated. With a flash, he grabbed at Yi Yuan. Ha, this boy still doesn't know Senior Apprentice Brother Dai's prowess yet, right? Senior Apprentice Brother Dai is not only amazing at alchemy, but he's also extremely powerful in the martial path. One of the few alchemy and martial dual prodigies in the sect. A second-level spirit condensation realm dare to be disrespectful to Senior Apprentice Brother Dai. Isn't this courting death? The disciple on duty took delight in others' misfortunes secretly. Dai Zichin's figure was clearly very burly, but the movements when he made his move was extremely nimble. In a blink of an eye, he reached Yi Yuan's back. But right then, the view in front of Dai Zichin blurred. 9 Yi Yuans appeared in front of his eyes instantly. This grab actually missed. Being taken by surprise, Dai Zichin staggered and nearly tumbled to the ground. By the time he stabilized his body and wanted to look for Yi Yuan again, Yi Yuan already disappeared. Where's that punk? Dai Zichin asked the disciple on duty, rather bewilderedly. The expression on the disciple on duty was very interesting. He was very excited about seeing Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. But in the end, it was Dai Zichin who was played by Yi Yuan. That excited expression directly froze in place. Dai Zichin was 9th level spirit condensation realm. He actually failed to catch a 2nd level spirit condensation realm? How was this possible? Hearing Dai Zichin posed a question. The disciple on duty abruptly woke up and stuttered. He already went in. For eyes met and remained silent for a long time. Hey, what's that kid's background? A 2nd level spirit condensation realm actually have such strength? Dai Zichin inquired curiously. Let me check. Yi Yuan swiped his item. 1. Tai token, so his information was naturally also recorded by the light column. The disciple on duty could easily find it. The disciple on duty inserted his soul force into the red-colored light column and started to search for Yi Yuan's information. Yi Yuan, age 15, 2nd level spirit condensation realm, status. The disciple on duty read out as he retrieved the information, but paused at the end. What about the status? Say it. Dai Zichin asked anxiously by the side. The disciple on duty stared at Dai Zichin and said somewhat uncertainly, Status is Marshall Hall's Earth Barracks disciple. Could it be that the item 1. Tai token has an error? How can a 2nd level spirit condensation realm be an Earth Barracks disciple? Dai Zichen's eyes rolled, and he said with a chuckle, "How can it be wrong? If he's not an Earth Barracks student, how could he possibly evade this grab of mine?" Chapter 221. Yi Yuan is under my protection. Chapter 221. Yi Yuan is under my protection. But even if a second-level spirit condensation realm were very heaven-defying, being in the human barracks was already at the limits, right? Isn't being in the Earth barracks too exaggerated? The disciple on duty still did not dare to quite believe it. What the I do you know? Ha ha! Looks like a very interesting fellow has arrived at the Marshall Hall. I want 10 days of A-grade cultivation room. Once a room is available, notify me. Finus. H.I. plus ing. Dai Zichin directly swiped 2,000 points on the red-colored light column. Although A-grade cultivation rooms were expensive because there were few in number, it would frequently be in a saturated state. This swipe from Dai Zichin was equivalent to waiting in the queue. Dai Zichin was just about to wait in the rest area when 5 disciples entered the door all at once. I want B-grade cultivation room, 10 days. The person at the front said to the disciple on duty. Me too, 10 days. Also me. D*MN, I also want 10 days. Even if your father spends finish all the points, I won't give these points Yi Yuan. That stinking brat either. That's right. After senior apprentice brother, Tsang Chung returns. We'll definitely give that stinking brat a good one. These few people were Tsang Yu and his gang who were beaten up mercilessly by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan made them report to hand over points every day. This was seriously wretched. Ignoring that it was humiliating, they even had to hand over their hard-earned points with both hands. The few people put their heads together and thought of a plan, which was to hide in the cultivation rooms. The cultivation rooms forbid other people from disturbing. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he also would not dare to enter the cultivation rooms to drag them out. Right? Tsang Yu's elder brother, Tsang Chung, was going to return very soon. As long as they endured until he came back, would they need to be scared of one Yi Yuan? Dai Zichin was originally disinclined to bother with these people. When he suddenly heard Yi Yuan's name, he could not help becoming curious. Could it be that the Yi Yuan in their conversation was the same person as that boy he encountered just now? Hey, you people. Who is this Yi Yuan you guys were just talking about? Dai Zichin asked right in their faces. Ah, so it's senior apprentice Brother Dai. I pay respects to senior apprentice Brother Dai. Last time, I even heard from Big Brother that senior apprentice Brother Dai is an alchemy and martial dual prodigy. Even he admires very much. Tsang, you clearly recognize Dai Zichin. The Pill Hall disciples were all in great demand. In order to get closer to him, Tsang Yu even pulled out Tsing Cheng. Dai Zichin waved his hands in irritation and said, "Answer my question." Recalling Yi Yuan, the expression on Tsang Yu's face instantly became embarrassed. S said, "Ha. Ha, he's just a mere N. Oh, body. How is it worth senior apprentice Brother Dai's attention?" Tsang Yu gave a chuckle and tried to smoke things over. A.N. Oh, body? What's with the injury on your face? How can Dai Zichin be so easy to hoodwink? Seeing the expression on Tsang Yu's face, he knew that there must have been some unpleasant incident that happened between them. Furthermore, these few people were clearly injured. It was evident that they were the ones who suffered a loss. This. Tsang Yu stammered and could not speak. Dai Zichin's face darkened as he said, "I am asking you again. Is this Yi Yuan from your conversation is the second-level spirit condensation realm who had just entered the sect?" "Ah, yes. Could it be that senior apprentice Brother Dai has met him before?" Tsang Yu did not know how Dai Zichin knew Yi Yuan. Dai Zichin nodded and said, "Not only did we meet, we even exchanged blows." Exchanged blows? Tsang Yu was stunned when he heard it at first, and immediately be overjoyed as he said, "Haha, that punk is really unbridled. To actually dare provoke senior apprentice brother Dai. He must have had the C.R.A.P. beaten out of him by senior apprentice brother Dai, right? Dai Zichen snickered and said, "Nothing like that. I failed." "Well, what?" "Senior apprentice brother Dai attacked and actually failed? How's this possible?" Disbelief was written all over Tsang Yu's face. "Enough C.R.A.P. Failed means failed. Don't tell me I'll even deceive you? Hearing your intentions just now, are you planning on making Tsang Cheng find him to settle the scores?" Dai Zichen asked threateningly. Tsang Yu's brain could not quite process it. Didn't Dai Zichen say that he exchanged blows with Yi Yuan earlier? Why was he protecting him now? This was all rather baffling. What? I asked if you heard me. Dai Zichen said with a glare. H heard it. We won't find any trouble with him, Tsang Yu said weakly. Speaking of which, Tsang Cheng's strength was around the same as Dai Zichen, but he could not compete because he was a Pill Hall disciple. Pill Hall core disciples, which one of them were not flurries. Plussing with each pa s sing day? Not for anything else, but because they could affect the Martial Hall disciples' monthly salary. The so-called monthly salary was the medicinal pills that disciples collect from the sect every month. It was given away for free by the sect for disciples' cultivation use. However, these medicinal pills were only the most basic medicinal pills. Furthermore, there wasn't much of it. If they wanted to use better medicinal pills, they still needed to use points to exchange. But which martial artist would mind having more medicinal pills for cultivation purposes? This was also the reason why Pill Hall disciples were arrogant. If you heard it, then good. Now scram inside and cultivate. If you let me find out that you dare to cause trouble behind the scenes, you know the consequences. Dai Zichen returned to the rest area. Tsang Yu and Ko exchanged glances. The originally unbridled arrogance instantly vanished with a trace. They were still hoping to regain face after Tsang Cheng returns, but now, ignoring all other things, Tsang Cheng definitely would not offend Dai Zichen just for a Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not know that the burly man just now actually helped him block a wave of trouble. Of course, even if he knew, it did not matter. After entering the cultivation room, Yi Yuan directly started to impact the third-level spirit condensation realm. After experiencing several major battles, Yi Yuan's realm was also incomparably solid. It was just that he always did not have time to break through. Presently, Yi Yuan just lightly prodded and broke through this layer of window paper straight away. A wild essence energy tempest formed inside the cultivation room. After being refined via the spirit Bristle Nine Young Divine Art, it finally formed 9 spirit liquid drops inside Yi Yuan's Dantian. The third-level spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan, currently already possessed 27 spirit liquid drops inside his Dantian, while the 5th-level spirit condensation realm Long Tang currently only had 25 spirit liquid drops. Following the rise in realm, the gap between Yi Yuan and other spirit condensation realm martial artists would become increasingly greater. This spirit gathering formation is pretty good. It can actually withstand my consumption. These 1,000 points were not wasted. Yi Yuan, who had a breakthrough in cultivation realm, was rather pleased with this A-grade cultivation room. The heaven and earth essence energy he expended when breaking through realms was more than double of the average person. Yet, this spirit gathering formation could provide essence energy unceasingly. These 1,000 points were naturally well spent. Of course, even if it was not worth it, he did not feel any heartache either. It was given by other people anyway, no big deal. Just like that, Yi Yuan spent an entire day to consolidate the third-level spirit condensation realm. The second day, he took out a medicinal pill from the storage ring and directly swallowed it into his abdomen. This was the transcendent grade essence spirit pill that Yi Yuan refined before coming to the sect. He planned on breaking through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm in one go. Chapter 222. Sect Decree. Chapter 222. Sect Decree. While Yi Yuan was in retreat, Nanfeng were watching. Nanfeng Zhiro and Long Tang came together as a group. They were originally thinking of inviting Yi Yuan to take a look at the support star pavilion together to see if there were any ways to get points as soon as possible. But they heard from Lu'er that Yi Yuan went into a close seclusion. The trio could not help being dumbfounded. After clarifying the whereabouts of where Yi Yuan's points came from, the few people exchanged glances again. Hee, this fellow's cultivation realm is too deceptive. He doesn't even need to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Just standing there, and there are people giving points. Nanfeng Zhiro was the first one who could not resist laughing. Hearing Nanfeng Zhiro's words, the group also could not hold back their laughter. What she said was right. Yi Yuan's 2nd level spirit condensation realm strength was indeed too deceptive. His true strength far surpa. S said this. Since Yi Yuan was in such a rush to enter a retreat, looks like his realm had reached a bottleneck long ago. After he exits seclusion, he'll probably have broken through to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm already, Long Tang said. N. With Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, he should have indeed broken through long ago, Nanfeng watching said in agreement. Since that's the case, we don't have the need to stay anymore. Senior apprentice sister Nanfeng, let's go down to the support star pavilion. Long Tang also changed his form of address to Nanfeng. And all right. Nanfeng Ruoqing naturally did not have any objections. Right then, a voice sounded out from outside. Is junior apprentice brother Yi present? I'm Mo Yuntian. Lu'er opened the door and invited Mo Yuntian in, saying, How are you, senior apprentice brother Mo? Young master went to the cultivation room to undergo a retreat. He said it will probably take 5 days. Mo Yuntian was also speechless when he heard that. Went to the cultivation rooms. Haha, that's really diligent. But him going to the cultivation rooms now isn't appropriate, right? With his talent, going to the D-grade cultivation rooms is a waste of time. Lu'er smiled and recounted the incident that happened yesterday once more to Mo Yuntian. Mo Yuntian involuntarily shook his head when he heard that and said, Junior apprentice brother, Yi is really an extraordinary person. He did something like robbing points right after entering the sect. But those fellows also deserved it. It's just. Master finally squeezed some time out today and wanted to summon Yi Yuan. Didn't think that he entered a retreat instead. I'm afraid. Senior apprentice brother Mo is worried about the Ouyang family. Nanfeng Ruoqing clearly knew the inside information and followed up. Mo Yuntian nodded and said that's right. With the Ouyang family's influence, the news of junior apprentice brother Yi entering the sect definitely can't be concealed. They have most likely been waiting for this day for a long time. Originally, Master wanted to see Yuan first to think of a countermeasure after understanding the situation. After 5 days, probably won't make it. Then what to do? Lu'er asked worriedly. Mo Yuntian remained silent. Right then, another voice sounded from outside the door. Sect decree is here. Yi Yuan received the decree. Everyone's brows knitted together, thinking to themselves that it came so quickly. The group went out and saw a youth around the same age as Mo Yuntian with an imposing manner. Xian Lai, you guys really can't wait. Mo Yuntian said coolly, his words carrying derision. Mo Yuntian, you don't have to be so sarcastic. This sect decree is also not issued by me. I'm only here under orders. Ask Yi Yuan to come out. The sect commands Yi Yuan to immediately leave for the main peak to undergo the Tri-Hall joint hearing. Xian Lai said icily. Mo Yuntian's complexion changed, but he said, you came 1 step late. Yi Yuan has already entered the cultivation room. He will only exit seclusion 5 days later. Xian Lai was confused when he heard that. Wasn't that Yi Yuan a newcomer? Why would he have points to enter the cultivation rooms? Could it be that he entered the D-grade cultivation rooms in order to hide from the sect decree? However, one may get off today, but not tomorrow. He had to receive this sect decree eventually. Furthermore, didn't the more he tried to hide, the more it showed his guilt? Seemed like the matter of this boy stealing pill formulas was almost certainly true. Since that's the case, goodbye. Finus. H.I. plus ing. Exan Lai left without even turning back. Who was that person? What a powerful air! Long Tang asked. He's from the disciplinary hall. The hall head's direct disciple, Exan Lai. His cultivation is not beneath mine. This Exan Lai is also someone who cleared the Nine Heavens Road. Mo Yuntian said. No wonder he was so powerful. It's just he left just like that? Mo Yuntian shook his head and said, The sect decree is personally issued by the sect master. The command is extremely powerful and must be pa-s, said onto Yi Yuan. And after Yi Yuan receives the sect decree, he must carry it out right away. Since Exan Lai knows that Yi Yuan went to the cultivation rooms, he'll surely search there first. After confirming it, he will return to report it and go back to the cultivation rooms to wait for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. Ah, doesn't that mean that we won't even get to see Yi Yuan? Nan Feng were watching, said worriedly. Mo Yuntian nodded and did not say anything. Senior apprentice brother Mo, what's the tri-hall joint hearing that Exan Lai was talking about? Long Tang asked. Apart from the Martial Hall and Pill Hall, the Tranquil Cloud sect still has an independent disciplinary hall. The tri-hall joint hearing is combining these three halls together to commence a ruling towards Yi Yuan's actions. If the ruling is guilty. Mo Yuntian did not continue talking. Everyone could guess the result. Then doesn't that mean that us coming to the sect is like sheep entering a tiger's jaws? Luar's words were rather direct when talking due to concern towards her master. Nan Feng were watching, hurriedly pulled Luar. Now was clearly not the time to be saying this. Mo Yuntian was the only person who could save Yi Yuan now. If they offended him too, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. However, Mo Yuntian did not mind it. Instead, he smiled at Luar and said, Miss Luar need not worry. Yi Yuan is ancestor, Lu Yan's successor. The person Master holds the most respect for in this life is Ancestor Lu Yan. Whatever happens, Master will also defend Yi Yuan strongly. Moreover, how the final ruling is to be pa-s, said is still up to the sect master. With Mo Yuntian saying this, everyone also felt much more assured, but the atmosphere was still very stifling. Yi Yuan remained completely focused on impacting the 4th level spirit condensation realm in full force inside the A-grade cultivation room. Although the spirit liquid drops condensed in each minor realm during the spirit condensation realm was the same, the difficulty was different. This was like filling a container with water. At the start, the container was empty. Wanting to fill it was naturally very easy. But as more and more water goes in, the difficulty of storing more would increase. The essence, energy, spirit liquid in the Dantian merely looked like a few drops, but it was already in a saturated state. Wanting to break through to the next realm, one had to compress the spirit liquid once more to make S-P-A-C for the spirit liquid condensed in the future. Therefore, the further down spirit condensation realm 1 went, the difficulty of breakthrough would rise exponentially. In comparison, Yi Yuan's difficulty of breaking through was much greater than the average spirit condensation realm martial artist, because he condensed the perfect 9 drops of spirit liquid, compressing 1 spirit liquid drop and compressing 9 spirit liquid drops. The difference in difficulty was not as simple as 9 times. Luckily, the spirit bristle 9 young divine art was overbearing enough. Yi Yuan's experience was sufficiently abundant, and along with the assistance from the transcendent grade medicinal pill, these challenges were not a problem to Yi Yuan. For days after Yi Yuan entered the cultivation room, an essence energy storm formed once again. Chapter 223. The Divine Text Reappears. Chapter 223. The Divine Text Reappears. Dai Zichen was already infinitely close to half-step crystal formation realm. He entered a close seclusion this time because he planned on consolidating his realm even further, so as to break through to half-step crystal formation realm. Currently, Dai Zichen's condition was very good. He felt that he could roughly break through cultivation realms after another 1 or 2 attempts. And what's the matter? Why did the essence energy in the cultivation room become weaker? Dai Zichen, who was in a cultivation state the whole time, was suddenly startled awake by this situation which occurred suddenly. Shutting his eyes to sense things, Dai Zichen discovered that the essence energy in his cultivation room was weakening rapidly, as if it was being plundered by something. D-A-M-N-it. D-A-M-N-it. Right when my training reached its critical point. Why did something happen to the cultivation room? This sort of situation has never happened before. Dai Zichen was very annoyed. His training just now had just reached the critical point, with some signs of an imminent breakthrough. Dai Zichen knew that once these signs appeared a few more times, he should be able to break through successfully. But such an abstruse state was forcefully interrupted. It could be seen just how depressed he was. He could not understand just why this kind of situation would occur in a perfectly fine cultivation room. Under the current situation, Dai Zichen evidently could not continue cultivating anymore. That sort of mysterious state was not something that could be entered every time. Once the state was interrupted, wanting to find it again was as hard as ascending to heaven. Fortunately, people who exited seclusion in advance can refund the unused points. At least it was not wasted. Dai Zichen walked out of his cultivation room dejectedly. When he arrived at the hall, he discovered that this place was already in a mess. What are you doing? I already found the feeling of breaking through, just now. Why did the essence energy suddenly disappear? Points is a small matter, but who will compensate for my condition? Exclaimed an 8th level spirit condensation realm disciple. Hearing these words, Dai Zichen's mood instantly became much better. Indeed, it was much nicer to have others sharing in the suffering. However, he also felt miserable at the same time. He thought that it was his cultivation room which encountered issues. Looking at it now, it was far from him alone. There were many people shouting and clamoring in the hall. They were clearly complaining about the essence energy, which suddenly vanished. Just what on earth happened? This kind of situation had never occurred in the cultivation rooms before. Dai Zichen suddenly cast a glance sideways. His expression could not help changing when he saw a person. He went up to greet. I've seen Senior Apprentice Brother Xen. Why is Senior Apprentice Brother Xen here? Could it be due to the issue of the cultivation room's essence energy vanish? I plussing? This person was precisely Xan Lai, who was waiting for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. However, he did not manage to wait for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion, but he waited until problems arose with the cultivation room's essence energy. Xan Lai replied lightly, No, I'm waiting for somebody here. Although Dai Zichen was not an elite disciple, his status in the sect was still very high. Xan Lai evidently recognized him too. If it were some other person, Xan Lai would not even be inclined to answer. However, his words made Dai Zichen become more doubtful. What kind of person could afford to have Senior Apprentice Brother Xan personally wait at the cultivation rooms? Presently, the disciple on duty was already covered in sweat. He had never encountered this sort of outbreak situation. Everybody, Senior Apprentice Brothers, don't panic. I've already reported the problem here upstairs. Elder Peng is currently Russ. Plussing over. Ah, Elder Peng, you're finally here. When that disciple on duty saw Elder Peng, he immediately behaved as if he had suffered greatly. Elder Peng saw all the disciples flooding this place until even water could not flow. He frowned and said, "What do you all think you're doing, kicking up such a fuss? All get lost outside for me, and wait there. If anyone dares to cause a disturbance, they will be barred from using the cultivation rooms for a month." With Elder Peng blowing his top, everyone immediately lowered their banners and MUF fled their drums and scrammed outside meekly. Body wished to delay a month of cultivation time. After everyone left, there were only Xan Lai and several top character core disciples left in the hall. They went up to pay respects to Elder Peng. Elder Peng could not help being involuntarily stunned when he saw Xan Lai, but he did not say anything. Instead, he asked the disciple on duty, "What in the world happened? Explain in detail." Replying Elder Peng, 15 minutes ago, the cultivations rooms were all fine. But no idea why all the essence energy in the cultivation rooms suddenly started to disappear rapidly, like they were being emptied out. The disciple on duty replied. Elder Peng mused for a minute, clearly thinking about the various possibilities for this kind of situation to occur. "I'll go take a look at the spirit gathering formation," Elder Peng said. Elder Peng's name was Peng Liming, a Tier 4 array master in the Tranquil Cloud sect. His array Dao cultivation was very incredible. The spirit gathering formations inside the cultivation rooms was a mid-sized array. It relied on the sect's grand array. The formations in the cultivation rooms would siphon a portion of the heaven and earth essence energy absorbed by the sect's grand array. Then it will send it to every cultivation room through the array formations. This array formation had someone maintaining it all year round, and there had never been problems that occurred. Today's circumstances were truly quite unexpected. Elder Peng inspected the array formation carefully and said in bewilderment, "There's nothing wrong with the array pivot. The grand array itself is also fine. Could the problems have occurred over at the cultivation rooms?" Elder Peng went to the relevant array formations for controlling the cultivation rooms and inspected it carefully. This inspection immediately revealed that something was wrong. So this is it. All the essence energy are actually heading into one cultivation room. It's just that, who has such great capabilities to actually be able to plunder so much essence energy? Peng Liming became doubtful again. Returning to the hall, Peng Liming asked the disciple on duty, "Who's using the A-grade cultivation room number 43? It's a disciple called Yi Yuan," the disciple on duty revealed. Not that the disciple on duty was very responsible to remember the cultivation rooms for every disciple, but because he had a very strong impression of Yi Yuan. Hence, he reported it right away. Elder Peng had no special feelings when he said that, but Xian Lai's and Dai Zichen's expression changed. "Oh, that's so. I want to see just what kind of deity this Yi Yuan is, to actually have such capabilities to absorb so much heaven and earth essence energy." A thick curiosity welled up in Peng Liming. Causing such an incident was naturally unintentional on Yi Yuan's part. In reality, he also did not imagine that his breaking through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm would actually need to absorb so much heaven and earth essence energy. The initial breakthrough was very normal and also under Yi Yuan's control. But when he broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm and stepped into the middle stage spirit condensation realm, that sort of feeling like the divine soul was rent asunder appeared once again. Every breakthrough in a minor stage, there would also be a minor transformation for the divine soul. It was just that the pain during Yi Yuan's transformation process was far more agonizing compared to ordinary martial artists. However, the torment this time was still far from comparable to when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan no longer wished to recall that feeling. As expected, the golden characters in his sea of consciousness emerged once more, like that time when he broke through to the spirit condensation realm. Once the divine text appeared, they began to absorb heaven and earth essence energy, frenziedly. Luckily, the cultivation room was pretty capable, and could provide essence energy unceasingly. After a long while, the cultivation room finally became peaceful again, and Yi Yuan also successfully broke through to 4th level spirit condensation realm.